What's up, sports fans? Man, D back. Speak your mind. Sports talk. All right, check it out, man. It's Sunday. Power of the mind. We talking the mind, guys. Social media. Time to do some reprogramming. Basically, when I say reprogramming, I mean change the overall way we think about certain things. And of course, I always say is if you want to. I just found it necessary to reprogram, shift my paradigm, change the way I'm thinking because a lot of the ways we think concerning what's going on with the world today is ways that we've been taught to think. And as individuals, we need to go about life the way we see fit, not the way someone tells us we should go about life. Now, it may be hard or difficult to understand in the beginning, but as you move about through life, you always want to be better than or do better than your parents did. You always want to raise your children in a better way than your parents did. I mean, these are our goals. We always want to do better than the people before us, or achieve more, or make them proud, or however, whatever your perspective is on this. You always want to achieve and accomplish more than the people that raised you or who you came up around. And if you have this goal to do better, to do greater things, to raise your kids more properly, because I believe all of us at some levels came up and said, well, my parents did a good job and I love my mom, but there's some things that I'm going to do differently. And the reason we have those ideas is because we're all individuals. We're all individuals. We all have our own mind, and we all want to decide the path we're going to take, how we're going to live. Mr. Spooks in the building was good. Yes, sir. Fights was on 1,000 last night. I loved it. Boxing champ commentary was good with your fam. G Boogie in the building was good. G Boogie, Queen Lisa. What's up, Queen Lisa? So, we all have to decide our own paths. And so when we make this split, when we leave home, when we go on our journey to start our own family, and we have our morals and ethics and ideals set in place, well, where did we get that from? Where did we get that from? It could have been, if we grew up in the religious community, we could have gotten a lot of our morals, ethics, and ideas from our church community and the mothers and the pastors and the deacons and such of the church. Um, Sunday school teachers and family members, also churchgoers, parents, if they were heavy churchgoer. My mom was a heavy churchgoer. So we get these ideals and morals and ethics based on who we grew up around. But are we always getting the right ideas? That's the thing. And we have to understand from the age birth to 7, and I've said this on other lives, we're being programmed at that time. And it's not as if any of our parents are doing anything wrong or right, because that's a perspective, but they're doing what they were taught. They're raising you and bringing you up in the ways that they were brought up and raised, because this is all they know. This is where we get our ideas from. And so you have households where maybe there's more domestic violence, and then you'll have other households where there's less domestic violence, but there's more verbal abuse. And then you'll have households where there's not any of that. Well, what happens to these children that grow up? Then they think getting their point across has to do with yelling, which means they have to yell to get their point across. Now, and it's not as if they're doing right or wrong, this is what they were taught. So then they may yell at their kids, "What are you doing? Get back there in the room." But is the yelling necessary? See, people say, well, sometimes you just have to yell at these kids. Well, you may think sometimes you have to yell at them, as if when you raised them, every time they did wrong, the first thing you did was you started to yell. Well, this is a 1-year-old child that's just experiencing the world around them for the first time, and you're yelling at them. So it's not that this is the only way they'll respond. This is what you embedded in them. And people don't want to realize or accept the fact that they're the cause of these things. I never yelled at that cute little girl you see come on here and read, and she's very respectful. She's polite. She's a smart child. And we don't do the yelling thing at her. And so she's not accustomed to being yelled at. So where some people will say, well, that's the only way you can get through to some of these kids. Well, maybe their environment was of a lot of yelling. See, my son, my 20-year-old son, I got custody of him when he was 4, but he was already around his mother, and the environment around her and her brothers and sisters and such, it's always yelling. It's 5, 10, 15 arguments every day. So these kids grow up around that. And then the programming starts. Remember, guys, 0 to 7. So this just is something as simple as arguing every day. The program starts from when these kids are being raised at home. What you show them when they're coming up from birth to 7, what you show them, this is how they're adapting their ideals, their morals, their ethics, what they believe is right and wrong. You know, when a child gets to the age of 10, what does adults usually say? They know right from wrong. I've told them 1,000 times. Okay, listen to yourself. They know right from wrong because I've told them 1,000 times, which means whatever you consider right and wrong, that's what you instilled into that child. Now, what happens if you were incorrect about something? You have to realize that you instilled in this child what was right or wrong. And if you find out later in life that you were incorrect about something, you've already taught that child something incorrect. And parents do not want to accept this. It goes along with, when I talked before about the whipping of a child, and if we can consider this right or we can consider this wrong. Well, who tells us that the whipping of the child is right? It's our surroundings. It's our surroundings that tell us that. There was never any, it's God didn't tell us to beat the hell out of a child to make them comply. That's nothing that where did we learn that from? This is ideology from man that says that this is a way to gain obedience, to get someone to comply, is to beat them. And so this idea of beating children is just a cycle, because if children grow up and they get a spanking, then you're showing them that when you do not listen, this is the way to get someone to listen. You punish them by physically attacking them. And this is what you're telling the child. And you convince yourselves, I'm only doing this because I love you. And this is what you tell yourselves. No, you're only doing that. The truth is, you're only doing that is because that's the way you've been taught to discipline. There are many ways to discipline. And I don't believe we can say one is right or one is wrong. But people need to realize that's not the only way to discipline. That's not the right way to discipline. That's the way that you've been taught to discipline. You've came up in this home or in this community or in this society, and you've been taught that physical violence against children is a way to raise them. We can't say if it's right or wrong, but we do see the aftermath of a lot of these children, especially in this country, and they come up. There's a lot that's showing maybe it's not such a good idea, because violence begets violence. When you're whooping children until they're 13 and 14, and then they get out there amongst their peers and they're getting into all of these fights, is because this is what they were taught. Somebody doesn't agree with you or file you, then it's time to lay hands. A lot of parents say, don't let nobody put their hands on you. If they do, beat the shit out of them. Well, you're telling them to go out there and commit violence. And then when these kids go out there and they're fighting every day and they get into trouble, then they come home, then you want to put them on punishment for fighting. Well, rewind. is it not you that program the violence into them? And so we have to realize this at every level. Now, where are we getting our programming from? We're getting our programming from our peers, our parents. The media plays a huge part because think about it like this. A lot of people say, well, I do feel like I'm doing some things wrong. So I need to do some research and I need to find out what I'm doing wrong and how I can do it right. And in this day and time, most people, a lot of people rely on Google or whatever search engine, but you go to the internet and, or let's even say you'll go to the library. Let's say not the internet, you'll go to the library or the internet, or maybe you'll go to a parenting course and you'll say, I'm going to get some of these things straight because I feel like I'm doing some things wrong with raising my children. So I need to go get some assistance on this. But where are you going to get the assistance? Where are you going to learn? That program is still being driven by society. Because whether you go on YouTube or Google or Wikipedia or Webster Meridian or whatever, wherever you go to find your information, you're still going to other people's ideas. Whether they study, no matter what, it's their ideas on how you should raise your child. When do we get to the point as people where we decide? See, that's what this is about. When do we understand as people that we're all individuals and this system that we're trapped in somewhat, and worldwide now, this system that we're trapped in and being stuck in societal beliefs, we have to understand that on a global scale, it's not working. It's not working because everybody has different ideals, morals, ethics, religions. And I'm not saying that everyone should be the same. I'm not saying that this one world, new world order should be set in place and we all think like freaking robots. No, I'm saying that the Almighty put us here because we're all individuals. So we should all allow one another to lead our own lives, to think in a way that we desire, to raise our children in the way that we desire, to live life and go about life in the way that we desire. You should allow others to do that and not try to conform them to how you think. But you shouldn't also, you should be aware that most people are conformed to a societal belief, whether it's America, whether it's Nicaragua, whether it's England, Germany, Japan. Most people are conformed to a societal belief. The things that are around them have been programmed into their mind, idealistically, morally, and ethically, of what's right and what's wrong. But if we're individuals, should we be programmed that way? That's the question we must ask ourselves. Should we be programmed in any society? Is any society right or wrong when the Almighty placed us here to create and live in our own existence, to go about life the way we feel best, each of us individually? That's the question that we must ask ourselves when we say, do I need to seek a paradigm shift? And when I say a paradigm shift, that means to reprogram what's been programmed, change your way of thinking. Do I need to do that in life? Or am I fine thinking that life is the way they taught me it is? Because here's something that we always find out in life. This is what life is about, experiences. We always find out something that we thought 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Man, that was crazy that I was even thinking that way. All of us have had this epiphany, this revelation. You know, as we get older, we're 16 years old and we know every fucking thing. Y'all know how the kids are. We know everything. Then we get to the age of 21, like, man, I was crazy when I was 16. I used to actually think this. I used to think that. That was crazy. And then you think you got it all figured out. You're El Jefe running around. Yeah, I'm not 16 years old. I'm 22 now. I got it all figured out, right? And then you get 25 and you look back at 21 and you're like, man, I was crazy to think that way. No way, man. I don't know what I was thinking back then. The reason this happens, guys, is because as you get older, you understand the programs that were embedded in your mind, they need to be reprogrammed. You don't think that way anymore. You see that it was a foolish way of thinking, but where did you get that line of thinking? Normally, it's at the age of 16, you stretch from your household, you stretch from your parents. So you start to adapt certain personalities and ways of thinking from your peers, your social group, and social media, movies, music, and so forth. The programming starts in a whole different way at that point. We have to understand that we're getting these things, these ideals from somewhere. When does the time come that we stop and we implant this programming? We determine what's right and what's wrong. We determine what's ethically and morally valuable to us and what's not. We don't follow what someone else's morals or ethics are. We create our own from our life experiences and what we believe is correct or not. This is the question that a lot of us must ask ourselves because we're being programmed, whether we want to accept it or not. A lot of us are being programmed by the media around us, by what the governments, Hollywood, commercials, television shows, music, what they tell us to do. They tell us that you need a 20,000 foot square house, Bentleys, and $500 million bank account to be successful in the world. This is what the media and everything around us is telling us. The more you have that type of thing, the more you can say you have power and success. But the truth is that we all have exponential power in us, and God has given every single one of us this exponential power. And that power is not limited to a Bentley or a 20,000 square foot home and a $500 million bank account. Our power far exceeds that. Each and every one of us have that type of power inside of us. We need to unleash that power. How do you unleash that power? It starts in the mind. Because once you relinquish, those ideals, those morals, those ethics have been programmed into you through your society, and then you create your own way, you enlighten yourself. You truly enlighten yourself because we've been restricted because of what people tell us. That's the problem. Is my stream going out? Brian Hawkins says StreamYard is not working. Hold on. But we've been programmed. I'm going to keep talking just in case. Let me drop this link in the chat. Might have to relocate. Link in the chat for anyone who wants to come up and talk about the topic today. Nah, it seemed pretty good to me, Brian. Yeah, it's pretty clear. It seemed pretty good to me, Brian. Tank Nation in the building. What's good with you, man? Tank Nation said you're on a Hollywood platform preaching this stuff. Yeah, I feel you, bro. But it's beneficial to us, Tank, because see, here's the thing. What I'm talking about is not like this is not a religion, bro. This is us. Like, you know, each individual, bro. We got massive power, but we've been lied to by, you know, elitists that have designed things worldwide to keep us basically dumbed down in the power that we have within us. We have the same power that they have within them. Power is not based on money. They didn't get there, you know, they're there because of lineage and family royalty and such, but power is not based on money. And if people understand the power that they have within them and they can unlock that power, then we free ourselves from a lot of restrictions that we feel that we have as a society, as a community. You always hear people say, well, I can't do this because they have this in place and they keep me from doing this and they keep me from doing that. And the truth is that even when we're kids, teachers tell us one thing that I don't think resonates. You can do anything you want to do. You know, you always hear that in school coming up, your parents, and sometimes I guess people look at that as just some words of confidence. You know, no, it's the truth. We can all do anything we want to, but we have to understand ourselves and how we can accomplish that. And my thing is, 11 years ago, I was in the realm of my way of thinking was like everyone else's. You know what society told me, what I would research things through society binded information. These books are made by the same governments that you're being run by. So just how much information do you think you're going to find if you're looking for something different? This is what we have to understand. You have to reach down inside and interpret God's word and move about through life. Understand the nature around you. Understand how things work around you. It's not all about what a doctor tells you, whether it's Eastern medicine or Western medicine. It's not all about what a doctor tells you. How many people know your body better than you? I mean, let's be real about it. You know what makes you tingle, what makes you hurt. Doctors can do all the study they want, but the reason we're so different as individuals because we have all a different makeup. Who knows your body better than you know your body? We need to stop relying so much on everybody else and start to figure things out ourselves about, you know, our own anatomy, our own power, and our minds. The most valuable tool that the Almighty has given all of us is the mind. Anything and everything can be accomplished through the mind. It starts in the mind. You think of anything that has ever held you back, you go back and think about it. And you always say, yeah, I could have done this differently, or I could have done that differently. Or if I hadn't have gone here, this would have never happened if I hadn't have gone there. Well, that's your mind that told you to take those steps. But there's a reason your mind told you to take those steps. And that reason is because of the things you've been taught, the way you've been taught. This formulated a plan. It says, okay, this will be a good idea for me to get this done. And all of that comes from your programming. If this sounds confusing, like, let me get to the chat. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Tank Nation. Billy Robles said, it's your man D Jefferson. Appreciate you. Willie Boy Slip and Move. Champ Ross in the building. Remember growing up, we were programmed that if you didn't go to college, you would end up being nothing. That's false. That's a false narrative. Exactly. That's a part of the program. And so let's talk about that, Champ. And Champ Ross in the building. Let me run that ticker right quick. Prediction League, everybody. Prediction League. We coming up on the last week of the Prediction League. So you got to get in now. Get in now. Get your spot in. Get prepared for the new season. Champ got some real good things coming for the new season. I'm not going to mention it. I'm going to let Champ mention it. Fantasy Boxing Prediction League. This is the Facebook page. All you got to do is comment on this Facebook page. Drop a message. Champ will lock you in. You are in the league. Champ keeps you very posted on the fights that's coming. He'll give you the results. He'll give you some video footage of the fights and how they went down. He keeps everything posted on the page. He keeps it posted, who's in the lead, the points, the standings, everything. Beautiful. Great community. Great page. Champ is up on everything. Lot of information on the page, even outside of the Prediction League. Champ provides a lot of information. So it's a full-blown page. You guys come check us out. Come join our league. Fantasy Boxing Prediction League. And if you don't have Facebook, you can reach my man Champ. He'll drop the email in the chat. ChampEZ22@yahoo.com. You can join the league that way. Just email my man Champ. He is the man of the league. He runs the league. Let's go, guys. We got 1 week left in this season, and we start a new season. Champ bring us some new things. I'm gonna let him tell you guys it's gonna be lit next season. Let's go. Let's go. I still got 1 week to try to take this one down. I kind of screwed up. Well, that's all right. It ain't over till the fat lady sing, and she ain't even warming her voice up yet. Now, back to the topic. Willie Boy Slip and Move in the building. Sacramento Expos. What's up with you, man? Get this smoke. What's up? He said, who's number one this week? I haven't even checked it. I think Roccolo maybe, or Vic Darchinian. I don't know. Champ's in there. Oh, Smoke got. Oh, okay. That's why Smoke talking. Oh, okay. That's good, Smoke. Congratulations, Smoke. Get this Smoke done stole him a number one spot. Hey, Smoke, where you at in the overall standings? No, I'm just picking with you. Congratulations, Smoke. I'm telling you guys, it's hard to get number one, even in one individual week. So, um, all due respect, shout out to Spoke, because it is tough. It's tough, guys. Even in the end of it's 12 weeks per season, and even in the individual week in this prediction league, it's hard to capture number one place. So Spoke got that claim. Lisa Bell's got that claim this season. Who else? I think IBT or Intangible. One of those guys got that claim. Champ got a number one spot. So it ain't easy to do, guys. Big ups to Smoke for doing that. But I tell you something else is not easy to do too. Stay up in that top 5 all season long. I digress. Now moving on. Moving on. Ralph says, predicting what? There barely any sport. Boxing, Ralph. There's always some boxing matches. Show your skills. It's boxing matches. As a parent, we can only direct our children away from mistakes we have made in the hope that, less mistakes than us, right? Education is the only currency that counts. Okay, so when you say education, I do agree. But when you talk colleges and things like that, and what Champ was talking about, and the false narrative on that, let me tell you something. I agree with that comment. I'm going to go back to that comment, and we'll open up on this topic. And this is what I'm talking about when I say the program and all of this, the programming. We've been programmed to believe that college is the way. We've been programmed to believe that there's a comment. Champ said, remember growing up, we were programmed that if you didn't go to college, you would end up being nothing. That's a false narrative. It's a completely false narrative. You look at the guys in America, a lot of the richest men in America, most of them never graduated high school or college. This is a fact, guys. A lot of these guys never went to college. Now, if college is the way, then why are the people leading the charge, the people that you have to go to college to work for and earn them more money and make them even richer? If college is the way, then why are the college goers working for 20, 30 years to save up a 401k plan, whereas by the time inflation kicks in and they cash in on that 401k plan, it's not very much money at all. And that's what they worked 20 to 30 years to do. And they went to college to do this. Why is that the case if college is the way? And then the guys that or women that decide not to go to college or to leave college end up living financially free. Something doesn't connect here. And so it is a false narrative, because what college does is it doesn't matter whether you're a McDonald's manager or a Fortune 500 CEO. You're still an employee, and whoever you're earning money for, with whichever great salary you get as a McDonald's manager, 50 grand a year, or a Fortune 500 CEO, $20 million a year, whichever salary you have, you're still making that corporation or that owner massively more amounts of money than they're paying you. Because the facts of the matter is, they wouldn't have a successful business if they could pay you $50,000 a year and continue doing business. The big corporation, Fortune 500 corporations, wouldn't have a corporation if they couldn't pay you $20 million a year. So the facts are, no matter what course you take in college and you go into the working field, it's all a false narrative because it's not the way. And you can't say, well, even to get to that point, it's probably a better idea that you got college. No, because these moguls did not waste 8 to 9 to 10 years in college. They utilized that time building businesses. And when these college grads just graduate after getting their prestigious doctorate, after 12 years of schooling, 10 to 12 years of schooling, and they get their doctorate. Well, that business mogul has been working, operating that business for 10 to 12 years, and they're a multimillionaire upon the time of graduation. And this college bound kid will probably be going into a job to work potentially for this multimillionaire and bring their ideas of what they learned in school. But the facts are, they owe money while the multimillionaire is financially free. But at the same time, you're saying that college is the way. They probably owe $300,000 or more in schooling fees. My mom has a doctorate right now, and she owes maybe $128,000. Now she makes plenty of money and she's making payments on the education, but the facts are, she's in her 60s and she owes 120 something thousand dollars left on this prestigious education that she acquired. And yes, she makes over $100,000 a year, well over that. But that's not the point. The point is, there's a debt associated with this education, even in her 60s. This doesn't correlate. It doesn't add up. How can the college route be the way? Is because we were programmed to believe it was the way. And we have to reprogram ourselves. How is it that these business moguls achieve and succeed? People would believe, or would like to believe, oh, they get involved with these billionaires and it's all planned out. Well, it's not necessarily true, because all billionaires, first and foremost, are not elitists. That's a misconception that all billionaires are evil. Smoke and I and a couple other people were talking about that on the panel. Smoke actually knows some billionaires personally. So there's this misconception that all billionaires, even with multi-billions of dollars, are evil and they crooked and got their money in a crooked way. And it's just not true. There are billionaires worldwide, all over the world, that didn't have to indulge in criminal or crooked activity to build their fortunes. And the question would be, Shiz Biz in the building, how did they do this? How did they build their fortunes without having this prestigious college degree? Because the college degree is a lie. The college degree is education. You go to college. College is a way that you can survive in this country, and you can, I will say that if you go to college, it is a way that you can survive in this country and assure yourself that you won't live at the lower levels of poverty. So a college education will provide that. But will a college education provide the American dream? That's where the lie is told, because they attach that college education and going through school as your journey for the American dream. But when you look at a guy like Henry Ford, who had a fifth grade education and amassed more wealth than people could imagine, he didn't have to go to college to obtain that American dream. Now, of course, situation was involved and industry was just cranking up and he got in the right place at the right time. But if you look at how society goes over time, technology taking over, there's a million things to get into right now at the right time that will yield you fortunes later. So do you go to college route and spend 12 years trying to figure out these methods that they're going to teach you in college? Or do you start right now and you take 12 years and figure out one of these ideas that you can get into that will yield you fortunes, because that is how moguls become moguls. They put the attention into educating themselves into business, not theories and such in college. That's not what they do. They educate themselves in business. Now, when we talk education, because a lot of people get this misconstrued, when we talk education and we say educate yourself, if you're educating yourself in the way of business, how to conduct business, how to become super rich in business, and you're educating yourself in college to become a prestigious doctor of education and get a doctoral, are not both of these people educating themselves? It's just one is educating themselves in the way of business, and the other is educating themselves through college theories and such, right? Information that business owners have provided, mistakes that have been made. This is what college teaches you, concepts, so that you don't make the mistakes that have already been made in business. But the moguls are engaged in educating themselves in business. They're not worried about calculus and scientific theory and all of the other nonsensical courses that you have to take at college. That's not going to have a damn thing to do with what you do when you engage in business. So why not educate yourself in business? And then, because this man doesn't have a prestigious degree, people that have a degree tend to call them uneducated. Well, that's kind of an oxymoron, if you ask me. And it all goes back to how we're programmed. Because how is this man uneducated, but you've got that prestigious doctor degree with the desire to acquire the wealth and things that he has? It seems somewhat contradictory, because he's educated in the field that maybe your doctoral doesn't provide you the way to succeed in. There's always a battle, like the battle of science and religion. There's always the battle of taking the business route or the prestigious college route. Now, I would say that there should be a course in these colleges strictly on business. How do you proceed in business? How do you get into these good investments? How do you make good investments? See? And it's strictly on that, somewhat like a trade school. Like if you go to a trade school for mechanics, why can't you just go to a trade school for Wall Street and get a prestigious degree for that? Because they don't want everybody to know those things, because then you cannot monopolize and have a certain amount of control. So what they would rather do is have you go through this college course, get that prestigious degree, and come work for one of their companies, so that they can always maintain the control and you can always earn good money, but earning them more money at the same time, where they'll always be in control. And that's what college does for you. So does it provide some good things for you as far as being able to adapt and survive in this society, and potentially stack some good chips depending on your degree and what field you go into? Sure, it does. But does it honestly provide a route to the American dream? I think that's where it becomes a lie. Because personally, I don't think that college is the best route to take to get you to that American dream. What's up, Get This Smoke? Talk about the programming.
Hey, what's up, man? What's up, guys? Yeah, so far I'm with you. As a guy who went to college and also went to grad school.
Right.
And also as a guy who doesn't actually, I'm not in the industry that I went to grad school for. Um, I can sort of speak on how it is very expensive to try to map out your life, what you're going to be doing for your whole life at that juncture in your life. And the way that the system is actually, the way that the system is organized, there are a lot of people are wasting their time and their effort and their energy. There's still, but there's still the networking that happens. There's still the camaraderie that happens, and there's still the idea that you may even just learn how to research things. College has a bunch of intangible benefits. I feel like that have helped me along the way, more than it's harmed me.
Right.
Yeah, the system is still set up for people who already have sort of an established sort of established goals for life after their education. They came into the educational system already with an opportunity waiting for them once they finished their courses.
Right.
And you sure you mix with those people, but then you mix with people who are like, the first ones to go to school, or somewhat like a lot of people, a lot of the wealthy kids that I know, they were incentivized by their parents in order to just like sort of fit in. Like, you have to go to college. We'll give you, every year you finish, we'll give you a car or buy you a house or something. There's all kinds of there's a huge mixture of people. Sure, you mix with those people, but then you mix
sorry,
with
bro. That
people
was
who are
my
like,
fault. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah. And yeah, it's just it's a depending on the school, you get to meet people who otherwise you would never actually interact with at all. So yeah, like overall, I think it can be a positive experience, but as you point out, there's any number of disciplines that aren't actually taught in a curriculum. So maybe if you're trying to build the next greatest app kind of thing, school might not be the place for you. You could probably just learn to program a language and do it on your own. Oh, wait a minute, I'm still there. Hello, can you hear me? Did D leave? All right, cool. Until D comes back, I'll extol the virtues of college and a higher education, and also broaden your perspective. Um, yeah. Look, depending on how it is you would like to have the system view you. Like, do you want to be a person who has like a 750 and above credit rating? Do you want to be a guy who has a wife with a job that affords her the kind of lifestyle that she wants, and also have a job that affords you the kind of lifestyle that you want? Or are you trying to make a difference in the world and come up with something new and exciting that no one's ever seen before? Like, it, what it is you would like out of life, I think shapes both your college experience and your just experiences in general. So I think mostly important is, for at least for me, from the most successful people I saw, was having a purpose, your educational, your whatever educational system you go through, or programs you go to, or whatever institution you decide to go to. It's I've seen, and this is all anecdotal, I've seen it work out better for people who already had a purpose going in versus trying to figure out a purpose once they got there.
Right. And see, and that's somewhat of the delay sometimes, not with you particularly, but with a lot of these kids that go into college.
Am I breaking up?
No.
Am I breaking up, or is that you?
I don't know. Is it me? It could be me, man. I'm messing around. I was putting some stuff on Discord because YouTube is not sending out my notifications, bro. So I gotta like notify people myself. Do you hear me? Shit. What's up? Can you hear me, Croy? I don't know if that was smoke or me. South Croy, can you hear me? You there? Can y'all hear me out there? I don't know if that was smoke, if that was smoke Mike or if it was mine. But anyway, I'm gonna keep going.
I can't hear you, Dad. I don't know what's going on.
Oh yeah. I can hear you, bro. I don't know. Smoke said he
Can't hear
couldn't.
you, DJ. Let me try to.
I can hear you, Croy. So okay, so let me go to Chap says, yeah, a lot of kids go to college 4 years with the degree. They can't find a job or get into the field they desire, so they end up back at square one in one way. Yeah, some of them end up with a college degree still living there with their parents. And but this was supposed to be the way. And not only that, a lot of these parents are busting their chops and busting their ass just to get their kids into college. Like a lot of these parents hold the prestige to that too. So they work a lot of their lives just to pay for this school. And like, some of the school, because if they go to grad school or like Smoke knows, that shit's expensive, man. It's expensive to get a doctorate. It's not cheap. It costs a lot of money to get that. You know, champ. Oh my bad. Lisa says college is great, but not everyone is college material. There's a lot of people that are successful at getting out. Yeah, and
I
also,
can't hear you guys. I'm going to.
oh yeah, I can hear you, Croy. Um, I don't know. But here's a lot of it goes the opposite way too. Because um a lot of people are not built for business either, you know. So a lot of people aren't college material, but a lot of people aren't business material. The facts are some people are meant to be workers. I mean, some people are more comfortable. Uh they feel good having a stable income. 150, $200,000 a year is enough for them. They don't desire the things that certain people desire, and the risk of business is just not that's not in them. They have families and they feel more comfortable with that job, and they know that they can take care of their families, and they're not built to risk for business. They don't even understand how to operate cash flow, or yeah, you know what I mean? So it works both ways. Some people are meant to go to college. Go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, I was just like finding out what you're meant for, I think is very key. One of my really good friends growing up is he went to Harvard, he's a surgeon, married a dentist and all that stuff. But now he wants to give it all up and make weed brownies, right? Because he just feels like he doesn't want to practice medicine. It's too much of a liability. It's not what he thought it was. Like all the time growing up, he spent he was an outstanding athlete. He played all this stuff, but his dream was to be a doctor. And once he achieved it, he realized it really wasn't for him. And that's also sort of the risk you run in just like trying to live a life. And I'm going to just give a personal kind of thing. Like for me, I'm always a guy that puts people over profits, right? So for me, I am not I'm not the ideal business person, but I had a business partner, and a lot of you guys may even know who this person is. Like you may know him, from his name if I said it. But he's my old business partner. But that guy, upon meeting you, would figure out like his whole assessment of a human being was how he could make money off of him. And while I thought it made him really bad travel companion, it made him a really good business partner. For a while, right? Until our differences just made it untenable. But my point is, even now, like I have a business, I may sell it, I may go in a different route. But you just have to figure out what works for you and be true to your own, higher self, and what it is you want to get out of life.
Right. At the end of the day, I'm with you there. That's what I believe too. But and then this is where Smoke. This is where I say the paradigm shift comes in, right? Because Texas boy in the building. What's good with you? Scott Brown stepped in the building. What's up, Scott Brown? Ness Mendoza. What's up with you, my brother Ness? Texas says, hold on for a second. Missed that comment. He said, I'm the one who doesn't like to get a job. I spend my time on the internet and being entertained by the media. Hey, man, it's not wrong with that. I mean, life is about, listen, a job is a job, but let's understand this, man. A job is a source of income. So let's not look at a job in the way society tells us, because society tells us that a job means certain things like, sustainability, stable situation for your family, whatever society tells you a job is. But let's condense all of that and let's just say that a job is a source of income, which it definitely is. Okay. I have an acronym for a job. And let me put that comment back. And my acronym for job, JOB, is just over broke. Okay. That's my acronym for a job. Now, can you sustain a life, care for a place, feed a family, get insurance with a job? Sure, you can. Millions and billions of people do that. They go work jobs and they live life. But the billions of people that do that, you always hear a lot of these people complaining. It's not enough. Need a little more. If I had just a little more money, we could travel. If I had just a little more money, I could buy my wife this, I could buy my husband this, if I had a little more money. So for their own desires, they still have this lack. And so that's why I look at a job and I give it that acronym, just over broke. But to wind this back, a job is nothing more than a source of income. One thing that's great about America is there are plenty ways to get a source of income without having a job. This is what all the moguls are doing. This is what all the small business owners are doing. This is what all of the street vendors are doing. This is what all of the internet moguls are doing, and so forth and so on. All of these people are creating sources of income, real estate, whatever you want to think, without the JOB. And a lot of these people that I just mentioned that's creating these sources of income are not living just over broke. They're actually able to travel. They're actually able to buy these nice things for their wives and children, have these lavish Christmases and weddings and parties and such. They're able to do those things with their sources of income. So when you say to me, Texas boy, I'm the one, who doesn't like to get a job. I spend my time on the internet and being entertained by the media. Some people will look at that and say you're foolish. I would look at that and say that you're doing what you love to do. Now, you do, however, need a source of income. And I'm not digging into your business and don't even wish to know what your source of income is. But to survive in this world, we do need to have a source of income. So let's say Texas boy has a source of income. And instead of getting a job, he would rather be entertained by the internet. Is there anything wrong with that? No, because to me, in my perspective, a job is just over broke. See, Texas boy, I don't have a job either, fam. And guess what? I, like you, my friend, like to spend my time on the internet being entertained. The flip side of that is I am somewhat of what you would call the media, but yet I'm still entertained by being on the internet on a daily basis. I love to talk to Get This Smoke, South Croy, Lisa Bells, Ness Mendoza, Shiz Biz, Willie Boy, Slip and Move, Texas Boy. This is what I enjoy doing, just like you do, Texas Boy. So my advice to you, Texas Boy, since a job, is something that you don't like to get, no problem with that. But since you like being entertained and you like being on the internet, there are many, many things you can do, Texas boy, on the internet that you like to be on to have a source of income. So if you're one of these guys that have a source of income, be merry and stay on the internet and entertain yourself. But if you're not, if you're one of these guys that don't want to get a job and you're in your parents' basement and you're on the internet every day, then I would suggest you do like Smoke says and find something that makes you happy. One thing's for sure, being on the internet makes you happy. So turn that into a source of income. Therefore, my friend, You don't need society's definition of just over broke. You don't need a job. So that's what I want to say about that.
Yeah, so I've spent a good portion of my life just making money, right? Like not even caring about creating anything or making a positive example, like a positive impact in the world.
Me too.
I just went to generate income. And I found that my value of human life changed, my value of a dollar changed. Like I just wasted a lot of money, basically, because my life was money. Like once you rearrange your priorities, you could find that money has a different place, a different value for you. But if you're just trying to kick it, I would suggest try day trading, because you can just sit on your ass. You can buy a stock in the morning and sell it at night. And then you don't have to do a lot of research. You can like buy Apple in the morning and sell it at night, right? There's no great shakes to be able to generate income. I mean, okay, so I don't mean to sound like a snob or something, but
no. Say what you mean, bro, because a snob is only a perspective. So say what you mean, fam, for real.
I mean, I don't mean to. If you have trouble making money, I don't mean to belittle your efforts and your struggles or your challenges, right? But you should if you rearrange your mind, you understand that you do make money. It's just, are you making enough? And the way, if you find that your career or your job isn't actually making you happy, then you should probably expand your horizons a little bit and figure out how money works and how to tap into that sort of thing. If money is the actual issue.
Right. Yeah. Because money is an inanimate object. It doesn't move or do anything. You control the money. People, stop letting the money control you. You control it. You can earn it if you want. You don't have to earn it if you don't want. When you get it, you decide when to spend it and what to spend it on. You have total control over money. Again, it's an inanimate object, right? I don't care what country you're in. Currency is just a coin or a bill or a digital imprint. That's all it is. Willie Boy Slip and Move. Let me get back to Willie Boy Slip and Move comment. I had to go up. He did drop a super chat too. Willie Boy says, the stereotype they portray over here about America is that if you are good at sports, then all the doors get open for you college-wise. If you Jedi at the same time counting, then it seems it's harder. Well, see, here's the thing. Sports is an avenue for a lot of low-income people over here. And I was talking to a guy, Pete, on Mr. Two Hands the other day, and I was trying to explain this very concept to him as well, Willie Boy. And thanks for the super chat, Willie Boy, with the super chat. See the above posts, which we just read. So, talk about that right now. But here's the thing, Willie Boy. When I was over in Europe and I was talking to Pete, I was telling them there are all kind of stereotypes about America. Smoke's been out of the country too. There are all types of stereotypes about America. And this is just one of them along the lines. And one thing's for sure about being athletic or having that talent. It is a door, but by no means, is it the only door. By no means do we as Americans depend on that, because most people are wise enough to know that everybody ain't fucking Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan, Michael Phelps, or whatever athlete you want to say. We know that we don't have those God-given abilities, and we have to earn a living and survive in a different way. So, it just goes, Willie Boy, to show you basically what we're talking about today. Okay, it just goes to show you the brainwashing of the media. People literally believe this. It's a sad fact that people really believe that a whole entire nation would depend on something like that. But that's what the media and the brainwashing of the media, whatever media that you guys are privy to, would lead you to believe. And these are the restrictions. These are the things we need to reprogram, do this entire paradigm shift so that we get these ideas out of our heads. Because you listen to a guy like Get This Smoke, you listen to a guy like myself, and we've never touched the athletic world to earn our money. I've earned it hundreds of $1,000s illegally and legally through businesses, illegal and legal businesses, but never touched the athletic world and earned hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, literally, actually. And so that's the thing. You don't have to be athletic to succeed in this country, but that is a stereotype that I've heard before, Willie Boy. And that's a part of the whole brainwashing that I'm talking about. And we need to, reprogram all of that. All of the things that the media tell us. Just like I said earlier, which of you guys out here now, who desires, like I'm pretty sure people would say, oh, it would be cool to have a private jet. Gulfstream G3456, whichever, it doesn't matter. Gulfstream jet, big 747 Boeing like Donald Trump has. I think a lot of us would think, yeah, it would be cool to have that. Would any of you guys work your life to acquire that?
Yeah, I don't even want to have it. I want you to have, I want my friend to have it so I can go on it when I like, but I don't actually want to pay the cost for it. And I certainly don't want to be, and I mean even the psychic cost.
Well, hold on. Before you go down that line, and I get you, because I agree with you 100%, because people don't even know that, the cost of those things. You got to charter it, or it's just a liability if you're not chartering those things. But that's another story. Before you go down that line, I want you to stick to this question. Let's hypothetically say you did want it. Okay, and that's, you desire to have one of those things. Would you be willing to work your life to get it, to acquire it? That's the question, and I'll bring it back home, and because I want to show you guys how the programming works. So my question to you, Smoke, and I'm gonna drop down to the bottom of the chat. I want all y'all to answer this question too. I'm just using a Gulfstream jet for an example, and whether you want it or not, just let's say you want it. It's something that you desire. It could be a Bentley, it could be a big house for your family, a private island, whatever. But let's just make it one thing in common. A Gulfstream jet. If you wanted that jet, would you guys in the chat and Smoke, would you be willing to work your life to acquire it? That's the question, and then I'll bring it back home to make my point. What would you say to that, Smoke?
At a point in my life, yes. When I was more ambitious than accomplished, definitely. Yeah. When I thought that materialistic things made me more desirable or more complete a human being,
right?
Yes.
You would be willing to work for that jet and get that jet and say, I have this jet and it's mine. And at a point of time in my life, hell, just 11 years ago, I'm with you, Smoke. I would be willing to work to get that Bentley or that house or that jet. How about you guys in the chat? Would you guys be willing to work your lives to get that if that's what you desire? I believe mathematics should be drilled in babies ASAP. True. Facts, Lisa. I do. And Willie Boy says, absolutely, for my boy. Okay, check it out, guys. So the rest of you guys, I want you to answer that too. Would you be willing? But I'm going to drive it home here. And, this is what Smoke, in his opinion, and I agree with Smoke, I would be willing as well. Hold on right quick. I had to get some light in here. All right, so I would be willing to do it as well. And here's the thing. So society tells us, until Smoke and I got old enough to know and wise enough to know that we don't need this bullshit, society told us that this is what's valuable. This is what we have to understand, guys. Society told us that this is what says you're successful. Once you acquire this type of thing, this jet or whatever it is you're seeking to get. But working your whole life to acquire that is fucking foolish. At the end of the day, it's foolish, because like Smoke was about to break down, and now while I will reel this back home is the expenses on this thing, what it would cost you just to maintain it, just to own it. And most people that go and seek to acquire these things, and as they're building these riches, they don't understand that they're going to have a certain amount of residual income just to maintain these things. So they may build to a wealth to be able to purchase this, not with the understanding that they're going to have a certain amount of income just to maintain this. So you work half your life, and once you get to that point, you get to that money. This is what happened with rich people and why they want to keep getting more and more and more, because they find out, damn, I needed more than just to have $10 million to have that jet. I needed to have $10 million plus money coming in to where I keep this $10 million and I can keep that jet. So now they have to work 15, 20 years more. Why, Smoke? Because they have to be able to afford that jet. And they don't find that out until 25 years of working to acquire that jet. So if you know all of this from the beginning, and I ask you that question again, would you work your whole life to acquire that? I think the answer would fucking change. I think you would say, hell no, I'm not going to waste that much time knowing that I'm going to need all of this money just to maintain that. You guys see the point that I'm getting to? But it was society that programmed you to say, hey, get these riches and start buying all of this stuff. Why do you think it is that most of these athletes, movie stars, television stars, rap moguls, rock and roll, music stars, why do you think it is that they go broke? Out of all that fame and fortune and money, 20 years later, they go broke. Here's why, guys. Gonna reel it all back in. Remember when I said just over broke? Smoke, you remember I said that? A job just over broke, right? Remember I said that? So these athletes, these rappers, these Hollywood actors and such, what is it that they have? A fucking job. Guys, we see millions and millions of dollars. Mike Tyson, 500 million, $500 million. He had a job. And if you don't believe me when I tell you a job is just a job, just over broke, these athletes, these Hollywood actresses and stars, they have a job. And when that job runs dry and they've created all of these expenses and they don't have that residual income coming in, which is true wealth, they were just over broke the whole time. Just because they had the lavish Benz and Bentley, they had bills. They were up to their eyeballs in debt. And once that income source from that job ceased, so did all of the shit they had. And you find them on drugs in the gutter. And you're like, wow, how could they just blow through all of that money? Because the whole time they had a just over broke. The whole time, no matter what you've seen, no matter all of the lavishness, they were just over broke. So again, a job to me is just over broke. But society tells you that it's a good thing. It could be a good thing or not. But don't get it twisted with money. The love of money, the lust of materials, because things are a lie, and they may not be a lie, but we've been led astray by propaganda and the media. We've been led to believe that things are not really what they are. And when you work your whole life to get that G6, that Gulfstream, Smoke knows well enough now, fuck that Gulfstream. Let that dude own the Gulfstream, and I ride on it. I'm not paying $7 million a year to own that Gulfstream. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, y'all didn't know that's how much it costs? Oh, yeah. About $7 million a year to maintain that G6 Gulfstream that Oprah Winfrey just ordered. Are you making $7 million a year, or did you just win the lottery for $100 million, purchase that $50 million jet? So you got what? $18 million left after taxes and everything. And if it costs you $7 million a year to maintain that jet, just how many years after that $100 million that you won and went and purchased that jet can you have that jet? 2. 2 years you're broke, $100 million gone. Jet has to be sold. You understand how it works, guys? It's all a facade. It's all the societies and the commercials and Hollywood and the industry, rap industry. My floss and my gold, 100,000 around my neck. That's telling you need these things. And so you search, you go on these journeys, because not only do they tell you need these things to be successful, they tell you, hey, there's the way to start so you can get these things. Go to college. But it's bullshit, because you can go to college. And what's the reality of someone going to college and actually be able to run around like Rick Ross or P. Diddy or Jay-Z? You got to go to college if you ever want to be like that. Is that realistic? Is it really realistic? I don't think so. Lisa Bell says, D. Jefferson, I saw a video where the father taught his 9-year-old real estate. Very smart. The young man knew real estate. Yeah, see, I'm teaching my 9-year-old. I'm glad you said that, Lisa. I teach her the ways of business right now. And people say, well, why would you teach her the ways of business? Why wouldn't I? The elitists, the moguls, the billionaires, the hundreds of millionaires, even trillionaires. That's not reported, because if the public knew that they were actually trillionaires, they would go apeshit. But these people teach their children at a very young age. They take them into business with them, business meetings. While they're watching the stock market, they may let their kids watch the stock market and explain to them what those numbers dribbling up and down mean. Then when these children are 18 and 19, they're not working at Target or FedEx like our kids and saying, good job, you're being responsible, you got a job. No, they're sitting at that computer and they're playing around with millions of dollars. And by the time they're 25, 26, our kids, they decided to work that part-time job, go to college, graduate, get that master's degree at 25, 26, and they seek out to go find a job, and they're in debt. This same mogul's child is 25, 26, are literally billionaires at the same age. They're billionaires. So when I see something like this, Lisa, I know a billionaire myself here smoking. I was talking about it right here in Ohio, Bexley, Ohio, right outside of. I painted his whole entire basement, big, beautiful home. I won't say his name. I think that's inappropriate. He's a wonderful man. He used to get up and go out to work every morning, but he made sure before he left for work every morning, he would have his driver go to his bakery. He owned a bakery right down the street. He would buy me and the guy that was there with me painting pastries, and he would take the time out to come down and kick it with us every morning before he set off to business. Every morning, he made it a point to do that, to get us pastries, come see how we were doing, and kick it with us. And we were just merely painting for him. And I asked him, I said, Mr. Such and such, if you don't mind, how'd you earn your fortune? Real estate. This is why I'm bringing this up. Real estate. The man owns over 2.2 million square feet in real estate. He's a billionaire. And so when I see something like this, Lisa, father teaching his 9-year-old about real estate, and I think of this guy that I'm talking about, 2.2 million square feet of real estate, it's a good chance that this child could acquire some things like that before he's the age of this man that I met, because this man's in his late 70s. This child's learning this valuable skill and tool at 9 years old. This child at 18 years old, maybe already, kids learn quick. So at 18 years old, this kid may have already procured and closed 8 or 9 deals and understand how to get those done. Why would this child ever go to college at 18 or 19 years old when he's already has an income of $300,000-$400,000 a year, when he already has income producing properties that he procured and closed along the way? Why would he spend 10 years in college? No, he would probably spend 10, 15 years building on the real estate And then he would become like this guy that I know at the age of 40, a billionaire, because he owns so much real estate. It's a beautiful thing, Lisa. It's a beautiful thing. And this is why I teach my child, my 9-year-old child, business. Because when she's 18, she's like, oh, no, I know how to run that. You're going to need cash flow. I know I'm going to have a business plan before I even start, because I understand that the business plan is going to tell me everything that I need to do. I understand, even though I'm only 18 and I haven't graduated from college, because my dad taught me early on, I understand that I probably shouldn't even go to apply for a loan without that business plan in place, because any lender's probably not going to be willing to give me one. So I wouldn't even waste my time to start a business without a business plan and try to procure a business loan without that business plan, because my daddy already told me that long ago.
If I can just jump in, I got a couple stories, and it'll just,
Yeah.
I'll bring it home. One of my favorite stories is from about a decade ago. And there's a guy who had $19 billion, right? And he lost it over the course of a year.
See that?
Right. And he was a business that, he had one of the most, I think he was in oil speculations in Brazil or something. And yeah, he was the CEO of his company, of a publicly traded company, but it was still a job. And essentially, even though he had amassed enough wealth to be, one of the richest men alive, that was all gone in less than 2 years. Like, it literally took him less than 2 years to blow through the entire thing. And that's one story, right, of a guy who is, bootstrapping. I have another story. One of my good friends from high school. I don't know if you guys know about the Iran-Contra scandal, but
yeah,
her family got caught up in it. Doesn't matter. Her grandfather was the banker for it, right? And so the World Bank actually froze all their accounts, right? So she went from looking forward to an inheritance of 10 figures to, having to figure out a career kind of thing on the face of it. But still, because of who she was and because of her, what's called breeding, I guess the term is breeding, she always had opportunities, dudes who were billionaires, offering her dick and, a way out, this whole damn from distress. Even when she was destitute, she still had a way more opportunities to be a phenomenally wealthy person, right? Because of just who her family was, right? So I'm going to bring my last story is Floyd Mayweather. If you see Floyd Mayweather and you understand his story, how his dad molded him to be the boxer that he was, if you see the kind of human being that he is, right? You have to. It's one thing. You have to, I believe, honor all of the parts of yourself. The most money you can imagine can disappear tomorrow, and after you achieve success and you're single-minded in achieving success in a particular endeavor or a particular activity, that doesn't make you an actual complete human being.
Right. That's a fact, bro. It doesn't. The money. See, this is the thing, man. And AA put a comment up. Let me go back up to it if I can find it. Yeah, live beyond your means, or you will just be chasing money, right? And below your means, I think you meant, but that's true. Like, you got to stay there, because if you try to acquire all of these things that you see on television or what society tells you that you need to be deemed successful, these are the reasons people stay in so much debt, man. You know what I mean? This is the reason people stay in so much debt, and they're miserable. That's not a happy life. You see these people out like where I am in Columbus, Ohio. You have Polaris, Dublin. These are places of affluent, but you see a lot of these people out in those places are in debt. So are they happy? No, but they're chasing, like AA boxing. They are living beyond their means, and they're chasing money to keep up. So they work, and how are you successful And I'm serious about, like, how are you successful if you don't have time to spend with your children? How are you successful if you can't really pull away from that job to vacate like you would like to, because you have to maintain that job so that you can maintain this way of living? To me, that's not happiness. That's not how. I'm perfectly happy living in this shithole apartment I'm in, or townhouse that I'm in, uh, 4-bedroom townhouse, than to go out and Dublin or Polaris to one of these $2-3 million homes and be up to my eyeball in debt. I would never have time to spend with that pretty 9-year-old girl. I spend enough time on YouTube. I would have no time because I would be working to maintain all of those things. That's not true happiness. That's not any kind of dream to me. People think they're living the American dream. They're arguing with their spouse every day over finances. They're in this nice, big, pretty $800 to $1,000, $2 million home. They have the Benzes and the Cadillacs and whatever, but they're unhappy. They're miserable. What the fuck kind of dream is that? That's not a dream. That's what society tells you is the American dream. To me, a dream, living the dream, is why the Almighty put us here, to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant. But you have to reprogram your mind, because our societies have told us, and people have accepted this idea of what joyous, prosperous, and abundant is. That's where the society and the brainwashing kicks in, guys, and where we have to do this paradigm shift and reprogram our minds. Because if society tells you you need the $100 million bank account, the $20,000 foot square home, and all of these materialistic things to be deemed successful, if society tells you you need that, then you've already built this up in your head that these are my desires and this is what I need to accomplish that. Well, answer me this. This same, as even in my perspective, shitty townhome that I am, because I'm just used to living in better, but this same shitty townhome, I have lights, running water, very nice furniture, beds to sleep on, television to watch, food to eat, electricity to run my stove. And I compare that to someone in a third world country living in a fucking mud hut. Now, that family and their idea of a good life would be living in what I just call piece of shit townhome. It would be life living to them, because they wouldn't have to walk a mile or two every day for usable water. They wouldn't have to go to landfills to pick out to actually get some foods to eat. Some people have to do that, guys. Okay? They wouldn't have to do that. They could come here and flip a light on, turn a faucet for water. They could do that. And this would be a dream to them, because they don't have a society. They don't even fucking have a television in their house to tell them what success, what good living is. But we have that. They don't have the internet, the rap videos to tell them, I need to floss and I need to buy my Bentley, and to tell them what good living is. No, their idea and their mind, good living, is what I just call this piece of shit townhome. So the perspective of what you need to be prosperous, joyous, and abundant, because those people in the third world country with what's in my refrigerator and my cabinet and my closet is close to where, in this, as I call, piece of shit townhome, would be all they need. It would be amazing to them. They would feel inside that they're here while the Almighty put them here, to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant. Would they not feel joyous, prosperous, and abundant? I believe they would. That is the key. That's why the Almighty put us here, to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant. We can't allow society to tell us what joyous, prosperous, and abundance is, but that's where we've been programmed, especially in this country. Because joyous, prosperous, and abundant in this country means that you have a 20,000 foot square home, $100 million bank account, more money in cars and that you can never spend or deal with. That's what they say in this society, joyous, prosperous, and abundant is, living that lavish lifestyle. But again, that person in that third world country, they don't need all of that. They don't even see me talking. They don't have this smartphone where they can punch up Google. They literally don't have any of those things brainwashing them, telling them you need all of this to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant. It's all a brainwashing and a paradigm shift we need to make, because we will never be truly happy until we decide we're truly happy. So we need to decide what makes us truly happy and not allow social media to decide what makes us truly happy. Is it the gold, the fronts, the diamonds, the cars, or is it what we decide makes us happy? Boxing champ, what's up with you, fam? You there,
Yeah,
boxing champ? All right. Might got a delay. You want to speak on it, boxing champ? All right. Well, Smoke, did you have something to say about that? Other than that, I'm gonna go back to the chat.
yeah, materialism. I mean, look, I've come across a couple of people who are extremely materialistic and very happy to be that. So I'm not gonna. I'm not. It's not a big diatribe against materialism, right? Because
Yes.
that works for some people. That actually does. I have seen it work, and I can't kick it for very long with these people, but they're happy as bugs in a rug. So, but if that doesn't work for you, if you actually need to connect, because here's really what it is. Once you actually achieve once you achieve financial security, depending on how that happens, you'll find that a lot of your relationships become transactional, right? I'll go you one. So I'm in Belize, right? And I'm a dark guy. I'm not even going to go through all of the issues that Belize have, right? The societal issues, but I'll just say that there are guys who would kick it, show up at the house, hang out all day, listen to my problems. I'm listening to theirs. We chop it up. We make plans together. And their entire goal was for me to just buy them a beer, right? And they would kick it for weeks trying to get this thing happen. And it took me a while to clue in, because I was just such an antithesis to what I'm used to, or what something I would do. Like as just not my thing. Like, but everyone around the world doesn't actually have the same kind of experiences, or they're not really coming from the same place. And what's my point here? That guy, or actually a couple of people, who was hanging out, were basically, I think it's hard for me to put it into words, but they their actual living situation, they lived in paradise, right? Their houses were simple, like board houses and all that stuff that wind came through, but the surroundings, it was, pristine land, like never been lived on by another human being. Absolutely gorgeous. The water was clear. You could eat food from the tree, or you could get it from the river. Like basically everything you needed for life, except for all of the processed stuff, all of the things that you needed a company to deliver. And for those kinds of things, they would waste most of their lives trying to just sample it.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like everybody, and that's a perfect example, Smoke. And that's my thing. Like everyone has their own desires, right? But even down to the simplest tribe that's locked away, they have the desires, but these desires are created from those around us. This is just, it's like, it's in human nature. My thing, what I'm trying to share with everyone is I think that we were put here to create our own way of thinking. I don't think that we should be contrived to think like a group of people, because it is the people that think outside the box that tend to be the most successful. Understand this, even in this country. People that go along with the program, they pretty much are in the system. So they're going to make $50, $60, $100,000 a year because they're in the system. It's the people that think out of the box that make Google money, Google's amount of money. Why is that? Why is that these people that come with these inventions? Because they're thinking outside of the box. So does it make sense that we keep ourselves thinking in the box, thinking the way that the majority thinks? I don't think we were put here to do that. It's no surprise that the most successful are not thinking the way the majority thinks. They're thinking differently. It's the reason they're the one percenters. Whatever the fuck they're thinking, they're not thinking the way we are. It's a reason they're one percenters. Remember, the one percenters are not all elitists. That's the misconception. Smoke and I just debunked that the other day. It's a huge misconception that the entire group of one percenters are the elitists, the evil guys that's meant to depopulize and commit genocide. No, it's not. It's not how it is. If people really understood or even did the math, and even with the conspiracy theories, think about it, guys. You have the one percenters, right? It's 7 billion people on this earth, right? Let's do the mathematics on this. You have the one percenters. It's 7 billion people on this earth. What is 1% of 7 billion? 70 million. There are 36 guys that they call the elitists that literally run this world, even by conspiracy theory, if you want to think of it that way, right? Does 36 guys cover 70 million people? Think about it, guys. Because that's 1% of 7 billion. 70 million. That's 1%. Am I wrong? Somebody tell me if I'm wrong. Is my mathematics wrong, Smoke?
Nope.
Right. That's 1% of 77 billion. 70 million people. The 36 elitists are not 70 million people. So to have this big, grave misconception that you're a billionaire, you're evil, is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. They are different thinkers. They're not confounded by the programming of the media. You know why? A lot of them are doing the programming. They're setting the marketing. They're making the shows. This is why we have to reprogram ourselves. It's important. This is your mind. This is Smoke's mind. Chet Collins in the building. What's good with you, Chet? This is Chet's mind. Tell that to religion. Let's speak on that. I'm glad you spoke on that. I would tell that to religion. And I will say this. Religion also tells that to me, Chet. This is what people see. My spirituality and the things that I believe in, they actually don't contradict religion. Religion contradicts the things that I believe in. But what I believe in doesn't contradict religion, right? And so, hey, Sadie, how you doing, sweetie?
I did good. Am I beautiful?
Very.
Crazy. All right, thank you, ma'am.
All right, so that's the thing. That's the thing. Religion tells us, I'll give you this example, Chet Collins, prayer, okay? And my spirituality, prayer is focus, visualization, and you put it out there to the Almighty. Prayer is you pray to God, okay? It is exactly the same. And the way I believe it and the way religion believes it. You put it out there to the Almighty, right? Hold on. You put it out there to the Almighty. You trust and believe that it will be delivered. You have no doubt. You focus on it being delivered, and God will return it to you. We believe the exact same thing. They call it prayer. I call it vibrational signals to the Almighty, regardless. But it's the same thing. So what I believe doesn't contradict religion. But religion will tell me if I don't believe it in the way they do, I'm going to hell. You see? So I can tell what I'm saying to religion at every facet because the things that I believe are actually based on that book. Some interpretations are different, but it's based on the same book. It's based on God's word. And so the things I believe doesn't really contradict any religion, but the religion damn sure contradicts the things that I believe in. And that's the difference. And I think because there are 500 plus different religions based on the same word. My thought is this: if I'm not contradicting any of them, but they're all contradicting themselves and me, wouldn't it be more realistic that God's true word would be one word that doesn't contradict anything? And that's why I don't get involved with organized religion, because my spirituality does not contradict religion. And it makes more sense that if there was an all power, it would be one word. It would be no contradictions. That's why I believe in things the way I believe in them, because there's no contradictions in it. How can the Muslims not believe in what the Christians believe in, but it's based on the same book, the same writings? How could this be? God has to have one word. Well, what I believe in doesn't contradict the Muslim belief or the Christianity belief. So I feel like it's more powerful in what I believe in. It's probably more realistic that that would be God's word. That's what I have to say about religion. Go ahead.
Yeah, religion and the way it's perceived and practiced today, it really is just it's evolved over time. And again, just like materialism, if you found something that works for you, I'm not going to necessarily knock your boat as long as you're not trying to convert me. Is really the issue with me in religion. I don't really enjoy I don't actually enjoy congregating around people who just believe the same things that I believe. It's just not like I can, at least not every week. Like I can do it for a while, but then I got to get out into the world and actually compete in the marketplace of opposing ideas or competing ideas. And I like that, and I appreciate that, because I feel like it sort of sharpens my own processes. But yeah, when it comes to a belief system, look, trying to organize what we don't know into something that we can actually manage and find palatable, I think is it's very useful to get through life. But yeah, as long as you're not trying to tell me that your way is the only way, then I got no problem with your religion.
Right. Willie Williams in the building. What's good? Yeah, and then religion in itself. And since this was brought up, and I want to talk about this too, is another form of brainwashing. And people take brainwashing, or at least when I make that statement, as something negative, and you could take it in that way but brainwashing is brainwashing. It's neither negative or positive, but religion in some extent to me is a form of brainwashing, because you take the person's option to interpret God's word the way they see fit. You take that away when you force them to believe in a certain, because you're reading from a Bible, and then and most people, preachers on the pulpit of whatever religion, do that. They'll read the scripture from the Bible. And what this is saying, God's saying, is blah, 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 blah. So they're basically reading from this script, and they're telling you what God is saying, what God means by that. Why can I read that and determine what God means by that to me? Oh, because you're not educated, you're not a theologian. To hell with you, fam. I'm connected to God the same way that you're connected to God. That's one thing for sure. Two things for certain. God gave every one of us a piece of him. God gave every one of us the ability to communicate with him. And we don't need a man in the cloth to get that done. So why do I have to listen to you tell me that this is what God means by that? Because that's what religion is based on. That pastor, that rabbi, that preacher, that bishop, they tell you what the meaning of that word is. And I don't agree with that. I agree that God has blessed us all with a mind to connect to him, and he will unfold his true meaning to all of us individually. And we don't need a man in the cloth to tell us what his interpretation of that word is. We can find that within here, and with here ourselves. That's what I believe. And what I do believe doesn't contradict anything that God says at all. Sorry,
Yeah,
Lord. I'm sorry.
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I was apologizing to my wife. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry about there's some dogs walking in the neighborhoods, and I'm sorry about the barking in the background. But I was going to say the thing about the Bible specifically, and this whole idea of scholarship, is because of the way the Bible was organized in the first place. You know, it was by a bunch of scholars deciding what can go in and what can go out, and so the tradition was set from the word go when it comes to the Bible specifically, right? But I think that there's still a bunch of wisdom that you can discern for yourself from the Bible, but also from just watching a rock or watching a tree, like understanding, you know, the infinite and your place in it. I don't think requires, any kind of, biblical scholarship.
Yeah, I mean, theology is just another, again, college is a business. People got to understand that this world is built on business. Every freaking college, especially prestigious college, they're making massive amounts of money. These tuitions are bringing in massive amount of money. These sports teams are bringing in massive amount of money. Colleges and universities still and first and foremost are businesses. The School of Theology is a business designed to tell you what God's words mean. And just like Smoke said, you don't need that degree from that school to say that you are the authority on what God's words mean. I can't get down with that type of stuff, man, because I'm an intelligent guy. I talk to Smoke all the time. He's an intelligent guy, unrivaled. Chet Collins with this chat, Willie Williams, Timmy Nealon, Lisa Bales. We're all intelligent people, man. We can read, interpret, comprehend, and decipher things. I think we have an IQ high enough. We do it with boxing, and I know it's not the same thing, but let's not get it twisted. We sit here and we read a bunch of articles, a bunch of different agendas and narratives, and we are able to break through and come up with something reasonable out of all of that melee. We're able to do this on a daily basis, all of us. So why can't we read a book and come up with our own interpretation of that? Why do we need a guy in a robe that has a theology degree to tell us this is what this means? No, we're intelligent enough to decipher that ourselves. This is what I believe. This is what I practice. Chet Collins, appreciate you always, fam. Chet says, check out the documentary, Losing My Religion. It covers most religions. I have not seen that, but I just searched it up, locked it in, watched later. I'm going to check it out. I always like to look at stuff like that and read. This is where I gain my knowledge. I read what they say, take out of it what's good for you, and you come up with your own assessments. Thanks for that, Chet Collins. Willie Boy says, Timmy, oh, that must think. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the conditioning that we receive, whether it's about religion or business or career or how to raise a family or all of that stuff, I think it's in flux always. For me and mine, and even in my own experience, I was, I was raised by a series of rewards and punishments, right? As long as I did a particular thing, then it was all good. And then if I didn't do that particular thing, it was all bad. And amongst the wealthy or people with disposable income, that becomes one of the tools of control. And also you have a responsibility to other people. Like if you are one of these families that are not only fantastically wealthy, but also very public, that everybody knows that you have money, then that becomes another responsibility that the family has to shoulder. So they may make you go to college just because it's expected of you, not because college is a good place for you as an individual. You still have to conform to the responsibilities that you have given your position in society.
Right. And that comes from in home. You know what I mean? Like a lot of those ideals come from in home. And it's only because, and I keep going back to this because, Smoke, when I talk about these things, I want to make sure that we stay on the topic, but I keep going back to this because, again, those things were programmed. They were programmed in. Your family, especially if you come from an educated family, like I come from, our household was of an educated household. Even though we were broke as hell, my mom led the example. She led the charge. She showed all four of us, four boys, no pops in the house, that education was the way. She worked 2 jobs and she went through school. She went to college. She acquired her bachelor's degree. We struggling like a demon the whole time. She got her master's degree. So life became a little bit better, but understand, she still has 4 boys by herself. She still has to pay off these student loans. Yes, she's making much better money than before, but it's a job. It's still just over broke. And she moves on in life and we become grown. We go out and we do our own thing. And my mom is still seeking that education later down the line, and she gets her doctoral degree. And now again, she's making over 100 grand a year. She's got this income coming in, but she's still in debt, bro. Right? And that's the thing.
Bro, I gotta tell you, like,
hold on, Smoke, real quick. And that's the thing, like in our household, we were taught education was the way. And my mom shows us the example. And here she is 60 years old. And I gotta be honest, 16 years from now, I don't really desire to be in that position. But in our household, college was the way. You understand?
Yeah, I would definitely, like I was saying, my grandparents went, my parents went, the wealth in my family was generated. The wealthiest people in my family were generated outside of college, but it wasn't my direct line. Like we were the poorer relations, but we went to college. I was a sophomore in college at Georgetown before I realized there was something other. Like people did something else. I literally didn't know that people didn't go to school. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like I was very sheltered and put on a certain path. It was like I had to snatch who I am today from who I was supposed to be, that was designed and crafted by somebody else, right? I was supposed to be a representative of a family, not myself. And it took a while for me to get to where, and also finally, like, the old people, my grandmother, like carved in a nice little safe space for me. But yeah, it took some doing. It wasn't like, that the deconditioning of my circumstance was a really messed up, like it was a tough process to go through. And I'm not 100%, like I wonder at what would I be if I had just gone along to get along, if I just listened to my parents and did what they were supposed to do and all that. Like would my life look differently? And I would probably, but I don't know that I'd be any more happy. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty certain that I would be far less happy.
And I agree with that too, because I look at a lot of the things that I did in my life, right? Like I agree with that 100%, Spoke. I look at a lot of things that I did in my life. And, I share with you guys all the time. I tell you about the past experiences that I had, when I decided to turn my life around and stay out of the streets. And I go back and I look, Smoke, and I think to myself, because my 3 brothers, it was 4 boys, my mom, no dude, no man in the house. And my 3 brothers took the path of school. I actually went to college myself too and left out of it because I didn't want to continue. I was making too much money in the streets and it didn't make sense to me. But my brothers, they didn't. My oldest brother went the business route. My 2 younger brothers went to school, joined the military, went the job route and so forth. And I was the quote unquote, what society would call bad seed. I stepped outside of the box, which is what we're talking about now, not going down the line of what society tells us. I said, no, I'm going to go this way. My 3 brothers went that way. And I said, I'm going to go this way. Now, reality of it is this. I have my turmoil. I had jail time. Like I said, I've been shot up. But when we look at this so-called American dream, I look back at the experiences. While my brothers were working, my oldest brother trying to build the businesses, my brothers in the military, so forth, I was out living the lifestyle as a millionaire. Now, understand that drug money is superficial and it's not residual legal income that will come in over and over again and you don't have to worry about nothing as a millionaire's income would. But you still have access and can do the same exact things that they can do. You can still take trips. You don't have to worry about money. You can floss and spend and do whatever they want to do. It affords you to travel outside of the country and go take lavish trips and not have to worry about money. So you're living the lifestyle as they're living. So to put all of this in perspective, when I say, how would my life have been if I go back and did the things my parents say? I would not want to trade any of the experiences. Would I like to not go to jail and eventually go to prison? Sure. Would I have liked not to have been shot, stabbed? Yeah, sure. But would I have liked to trade all of the experiences that I did have? See, the reason I understand different cultures is because I was privy to be able to leave this country and go visit other countries, to be around other cultures. And that was provided from the life that I just decided. Other than that, I could be lost and I wouldn't have this information. I wouldn't have these experiences, the different cuisines, because the truth is the JOB, just over broke. Some people work 40, 50 years and don't even get a chance to do a tenth of the things that I've done. So would I trade it? No. What my life had been if I had taken the other path, you cut it off. It would have simply been different. I wouldn't say better or worse. It would have simply been different. And that's how I look at it. Now, Mike R says everyone is too involved in making a living in social media. We have the most powerful brain and forget to simply live and love facts, because that's the most powerful things you can do. Live life and love. You know, when I give to people every day and people give to me every day, and it shows me that what God says is correct, I don't decide to take vengeance and vindication, because I know that the Almighty told me whatever energy it is you put out will be returned. And I'm driving this back to your comment, Mike. So I decide to not put out the energy of vindication and vengeance as much as possible. I'm a human like everyone else. I'm not perfect. Sometimes I take shots back at people. That's vindication. That's vengeance. Stuff we shouldn't do. But the key, like Mike said, is to love. Now, what I do more in life is I don't seek vindication and vengeance. I shoot love. People do shit to me that others would see as bad, like they're doing something bad or disrespectful to me. I don't receive it that way. I just receive it as them being them. And if it's something that could be perceived as offensive, what I would do is I will shoot them love. Perfect example, El Jefe. And this has been a whole thing with El Jefe for like the past 3 weeks, different channels, everybody talking about El Jefe. Well, El Jefe was going around disrespecting everyone, including me. He would come on here and he would disrespect me, and I would show El Jefe love. Just like Mike R said, I wouldn't seek vindication for El Jefe. I wouldn't seek vengeance and call him a bitch and tell him I'm going to fuck him up the same way he was doing with me. I would just show El Jefe love. People in the chat would get mad. They would say, D, stop dealing with him, blah, 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 blah. I say, hey, man, El Jefe is like that badass little cousin that you love, and he gets on your nerves, but you don't beat him up because you love your auntie. The key word is love. The badass little cousin you love, your auntie you love, and you don't beat him up because of love. You don't have to. All you have to do is live in love. Great comment, Mike. Great comment, fam. That's all you have to do. That's all we have to do, people. Live in love. As soon as you seek vengeance or vindication, that energy is coming back to you, no matter what that person did. It's from the point of view of practitioners of religion. Yeah. So, Smoke, you want to share on that, or I'll just talk about the boxing monster. What's up? Go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, no, you know, live and learn, live and love is great. You definitely have to find your purpose. And the thing that's really scary about that is that not everybody has the same value system. Some people don't even have the same value of human life, right? So their purpose they may really get off on causing misery to other people, right? So I think you need to figure out what a moral code is and figure out how not to do harm to most people, to anybody, if you can't actually do that. And that should definitely be a goal. I feel like that should be a goal. But that's my own personal value system.
Right. And that, Smoke, hold on. That's what I want to talk about. And that's what we need to build. Our own personal value system. We don't need to allow society to tell us our value system. And I can respect that, Smoke. Your own personal value system. That's what we need to build. Because listen, guys, ultimately, let's think about it this way. Now we can sit here and touch on business, jobs, materialistic things, but ultimately it drives back, regardless of what anyone says, it drives back to my spirituality and why I don't have to argue these things. It drives right back to what God says, right? God says you're here to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant. So ultimately, everybody's desires is to have what they want. What makes them happy. Not what makes you happy, not what makes me happy, not what makes Smoke happy, but what makes them happy. That's the ultimate goal, pretty much, I believe, for everybody. The thing is that different things make people happy. Some people need millions of dollars and all the lavish stuff, and some people don't. Some people just need the simple things in life and they're perfectly happy. But one thing that's constant is God put us here to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant. Joyous, prosperous, and abundant is whatever you feel it is. Your own individual values, as is what Smoke says, which is why we need to reprogram and come up with our own values, not the values that the society and the media tells us. We need to come up with our own personal values, because that's what's going to lead us to true happiness in life. Use this thing up here, this noggin, to create your own way. You know, I always say that God gave us the power to create in our own existence. It's absolutely true. You don't have to be bound or angry by things people say, or you don't have to be saddened by the things you don't have, think that you're worthless because I don't have as much as the next guy. It's your mind telling you that you don't have these things and you're going to be depressed about that. But you don't have to be that way. God didn't put you here to be that way. He put you here to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant. So if you don't feel joyous, prosperous, and abundant, such as myself, and I like to use myself as an example, and I just said not too long ago, this piece of shit townhouse. So if I don't feel prosperous, joyous, and abundant, and I'm calling this townhouse a piece of shit, now I actually take care of this place. I keep it clean. I appreciate it, because that's the only way you're going to get more. But, you know, I refer to it as a piece of shit townhouse. It's just not simply what I'm used to. But with that being said, am I prosperous and abundant? Let's forget about the joyous, because joyous is the mind. But am I prosperous and abundant? That would be deemed upon perspective. Because as I explained in the earlier example, as someone in a third world country, this piece of shit, as I describe it, is prosperous and abundant. So your mind will tell you what's prosperous and abundant, because to the people in the third world country, this right here where I'm at is prosperous and abundant living, right? Now, if I change, reprogram my mindset, because my mindset is that I need a little more, but if I reprogram that, then I wouldn't have to think that I'm not prosperous, joyous, and abundant, because that's why God put us here. But it's not the materials that make you that. It's this noggin that makes you that. It's not what someone else see you have, like the people around you. see you have a Benz or a big house and they say, oh, he's not prosperous and joyous and abundant. How the fuck do they know if you're happy in life or not? They don't have a clue if you're happy. Just like I explained about the people in Dublin, they would appear to be happy. They smile when they go out in public and they argue every day and they're miserable when those doors close and they live in this big mansion with all of the, but they're miserable. So they're not joyous. They may be abundant, prosperous by your perspective, but they're not joyous. God put us here to be all three, and we determine what gets us there, not the materials, not the media, and not somebody telling you the amount of what you have means that you're prosperous, joyous, and abundant. And unless we change our paradigm, our way of thinking, that programming, then we will always think that we need certain things to get this to this point of being prosperous, joyous, and abundant. Because when it comes down to it, that's why God put us here. People can argue and say everything they want to say, but the Almighty said he put us all here to be prosperous, joyous, and abundant. So there shouldn't be famine in this world. There shouldn't be people struggling. There shouldn't be people unhappy. Regardless of what man say or what's put in place, that's not why the Almighty put us here. And I don't care what anybody says. People's words don't supersede the Almighty's to me. People's, rules, governments, society, those laws, I don't call those laws. Those are agreements. Those are societal agreements. The only laws are God's laws.
Yeah, most legal systems actually they sort of crumble under economic weight. Like you can buy your way out of a lot of the statutes that are on the books, and that's just what it is. Because that principle, that particular law, is older than every other law that's ever been written. It's older than Hammurabi. That is what it is. The golden rule: if you have the gold, you make the rules.
Mm-hmm. Chet Collins again with another super chat. Chet, I really appreciate you. Chet says, for the record, I'm atheist. I'm an atheist, but I would defend your right to believe whatever you like. It's called free will. It's a with atheists, and I don't have anything. Excuse me, guys. That coffee is great. I don't have anything against atheists. All right. A lot of people do, especially religious people, because they say, how could you believe that there's not a higher power? Whatever, man. Whatever. I can respect what Chet says here because this is something that I firmly believe in. Free will. God, and I do, Chet, believe in a higher power. I say God, Chet, but let me explain that too real quick, Chet. I say God because that's generally, no matter what religion, people can identify when you say God. I don't believe in a name for the all power. I just say God so that I can communicate with people. I don't believe that there's a label or a name for the all power, the Almighty, the source, okay? But when I say that, I do believe that there is a higher power, I think, and if I'm not mistaken, Chet, I've been led to believe that atheists don't believe that there's a higher power, okay? So with that, I would never try to convert you to my way of belief. That's the difference between me and religious people. I can respect you, Chet, for the fact that you don't decide to believe in the higher power, because I firmly believe that the higher power that I believe in put us here for this purpose, to experience, to create, and to find our own way. And this is the path that you're on, Chet. I believe that Chet is a happier guy. And I'm going to say this, and a lot of atheists, I believe that they're happier than most religious people. And the reason I say that is because they're not confined. Restrictions and being confined causes a lot of negative emotions. Let me say that again so it can sink in. Restrictions, when people have restrictions on them and being confined, this brings out a lot of negative emotions. This makes people feel angry or upset or saddened or depressed because they're restricted. Atheists, at least from what I believe in, don't have these restrictions in their mind. Spiritualists such as myself, they believe in the Almighty, not labeling them or following any given rules based by man. We don't have these restrictions. See, I've told you guys plenty of times before, money is not a restriction of mine. I don't crave it. I don't desire it. I don't do things to get it. I know that the Almighty will provide it for me as long as I do things. Earning income is easy. I really believe that, just like drinking this cup of coffee. No more difficult to go earn income than it is to drink this cup of coffee. And that's how I look at money. So I'm free. I'm free of that restriction, that lust, that desire. The lust of money is the root to all evils. True. The root to a lot of evil, the lust of that. I don't have that restriction. I'm not suppressed by that. Atheists are not suppressed by these things that the media and the world tells us. Atheists' minds are actually free. While people may label them and put something on them, their minds are actually more free than the people who are restricted and confined by societal beliefs. So I don't have a problem with people like Chet Collins that practice atheism. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, it's just that these sort of ideas, these systems force you to actually come to your own conclusions about it, right? So, left to our own devices, do we really need to contemplate whether or not there's a God, right? Or is this a construct that requires everybody to have an opinion?
Right. Well, that's the question. That's the journey. To me, that's what life is about. That's why I have these talks about the power of the mind on whatever level. Guys, you guys realize something. I put these topics up in power of the mind. But you guys go look at some of these topics. You would be like, what the hell does that have to do with power of the mind? Simply put, every fucking thing we do in life has to do with the power of the mind. Everything. I could put a sports topic up under this power of the mind. I could put a life topic up, political topic up, religious topic up, scientific topic up. I could put any topic up under this power of the mind because it's all about perception. And I believe that we've been raised under flawed perceptions. I truly believe that. Many different cultures, we've been raised under flawed perceptions. And I call them flawed because as I study these things, none of them lead me to God's true word. And if it's not leading me to God's true word, then I just believe it to be flawed. Flawed ways, flawed morals, flawed ethics, flawed ideals, flawed ways of living by these different societies we're in. And I'm not saying that some are better than others. I think that any group, cult, clique form of thinking, I don't think that when you're trying to force this on people, I don't see any validity in that. I don't think that we were here to have ideas forced on us. I think that we were sent here to create ideas. What do you think about that, Smoke? Do you think we were sent here to have ideas forced upon us, or were we sent here to create the ideas?
That's I don't think it's either one or the other. I think both things are within our capacity, I think, to be our best selves, right? Like some, and also at different points in your life, right? I don't know that there's any one way that you can be for the entire thing. Like if you're born the golden child and you're the Buddha, I don't know how that looks when you're 100 years old doing that whole thing, right? I mean, it may be cool when you're 5 and 12 years old, but maybe you outgrow it. You want a wife, you want a kid, right? For me, like the idea of humanity for me is we are the organism, we are a membrane on the planet that has the capacity to actually be in our bodies and leave the planet. Like that's one of our unique capabilities, right? And so is being a slave, and so is being a slaver. So is, oppression and exploitation, but also liberation and sacrifice. I think it's all within our purview, and I feel like again, it's about your personal value system. And I say, wow. All right. So maybe I've told this story before online, maybe I haven't, but one of my good friends from high school, she had a boyfriend, before she got married, but she had this boyfriend whose family controlled the south of Italy, and he had an uncle on the Vatican Bank. And I'm hanging out with these guys at his ancestral home that still had a dungeon in the basement, right? And his dinner table was supported on human skulls, right? And that's how that guy grew up. And if I could tell you stories about the dude that would raise the hairs on the back of your neck. But for him, that is exactly like the subjugation of the human race was put into him from his mother's milk. Like that's just how he gets down.
Yeah, and see, that's like one of the perfect example of to each his own, bro. You know what I mean? To each his own. People will look at, like, I know y'all guys heard of, some of you heard of this chick Azalea Banks, right? There was did the sacrifices and put it all online. She's involved in music and entertainment industry. And so Azalea Banks did these sacrifices or whatever, witchcraft or voodoo or whatever the fuck it's called. And she put it online and she got slammed by it. She got slammed by a lot of fans. And this is my thing. This is the point that I'm getting at with to each his own. And like what Chet Collins was talking about. So the fuck what Azalea Banks decides to sacrifice chickens and all of this in her home, in her closet. What right do any of you people have to condemn her for it? No one has any right to condemn her for it. What difference is it what she's doing than if you decide to go sacrifice a goat or something? Because just because it's a different religion and you value chickens, but you don't value goats, what the hell is the difference? Because there are people that would condemn her. I don't even know why she's cutting up chickens. If you want to do a sacrifice, you sacrifice goats. Well, then there's people like me that believe that everything has energy and God put it all here and you shouldn't sacrifice anything.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to pray for your chicken dinner or your goat curry, then what's the point? Why not extend the ritual to the actual killing of the goat and the chicken? Why is it only reserved for the eating and for the consuming of the dead goat and the chicken?
Right. And then to segue off of that, for all of these people that were online giving Azalea Banks heat, how many of these people visit Popeyes and KFC every goddamn day? What do you think those chickens are pleasantly put to sleep so that you can consume them? No. They're being raised to be slaughtered. But these same people that will condemn her will shove these chickens in their face every goddamn day. Right? Come on, man. And it's only these societies that tell you that she's wrong for doing a religious belief in utilizing those chickens, but you're right for murdering those chickens and putting them in your pot. Well, who the hell is to say which is right and which is wrong? Because your government or your pastor or your community tells you it's okay to put those chickens in a coop and raise them just to be slaughtered so that you can feed your gullet, when there's all types of natural things that God placed on earth, such as plants, beans, grains, and such, that you can feed your gullet with, and you don't have to slaughter that chicken, but you want to get that slaughtered chicken and put it in your stew. And it's nothing wrong with that, with the chicken dying, for you to put it in your stew when you don't have to eat chicken. Let's get this right, people. You don't have to kill those animals and eat them. This is what you decide to do. How do you have the right to condemn Azalea Banks because she wants to kill a chicken for a spiritual purpose? It makes no sense.
Well, I mean, that specific thing, it comes from also conditioning. Like we were kidnapped from our place, our origin place, and that was part of how we practice religion. But our religion got outlawed, and with it getting outlawed, it also got stigmatized. And now, like, the idea of like Santeria or voodoo is akin to dark magic because of other people's religious beliefs. So it becomes a thing about competing religions and who has dominance over the human story.
Yeah, right. I was laughing at Tone. Tone said, what's up, Tone? Tone done crept up in and Tone said, sounds like a waste of good food to me. And that's a perspective, Tone. I feel you, dog. Saying don't need to just cut them up and slaughter them for nothing, eh, Tone? Tone said, I'll put them in my stew. And see, and I have no problem with that too. Because you could, if you're gonna eat it, if it's food, yeah, it's a waste of food. Hell, okay, do your ritual, cut it up, clean it, and send it to somebody to put it in their stew. Oh boy, Willie Boy says, sorry, D. I love you, fam, but I always stick to a pin in my eye. I'll feel you, Willie Boy. Man Grower in the building. What's good with you, Man Grower? Sport Advantage says, so I can't speak for her. However, many old beliefs had some form of blood atonement. Yeah, atonement. Even the Old Testament had this. Yes. Okay, so there are practices. And I think too, like in the Old Testament, and again, guys, based upon interpretation, I think that some of those practices that were happening was misinterpreted or interpreted to believe that you're supposed to actually do this when it was more in a metaphorical sense. And you were supposed to perform a ritual, but not go to a certain extent. And the rituals was supposed to mean something. And the interpretation was you were actually supposed to cause death. And again, I don't really want to dig down into that, but I do agree that there are blood atonement, rituals that are involved in many different things too, not even just in biblical religion, but in other types of practices. And again, to each his own. I don't believe in it. I don't see how sacrificing anything, a human life, life of an animal, or any living creature, just not my cup of tea. That's just not my cup of tea.
It does have animating property. Like even, countries need human sacrifice. Even, people gain energy. Like we say, it's a good waste of food, but there's any kind of ways to use that energy. Maybe you're using it to nourish your body, or you can use it to set spiritual forces in action also.
Right. And people, I'm glad you brought that up too, Smoke, because people don't believe in what's called. Now, these things are just labeled, guys. Witchcraft, black magic, just demonism, Smoke, right? People don't believe that like these rituals and things work, but they do work. They do work, right? And here's the thing. That's where the mind plays a part. And that's how powerful we are. You can conjure certain entities. Like I actually believe in this stuff. I believe that there's a like a road that you don't want to go down when you do these things. So I would prefer not to practice these rituals and such. Also, one thing I'm aware of and I'm sure of as well is there is a way that you can get there spiritually without these practices. You can accomplish the same things and do the same things without these practices. And so I'm on that line. I think that you can accelerate some of the things, the goals that these people have. They're accelerated by practicing some of these rituals. I wouldn't deny that, but no, just nothing that is in my cup of tea. I'm not going to kill anybody or conjure up any, entities or anything like that to live life. I just don't feel like it's necessary to sacrifice anyone or conjure up anything to proceed in life. That's just my choice.
Yeah, when I was living in India, I got sort of adopted by this family. They really loved me because really they wanted me to look over their daughter once they sent her to the States. But whatever, it was a mutually beneficial relationship. I'll just leave it there. And the thing about it was that the thing that impressed one of the things that impressed me was this the matriarch of the family had this. She went to the shrine in the Himalayas, right? This was in the south of India, so the Himalayas are the Himalayas, are, as we call them, but they call it the Himalayas. But it's in the northern part on the Chinese border, right? So you have to travel like the length of the country. You have to get it's a really involved process to go up this mountain, to go to this place, this temple that had an altar that was looked over by some deity that she ascribed to, and she swore that if you go to this altar and ask the deity, it would grant you whatever it is you wanted. And she, was there for over a year, right? And she'd be like, "Yeah, you sure you don't want to go?" And you sure? I never felt, and I had to be maybe 26, 27 at the time, somewhere in there. I never felt wise enough to ask for any one thing, because I knew if I asked for one, like, growing up on a Twilight Zone and shit like that, you ask for one thing, you see how it screws up your whole family. Give me $100 million, and you wind up being the only guy left on the planet Earth in a vault, kind of thing. Like, so I never felt like there's just one thing that would make it all better. That's really what it sensitized me to. I don't have one wish that I think would make everything make sense.
Right. Yeah, I mean, unless you like, what was that movie with John Travolta, Phenomenon? He had a brain tumor, but he seen a light, like a flash of light, and it was from the brain tumor. But then his pineal gland or whatever probably opened up. That's the metaphor in the movie, the way I took it, and he just became enlightened on so many levels. So unless you have some type of epiphany like that, I'm with you. It's no answer. Like, it's no one answer. And that's our journey. That's life, bro. We get answers as we go along. Monkey Kung Fu in the building. What's good? Monkey says, I'm agnostic and come from a family rooted in Christianity. My perspective isn't in opposition or theirs or anyone's religion. I do believe there's a higher power. I'm just not sure, so I ask questions. And I'm the exact same way, Monkey. And it's a continual journey, and that's what I was just speaking on. There is, in what I believe, called an infinite knowledge. Okay? Infinite knowledge. And God, the source, the Almighty, Allah, Jehovah, whatever you wish to call, this entity is everything. This entity is everything and is all. In the book, that's why God is able to be omniscient everywhere. because he's inside of me, Smoke, Monkey, Kung Fu, Sporting Advantage, Lisa. He's inside of this entity, not he, but this entity is inside of every organism, every energy. It's all connected. That's why it's able to be everywhere. And I'm sort of where Monkey Kung Fu is where I ask questions because I believe that there's always more to learn. As I go through life, I become enlightened. I see things differently day after day after day. You have to ask questions. You have to search to find answers, you know? And you have to, if you want true happiness and freedom, do a paradigm shift. Because to find these things, to get these answers, you cannot rely on someone telling you. And that's what this is all about. Being brainwashed, programmed by society, the media, is simply someone telling you that it's this way. Joining a religion and totally relying on that man in the pulpit is someone telling you that it's this way. If you join a religion and you decide to study and practice and come up with your own, I have no problem with that. But don't allow a man in the pulpit to give you all the answers, because God gave you this to find the answers. So why would you rely on man when God already gave you what you need to find the answers? It makes no sense to me, you know? But good comment, Monkey. Jay Cooley says they only work if you believe it's not the Most High work. It's irrelevant to me. You talking about like the spells and rituals and such like that? I agree with that, Jay Cooley. Sort of like what they say about voodoo. Oh no, voodoo is real, but you have to practice it and believe in it. You know, I've heard people say, oh, they could put a curse or a root or something on you. Well, listen here, man. I've messed with Dominican girls, Hispanic girls, Jamaican girls, and their family was deep rooted into voodoo or whatever the fuck. We have had sour differences and bad breakups, and all of these cursings and roots and everything else, I've never experienced it. So with what Jay Cooley is saying, I believe in that. Like, if you believe in this stuff, in your mind, it works. It works. In your experience, you will manifest that experience. Go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, it's the energy you manifest, right? So my grandfather practiced. He was definitely a practitioner of voodoo, right? And he at his funeral, people were crying because he wasn't around to hate anymore, right? Like my aunt, my mom, like my can't stand it. Like my mom she was a lot closer, but she had a real issue with him also. Like, for me, he was like, you know, he died in the 80s, but he was a really he was a really influential force on the family, but it really had a huge negative impact. And yeah, you know, he was successful in his own right, and he did the family responsibility. He was able to pass down stuff to the kids, the grandkids, all that stuff. But yeah, as far as a human being and being able to interact even with his family, like my mom had a sister and a brother. My mom's a middle child. I'm a middle child, but there was only one boy, and my grandfather lost his eyes in the war, right, in World War II, and he used first my aunt and then my mom and then finally my uncle for his eyes. And you know, my uncle got the bulk of the fortune, but it drove him absolutely crazy. My uncle does not know how to function. Like, he can't. Like, he had his ability to be a complete human being completely sapped from him before he had a chance to even develop.
Yeah, see, and that's what happens, bro. And that's what happened. And that's a terrific story, Smoke, because it's a perfect example, fam. Like, okay, so he got the bulk of the money and everything. And as Smoke said, he didn't know how to function. Because what was his programming? What was his programming coming up? Not to conduct business, not to function through life, but to be his dad's eyes, bro. It's basically what he did most of his life. His programming was to care for his dad. He wasn't really able to really gauge or build too many morals and ethics. He spent his life taking care of his dad. Now he came into all of this money. He can't even function. It's all about the programming, bro. And we are here. If you're unhappy, you can believe what you want to believe, but I'll tell you this. If you're unhappy with life and what's going on with you in life right now, and you think you need more or you desire more, my advice to you is to start doing a paradigm shift. Start reprogramming your mind right now. Because wherever you are in life, right now, if you're not happy, you don't have to take my word for it. Just go back and think to yourself, where did you get all of your information from? Did you derive this or did you get it from your parents? Man, shit, I'm all the way here. My parents told me to go to school. My teachers told me to go to school. Now I went to school. I'm in college and I don't even have half of what. If you're at this point in life, whether you took the street path, the working path, the college path, whatever, and you're at this point in life, my advice to you is to do some reprogramming. Everything you learn from society, your parents and everything, throw that shit out and try to formulate what you need to do, how you need to function and move about, what you need to believe in spiritually, religiously, or whatever. You need to reprogram all of that and find a new way. Because whether you're 30, 40, 50 years old, if you're at the place where I'm talking about, all of that shit didn't work because you're not happy. I don't have $1 million. I say this all the time. I don't have $1 million in my account, not $250,000 in my account. I'm happy as hell, though. My wife's happy. My children are happy. We're not rich. We're happy, though. So I can only tell people, but I've reprogrammed because I used to be unhappy. And I've been on this journey for 11 years. And I still make missteps. Every now and then I still find myself getting annoyed or angry. Very rarely angry, but annoyed or frustrated, agitated. Doesn't really get the anger, but I'll find that happening. Sometimes I will find myself saddened or depressed. Very rarely, but sometimes that will happen because I'm not perfect. I'm still human like everyone else. But when I look at my life now versus 11 years ago, it's not even close. The happiness, if there was a pie graph, the happiness would cover almost all of this, and those negative emotions that I just talked about would be about like that on the pie graph. All the rest around it is happiness. That's how my life is now. And it took 11 years to get like that. And my life is that way without the millions of dollars, the Bentleys, the Benz, the 20,000, 50,000 foot square home. I'm still happy. Literally happy. I'm happy to get up here and talk to you guys every day and to share with you guys on the Power of the Mind how I got to this happiness. Without having all of that stuff, I had to reprogram. I had to say, you know what? Nah, the media's not right. Hip hop was not right. The movies were not right. I don't need all of this stuff to be happy. I need to sit back and decide what it is that makes me happy and shoot for that, not all of the stuff that they tell me. This is where we need to arrive. So if you're at the place where you're not happy in life, not happy with life, and I don't care how much money you have, $10,000 or $10 million. I don't care if you're driving a Ford Escort or a Maserati. It doesn't matter. If you're not happy, you need to reprogram. That's my advice to you. You need to reprogram that. That's what this is all about. The higher powers are one own one's own yes. And I ain't even going to dig into that, but it's very well said, Chet. Very well said, Chet. Ralph, listen. Okay. Now I'm gonna have to touch on that because I'll explain this. And a lot of religious people believe that. Now, Chet says the Hoyer, but he meant the higher power, is one own conscience. Ralph behind him says, Chet, the Most High will punish you. Ralph, let me ask you this. And see, this is what I just talked about with Chet earlier. Chet's atheist and I'm not. And we just agreed on that. Ralph, I would assume that you're religious because you said the most power will punish you. Okay? Chet's atheist, so he doesn't believe in a higher power to punish him. So he's calling your bluff because he don't believe there's a higher power there to punish him. I'm spiritual. I do believe there's a higher power, but I don't believe he'll be punished for that. So now we have three different ways of thinking: an atheist, a spiritualist, and a religious person.
But I don't see the contradiction, though. I think that you can be the... Sorry.
Hold on, Smoke. Here's the contradiction, Smoke. Chet says that the higher power is one's own conscience. The contradiction comes, Smoke, when Ralph Unreal says, Chet, the Most High will punish you for that. Why would Chet be punished for believing this? That's the contradiction. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, right. So what I'm saying is you can be your own worst enemy. Your higher conscience, you can actually, like we're just, like I was saying with this Indian woman, if I were to have gone to the Himalayas and, come up with the best thing I could think of to, solve my problems, the world's problems, that idea that I have, that I think that organizing principle could actually could be the building blocks for my own destruction. So you could be punished by your own higher consciousness, depending on what it is you've got it operating on and how it's operating.
Okay. All right. Now, perspectives, guys. Remember, everything is about perspectives, and I won't shoot now what Smoke just said. I think it has a lot of validity with it. Here's my perspective on this. The higher power is one's own conscience. And Ralph says the Most High, which means the Almighty God, Allah, Jehovah, whatever you want to call him, will punish you for that. And Smoke says you'll be punished basically by your own consciousness yourself. Now, look, this is very interesting, guys, because what I believe, and I've said this time and time again, is that each and every one of us are here and we are an extension of the source, the Almighty, the higher power. We are all an extension of him, Ralph. Each one of us has a piece of the Almighty in us. And it's our experience in this finite meat suit. It's our chance to experience and create. But within us is a piece of the Almighty. This is, again, why he is everywhere, all-knowing, all-seeing at every point in time, because every living organism, every piece of energy throughout the universe consists of God, including us. So when you say, as Chet said, the higher power is one's own conscience, agreed. And if somebody tells me that the Most High, that part of the consciousness, that part of God that's in me, will punish himself, because that's what that statement says to me, the Most High will punish you for that. Well, he'll punish himself. We are a part of him, an extension of him. Why would he punish himself for us realizing that? That's my perspective. And when Chet says this, it's just us realizing that we are an extension of the Almighty. We have a power in him. That consciousness, that power is within us. That's my spirituality, bro. That's what I believe. And I don't believe Chet said anything wrong. And I don't that he would be punished. I don't believe he'll be punished for that.
Right. So the idea of a conscience is actually a really good word to describe what it is I'm talking about. Right. If you do something that you find morally reprehensible, you can punish yourself, right? Like you can literally drive yourself mad from the choices that you've made, like straying from your own, like the idea of finding out your own system and living towards it, living for it. If as long as you don't do that, you will find yourself in opposition with yourself.
Exactly right. I ain't got nothing to add or take away from that. That's exactly right, Smoke. You will. You will be fighting yourself. Basically, this is what Smoke is telling you, and I agree. You will be fighting yourself. Because no one else, how many times do I say it, Smoke? It ain't nobody else doing it. You hear me say that all the time. It ain't no one else doing it. You're in control. You're behind the wheel. You're the captain of the ship. So everything Smoke just said is exactly true. You will be in a battle with yourself. Well said, Smoke. Sporting Advantage says, so Tutankhamun, I guess that Thoth. Wasn't that Tutankhamun? But anyway, Thoth, the Egyptian god of knowledge. Okay. Talks about the levels of consciousness. The third level was called Christ. There's more to this story than we know. Exactly. Interpretations, Sporting Advantage. It is definitely more to this story than we know. Or more to the story than we've been explained, Sporting Advantage.
Yeah, Thoth is a god of the written word, right? So he's the idea. Thoth is the idea that the idea manifests into the physical world.
Yeah. Chet said the only one that can punish me is myself. I agree, Chet. Ralph does it, but I agree with that. My workmate died on the table for 4 minutes, and guess what? He saw nothing. Timmy Nealon, salute. No light, etc. Oh, he revived and came back to life, Chet? France, it's okay if you're religious or atheist. Nothing wrong with that. But if we respect one another and follow the example, scriptures in Romans chapter verses 8, 9, 10, then we'd all live in peace. Again, I will agree. Because deemed upon interpretation, and I'll tell you what, I know what verses you're talking about. I speak on being a allower. People, us, being an allower. And when I talk about that, you have to allow people to be them, but not allow what they're doing being them to affect you negatively, emotionally, at any level. You cannot allow people and what they decide to affect you. And what France is talking about, it's God's rule. He told us not to judge people. He told us to allow people to be them. We're not to judge people to tell them if they're doing wrong or not, and if they're going to hell because of what they're doing. That's for the Almighty to do. If a hell even exists, it's still for the Almighty. It's not for us. So it's okay if you're religious or you're atheist. Nothing wrong with that. And when you as a person can release these constraints, because the Christianity belief or the Baptist belief or Mormons, they will tell you that it's wrong to be an atheist. But if you release those restraints, then you won't feel that way. You won't have these, it wouldn't be battle. You're battling, like they say, you're battling yourself. You don't have to be angry. I don't have to be angry because Smoke is a Muslim or a Buddhist or a Hindu or Amish. What the hell do I have to be angry because that's what he chooses to do? I don't have to have any emotions tied up in that. That's Smoke's life. He can be what he want to be. And people need to start accepting that. People can be and live their path the way they want to. You don't have to convert anyone. You don't have to get them to think like you. Why would you try to force someone to think like you when God put us here to think like us? ourselves. God didn't put us here to think like you or Smoke or D. Jefferson. He put you here to think like Chet, like Timmy, like Mangrower, like yourselves. So why should we be constrained and conformed to thinking in one way when it's totally against what God put us here for, in my opinion? All right. The Bible was written by man for man. Indeed. I agree with that too. Go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, the Bible is a collection of sacred scrolls from disparate churches that was all compiled for one book, and not all the scrolls made it in. Not all the guys made it to the meeting. That's why you know the oldest actual Christian church is the the Ethiopian Coptic one.
Well, I don't know what the oldest church is. You could be right, but I do know what you said about the scrolls are fact. All the information is not there. That's why there's lost interpretation and religion split in so many different ways, because we don't even have all the information. And a lot of the information from the scrolls was deemed interpretable. So if you can't decipher what it is you're supposedly reading, that means you're making up something. You're putting it down for what you think it's supposed to mean. That's a fact. That's why you got 500 different religions, because they're trying to figure out what it's supposed to mean. To have a nice life, avoid all religions and all fuckery. That's peace. That is a perspective. I'll give you that, man, bro. You know? I think I wouldn't say to a lot of people, here's something I wouldn't say, guys. I wouldn't say avoid all religions. I wouldn't say that, because I think that religions of whatever kind are good for some people. I've seen people totally change their lives and become good, giving, loving people that contribute to society and humanity. And they were what would be perceived as terrible people prior to finding religion. They was out there in the streets killing and shooting, maiming people, and they found religion and they became this person that actually loves people and, you know, attempt to help humanity in any way they can. And so when I look at religion, I can't look at that as a bad thing, because that person totally changed and turned around. That's a person now that I would enjoy and wouldn't mind being around, regardless of what their beliefs are. So I never really preach against religion, because I believe that religion, you get what you take, you get out of anything. Personally, like I get out of anything I read or subscribe to, I get out of it what I want to get out of it, what I want to take out of it. And I think with religion, and people join certain religions, they get what they need out of it to improve in life. You understand what I'm saying? And sometimes people need help. They need guidance. And so religions can provide that. Never really I don't have a problem with it. You know, I wouldn't say fuck religion, but I see what you're saying, because at the end of the day, one thing I agree on, whether I'm right or wrong, is that at some point they do is fuckery, bro. Because a lot of religions, at least the ones that I know of, were put in place for control purposes. When you try to force someone, my opinion on it is, if you try to force someone into a belief or make them believe the way you interpret it, and the penalty is damnation, nah, I'm not getting down with that, bro. That takes away free mind right there. Because you're scaring the shit out of someone. You tell them they're going to burn for eternity if they don't listen to this book being the way you say it is. That's control, man. That's all that is. That's control. And to me, that has nothing to do with the all power. Go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, one of the lasting benefits of with my brief flirtation with being a revolutionary was seeing the effects actually the way religion was introduced to the people and what it's done to them. Right. So for me as Pan-Africanist and Christianity, neither Christianity nor Islam have done Africa to as a whole of its people any sort of great service. As a matter of fact, on balance, I would say the overall introduction to these concepts have been an overall negative than positive. That's from my own personal assessment, right? And I think that people should definitely be aware of the facts about how they came to even be sensitized to the religion, right? And who the religion is supposed to be about. And but don't let that knowledge necessarily, I don't think the knowledge should definitely necessarily sour you on the religion. If you are finding benefit from it, if you're able to access your higher self, and if you're able to either maintain or change your circumstance for the better, then that I think religion has the capacity to do that.
Jay Cooley says all religion is fake. Jay Cooley, let me ask you this. Are all black people criminals and thieves? And I'm being serious here, Jay Cooley. Are all black people criminals and thieves? Now, I ask you that, Jay Cooley, because I know you're a proud black man, and I don't have to look for your answer. I already know your answer to that is no. Hell no, all black men are not criminal and thieves. I'm not. You're not, probably, Jay Cooley. This smoke is not Catacor. It's not black people. All black people are not criminals and thieves. All religion, fake. I wouldn't say that. Let me ask you something, Jay Cooley. If you studied something, Jay Cooley, and you wrote a book on what it was that you studied, and you did your due diligence, studied very well, and you came up with this understanding of what it is that you've been studying, and you wrote a book on it. Everything that you put in that book, Jay Cooley, and your interpretation of what you studied is what to you, Jay Cooley? 100% truth. This is why we have to go back to perspective, the power of your mind. Everything that you put in that book and that you studied, Jay Cooley, and you produced this book is 100% truth. Whether you're right about it or wrong, this is what your researchers have led you to believe. And you wrote it down to share your thoughts. And to you, it's 100% true. It's real. It's not fake. And what we have to realize is perspective. This is where perspective comes in. I don't think that religions are fake, personally. I think that religion cannot be fake because it's based on, first and foremost, the same word that I believe in. It's based on God's word. Is God's word fake? Now, the interpretation, Jay Cooley, of different religions may be incorrect, but trust and believe, just like the examples that me and Smoke made. This is practices that turn people around spiritually, physically, and everything. And it helps them out. It helps the children and family members around them, the community around them. It helps these people out. How is anything fake with that? I can't see anything being fake with that. So the interpretations of some of these religions may be wrong or contradictory to your beliefs. Maybe not wrong or right, because that's perspective. So a lot of these religions may be contradictory to your beliefs, but I wouldn't necessarily say that they're fake. What you think, Smoke?
I think religion is mostly a tool, and you can use it in any number of ways. And one of the ways that you can use it is to create a lifestyle that has you accessed and sensitized to your higher self, to actually living a life of principle and of ethics and of morals and all of that stuff. Like, the issue becomes whether or not you can graduate from that, or whether or not you need to graduate from it, right? Or it can just be used as a tool of oppression, because people can just tell you that this is the right thing, but you haven't come to that realization yourself. And what you're just doing is going through the motions that somebody else set for you, and there's no real value. There's no the principle, the highest principle that religion is supposed to have, your connection to, pardon me, your connection to the infinite. Religion can actually separate you from your higher self, right? So it's in that sense, I get it. If the goal is to be your higher self, right? But there's also energy in groups moving together. There's energy in suffering, right? Like, just straight up, like, you can amass a great deal of energy just from human suffering. And religion traffics in that, that, because that is part of life, right? But it's what you do about it. It's not necessarily the job of religions, but it is it's one of the opportunities that religion affords us. It's not the only way you can become quote unquote enlightened, but it's not the enemy of enlightenment necessarily. It can be, but it's not necessarily.
And now, Smoke, I agree with you again, bro. Like, that's why, man, I'm telling you, I be telling y'all people, Smoke is a very intelligent guy. Now, you're right. Everything you said about the energy. We were talking about this earlier when we were talking about rituals, and remember we were talking about that. I brought up the Azalea Banks situation. Well, this goes back into the black magic, the occult rituals and shit like that. They utilize these negative energies. It's a way to do that, guys. This stuff is real. The negative energies worldwide builds on their power. Their power builds from that. This is why they put out things to cause fear of the masses, energy reapers. This stuff is real, man. This stuff is absolutely real. Because you don't know about it, because you don't understand it. Historically, human beings, not just us, but historically human beings in many societies have done this. Things that come about that is not understood has been called miracles, witchcraft, magic, sorcery, wizardry. Those types of labels have been put on things throughout the dawn of time because of lack of knowledge. Because people just didn't understand that this stuff is real, that it actually exists, that could really work. It's been called these things: sorcery, magic, witchcraft, and that's just because there's ignorance that these things actually exist. So when Smoke says the things he says, it's true. A lot of these rituals and things that's going on are going on because of this. They feed off of these fears. They feed off that energy. And they can manifest things and make things happen from that energy, guys. Do your research. Don't take my word on it. They said the Most High never called himself any religion. Facts. Facts, bro. I agree with that, Jay Cooley. That's one of the reasons I don't believe in religion, because it's man, Jay Cooley. That's why I was saying it's man that decided to call him Allah or Jehovah or God or whatever. It's man that made this name up. It's not the entity. It's not the source. It's not the power that said, hey, I'm going to call myself God. I'm going to call myself Allah. No. Man decided to label that. It was man that labeled that. So I agree with you, Jay Cooley. Once again, well said, fam. Oh, let me throw this link back in the chat. I don't know if Smoke phone died or we lost connection or what. Put this link in the chat for anyone else who want to come up too and share some thoughts. This type of stuff, guys, I could go on and on and on and talk about forever, because I think out of all the things that we sit here and talk about, these are one of my favorites, because I don't care if we got 17 people in here or 170 people here. These are my favorite topics, because talking about sports is fine, but power of the mind can help all of us move forward in life. And so I just love to talk about this stuff. Power of the mind, every time I talk to you guys, I learn something. That's something else. Accord came up when we had that Black Lives Power of the Mind, and I learned a lot that day. And I told Kat that day, well, I think I must have said, what, Kat, 4 or 5 times. Wow, I didn't even know that, right? And look, man, when I tell you guys that, when I say, wow, I didn't even know that, I'm not saying that shit just to pat you on the back or float your boat. I didn't know. And that day we had that particular power of the mind, and it got heated, and it was a good discussion. But Kat came up and shared a whole lot of stuff that I had no clue of. That's why I like doing these things. Because perspectives, guys, I just said it earlier, I'm learning better ways. And if one of you guys bring forth a perspective to me, and I'll look at it and say, damn, I never really thought that way. I'm not like everyone else. I will adapt that, and I will actually start living that way and practicing that. If I feel like it makes more sense to me and it would make life easier, that ego that I talked about the other day, the ego and the angel on your shoulder, I pluck the ego away all the time. So when Kat came up and she shared what she had to share, and she told me some things, I not only listened to her, but I adapted some of those ways of thinking, because I analyzed what she was saying, and I was like, you know what? My thinking on that level was skewed. It was off. And I think I'm going to think this way now. And there's nothing wrong with that. This is what people have to, you're not always going to be right. And that's what life is about, experiences and learning. And if Kat comes up and she tells me, hey, you know, I hear what you're saying, but think about it like this. And then I listen to what she tells me, and her line of thinking is actually in better form than my line of thinking was. Why wouldn't I adapt her line of thinking? Why would I keep thinking foolishly and keep moving in a foolishly direction? Because the ego would tell you, you don't have to listen to her. You do what you want. She live her life, you live yours. I plucked that goddamn ego right off my shoulder, and I listened to what Kat said that day, and I adapted that, and that's the way I think now. Because regardless of me being the big man, macho, or whatever, she had a better line of thinking that day. And so I adapt that. And that's what I think life is about. That is what we should be brainwashed with. Valuable ways of thinking. I don't think Kat got that from any particular person that day. No, these were Kat's ideas based on her morals, her ethics, the way she felt about the African-American community, the way she felt about the medical industry, the way she felt about African-American women. Kat's are an intelligent woman. So throughout life, she's derived at this way of thinking, at this perspective, because of her experiences. And I had a different perspective. And once she shared with me, because of her experiences in life, I agreed with that. So why wouldn't I adapt that? Why would I keep thinking the way that I was thinking when it was flawed, when it was skewed? I will shift that paradigm, change my way of thinking. And instead of being brainwashed or accepting the programming that was there, I will reprogram. If you're working on your computer and something's not right and you have to run an update, then you're going to run that update on your computer so it can operate right. Isn't that what you're going to do? Well, that's what I did with Kat. I updated the information, bro, because I won't thinking right. So if you want to think right, and we have these discussions, and Kat brings forth more valid way of thinking, then why wouldn't I reprogram? That's why I have these discussions, guys. Not because I'm some fucking guru and I know everything. No, I wish I knew every fucking thing. I don't know everything. I don't know half of everything, not a quarter of everything, because the infinite knowledge is too vast. I don't know a tenth of everything. So I have to continue to build on the infinite knowledge. And all of you guys are going to help me do that. Cat's perspectives, Smoke's perspective, Monkey Kung Fu's perspective, Jay Cooley's perspective, Timmy Nealon's, Mangrove, Sporting Advantage, Sacramento Expos, Lisa Bales, doesn't matter. All of the perspectives are going to allow me to become more enlightened. So I'm open to taking in you guys' perspectives, not pushing them away, because if you guys come with something that can improve my life, that can cause me to think maybe in a little better fashion, if you guys bring something to the table that I never even contemplated, why wouldn't I adapt to that? I have these discussions to help me out as much as I intend to share. What you think, Smoke?
Yeah. I definitely, that's why I'm here. I'm here to exchange ideas, not to convert. I hope that I am as sponge as much as I am the water.
You're fucking valuable as hell, bro. Smoke, you hear me put you up a lot, right? I know you hear this shit. Like, I be putting you up. Anybody else out there too? If y'all hear me put y'all up, say, oh, yo, no. Kat, she's fucking brilliant, bro. She's smart. Oh, Monkey Kung Fu is on point, man. He be dropping some. I don't stroke egos. Let me get this out in the open. I don't fucking stroke egos, man. I ain't here to stroke nobody's ego. I don't care how mean that sounds or if you don't give a damn. But I don't stroke no fucking egos. Okay? No. If I say these things, I mean them. So when I say Smoke is valuable, yeah, you're valuable. Smoke and I alike have done something for each other, and we probably, I'm pretty sure, will continue to do something for each other ever since we met each other. And I can guarantee you, without even knowing, Smoke will agree with me 100%. Here's what Smoke and I have done for each other ever since I've met this guy. We have changed each other's perspectives on certain ways of thinking. Sometimes we will have a discussion, and for all my life, I've been thinking this way, and Smoke will say something. I'm like, fuck, that's profound, Smoke. Now I think that way. We agree on that. And vice versa. And Smoke's older than me. Some things he probably thought this way his whole life, and he's like, damn, D, you make a good point there. Now Smoke thinks that way. This is what we provide to each other. Am I right about that or not, Smoke? Would you agree with that or no? You there, Smoke?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. I just died for a second. How is it? I hope so. I definitely hope so. I definitely can. I can definitely co-sign the idea that you have helped me to crystallize and to really understand what it is I'm trying to say and what my perspective is. And also to have opinions on subjects I otherwise wouldn't give a damn about, that I think are important to have opinions on.
Exactly. And that's why I find these conversations so important, bro. So important. Because I think at some levels, I think we all do that for each other, bro. Every time we have these, I tell you guys, this is the thing that I love most about this channel is the power of the mind. I think this is the most effective thing that we do. Because this will help us all out. The sports talk and the banter and all of that, that's good too, because it keeps us happy. It keeps us entertained. But this keeps us informed. This keeps us informed. I learn some of those lives I have when we talk about sports and shit. I don't really learn anything. I know a lot of the stuff that we talk about, and I don't learn anything. You know what I mean? I might learn something about someone else, or they have a crazy idea about something, but sometimes I don't really learn anything. I share a lot. I learn something every single Power of the Mind session we have. And not without fail. I've not had one of these things and I hadn't learned something. Not one time. And so for that, it's my favorite thing that I do here. And I only do it once a week, every Sunday. I tell you guys why I decided to do that. Because I don't want that to fizzle out. You know, if you can wear some things down, drain them out. You know, when they fizzle away, people get tired of it. But we have this once a week. So in my mind, it's something to look forward to. I've actually gotten DMs and people at the end of these lives say, hey man, great live. I'll be back next week. So it's something to look forward to, but it's really important. This is why I only do Power of the Mind once a week. But I want to let you guys know that this is the best, this is my most favorite live to do, is the Power of the Mind lives. Like, I love this shit, bro. All right, Frank said Japanese people have the most longevity. Their lifespan is incredible. Japanese believe you can not avoid anything in life. Japanese philosophy believes that the only thing you can avoid is death. You can or can't. You cannot avoid anything in life. Well, how do you avoid death? Now, I'll say this, Franks. In a sense that I believe that this meat suit goes away, but we never die, I agree. Because I believe we go back, we return to the source, and in some form, fashion, or way, we'll have another experience through life. May not be another body. You know, I don't believe in the reincarnation, but I do believe that it continues. The cycle continues. We'll experience life again. Could be in human form. It could be in the form of a fucking bird, a whale in the ocean. Who knows? Species on a different planet in a different dimension. Who knows? The universe is vast, but we will have the experience again. So, you know, wouldn't say it's avoiding death, but to some extent, do we ever die? And I think not. I don't think we ever do die. This flesh will go away, but not us. Go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, I enjoy this series a lot. That one episode with Kat came. It was really one of my favorite streams. Period. All right, I'll be right back. Hold on, I gotta check on something. Today's my niece's birthday, so I'm in and out on stuff. I'll be right there.
All right. Well, just to add on to what Smoke was saying, that was actually my favorite stream. That was actually my favorite stream for so many reasons. Hell, one, I never had Kat on the panel, and she came on the panel that day, so that was a plus. Second, I'm not like, if somebody get into my shit and they get me, I'm quite impressed by that. I'm not offended. I don't hold no grudge. I didn't cut the live off like fucking Kat. Fuck that bitch think she is shining on me on my goddamn show. Nah, I didn't feel that way. I actually enjoyed what happened that day because I learned. You got to be wrong sometimes, guys. If you can't accept that you're wrong or you don't understand that you were wrong, then how will you ever learn? How will you ever learn? So that conversation that day was beautiful to me. I loved it. Like, I'm with Smoke, and I'm not going to say it was one of my favorite. That absolutely, to this day, is probably my favorite live. Another thing is, I'll tell you guys how powerful that live was that Smoke was talking about. That live surpassed anything I ever did since I had this channel. It had more views on that live, and we had more people in this live than I'd ever had before. We had gotten up to 113 people that day. I never had 113 people sitting in here, guys. So for so many reasons, that was my favorite live, and everyone was participating in. And I had the crowd going because Cat wasn't the only one upset with I had a whole lot of people upset that day, but not in the end. They were initially, and we talked and we got some things. So no one was upset in the end, but some of the initial things I said, because of my tone, because of the way I said them, upset a lot of people. But man, it was great. That was a great live, man. Cat says, a debate to prove to you that God exists. Nah, fam. Yeah. You can't prove. You can't. It's impossible. Faith says this. You just have to believe it's that way. The things that they tell you to have faith in, they can't prove it. That's why it boils down to faith. You just have to believe it's this way. I can't prove my spirituality. I just have to have faith that this is correct. So yeah, a debate to prove that your God exists is a worthless debate. Because at the end of the day, you don't even know. You have to have faith that this is the way it is. That's 100% correct. Martha, shut up. I didn't call her that. I said I didn't get off my live. I did not get off my live saying, that bitch cat, who does she think she is? I said I did not do that. I actually enjoyed her coming up here. So stop trying to start stuff, you fucking instigator. Monster just want to see Cat come up here and go off again, cocksucker. Cat said, Timmy, so you believe that we're just created to live and then die? Yeah, no, I don't believe that. I believe we're here to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant. Catacor, I'm just saying, how strong is the faith, though, you know? The Most High said, prepare for slaughter, and I stay ready for anything. Slaughter could be, see, that's the thing, man. True, Jay Cooley, right? The thing is this, you have metaphor. And the reason the good book, has been taken and divided into so many interpretations is because a lot of these words, as we spoke before, that were deemed interpretable, had to be interpreted to the best of their knowledge. Then when you take these texts that have been interpreted and you try to reinterpret it, you try to say what it means to you, this is when the religion split, or when it means to them or what it means to them. So when you come to certain words like slaughter, prayer, damnation, they could be literal or metaphorical, but it would be based upon the interpretation of what religion. Now, the fear of God is something. I'll go with that one. The fear of God has been misinterpreted in so many ways. People don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean, the fear of God. Is it an actual fear? Does it mean metaphorically? His word, his symbol, no one knows. I'm not saying that no one knows, but there are so many interpretations of what the fear of God means. So when you say prepare for the slaughter, look at it this way. Could God be telling you, Jay Cooley, prepare for the slaughter that is about to happen to all of those who are unrighteous, but won't be happening to you? Or could he be saying prepare for the slaughter that's going to be happening to you? Now, upon either interpretation, here's where it would change you, Jay Cooley, because you say you stay ready for everything. But if your interpretation was that you are to prepare for the slaughter of others, then there's nothing for you to stay prepared for, because those are the guys that's going to get slaughtered, not Jay Cooley. But because we don't have the exact interpretation of what these religions are supposed to mean, come up with your own. And if you decide to stay prepared, stay prepared. Nothing wrong with that. Because your interpretation of what that means is the slaughter could come your way. So you stay prepared. See, that's what people have to be able to do with religion.
Yeah, like I said, there's a whole culture and energy to suffering, right? For me, and this is kind of a weird, it's sort of a weird side note, maybe rabbit hole. There's a whole genre, like the whole idea, like the blues or like reggae. The cold ground was my bed last night, or my baby left. Like all of that, like just the whole energy of suffering. It soured me a long time ago. Like I can't listen to a lot of music because of the industry of suffering, right? And that the idea that you hope for the best and plan for the worst, or there's no way to. The only thing you have to look forward to is death and taxes. That whole just the entire philosophy of diminished quality of life. I find it distasteful. I do.
Yeah. Lisa Bells, Queen Lisa says faith is belief in the unseen and unknown. Thank you, Queen Lisa. Facts. This is those. See, I told y'all, respect the ladies. And he dropping them gems. That's a fact, bro. It's the belief in the unseen and unknown. And if it's unseen and unknown, how can it be proven?
Yeah, see, and that's and then to bring it back to boxing, like that's what I always say. I like to reserve my faith in the unknowable. But I'm not gonna sit here and talk and have a faith-based system of something that somebody's just not telling me. Like you could tell me whether or not you cheated, but you're not. So now I'm supposed to believe one thing or another? Nah. I don't know works fine for me.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Punch Drunk Boxing says, God bless everyone on the panel and in the comment box. No doubt, bro.
Punch.
And I say this, I was just talking to Punch about this last night, or whatever night. Punch, I'm on your damn live at these crazy hours. I don't know what night it is. I was just saying this on Punch Drunk Live, whatever night I was on. When I say that, all right, guys, I'll see you later. I love you. I think that a lot of people say that, especially some of these men, bro, especially these El Jefe type motherfucking bravado macho men running around. And I used to be there too. And they hear, oh, I love you. Okay, some people feel funny about that, but love is like respect. It's free. Doesn't cost you anything. Doesn't cost you pride. Doesn't cost you shouldn't be shamed or embarrassed to love someone, to love people, to have genuine love. And when I say, all right, guys, see you later, love you all, I mean it. I don't know if some people say that because it just sounds good. You know what I mean? It sounds good to end their shows with, or sounds good they may think that it makes their listeners feel good. Whatever. When I say it, I mean it, because I love people. I've grown to love people, and the reason that we're here through my spirituality. Like I have a deep love for people. I don't want to see people get hurt. I don't want to see people in a bad situation. I love to see people happy. And so when I say I love you guys, see you on the next show, or love you all, I mean it, because it's easy to love, bro. It's easy. Doesn't cost anything. And you're happier in life, trust me. If you learn to love more people instead of our culture in America and a lot of other cultures, here's an issue. We tend to, as humans, find what's wrong with people, what's wrong in situations. We tend to point out that in every facet, what's wrong, what's bad, what's not good, instead of looking for reasons to love people. Change that up. Change that up. Not for everyone else. Trust and believe in me in this when I tell you guys, 11-year journey. If you change, reprogram your mind, because it seems in the world, the news, even sometimes when we get on here and we have these boxing discussions, it seems that in the world, people are looking to find what's wrong in situations, what's wrong with people. If you change your mindset and try to dig around and find out what's good and what reasons there are to love the next man, you help yourself. Trust me on that. You only help yourself. South Croy in the building. What's good with you, fam?
Yeah, D Jeff, how are you? I was here earlier, but I was having some problems, technical problems, so I didn't get on. But I've been listening to the conversation for a while, and I like the topic. But shout out to our next panelist. Is it Smoke?
Yeah, he just went off, but he'll be right back.
Yeah. But how much of what we are discussing, D Jeff, how much can we help? How much are we just a product of our society? And how much of that could we control? The things that we do or believe, or the things that we learn from childhood, into our adulthood. How much of that could we um make happen, or make not happen? I think largely there's a school of thought that one psychologist, that when I was in college, that I did my thesis around, was Margaret Mead. And Margaret Mead is she's quite a famous psychologist, and her theory that she postulates is social anthropology. And her theory has to do with uh, the society that you're in. That is what forms your personality, and there is not much that can be done by the individual until the individual reaches adulthood and start picking up learned behavior. So how much of what we think and how we worship, or how we not worship, what we believe, our schools of thought, how much of it could we form ourselves, how much of it we are just recipients of what the society teaches, and how much of that could we form?
I think that we can turn it all around. Check this out. So, I don't know how long you've been around, but earlier, excuse me, we were talking about somebody. Chet put a comment in about a friend of his has a real estate business, and he's teaching his 9-year-old about real estate right now. Okay.
Yeah.
And I spoke, you were here for that, and I spoke on how that's a good thing. So here's my idea on all of that. And I'll use myself as an example. So the beginning of life, my mom had me. I had just my one other brother. She ended up having my 2 other brothers later. But during this time, I was being programmed by the society, like the psychiatrist is talking about, right? And then I get to the age of 15, 16. 16 is where I basically stretched. I wasn't home anymore. And I started this next journey of my life, still programmed in the ways of the society, right? So I face my troubles, drug troubles, jail troubles, and have that lifestyle. I come to the next phase of my life where I hold my son and I decide, okay, this drug stuff has to stop. But at this point in time, I'm still restrained by the propaganda of the media and the programming of society.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, so to move forward to 33 years old, and I always talk about 11 years ago, I found spirituality, right? And I started then to reprogram. I figured out the things that I'm talking about now, and I'm like, you know what? That's true. All the things I've been taught, I found out religion before I even went into this spirituality. I've already knew that religion was just not up to par. I found out that the government's the things the government told us were not necessarily true. I found out history of the African American and Africans in general was skewed because the history books had been tampered with. And I found out that so many things that I've been programmed to believe in life was a lie. And I said, I need to reprogram starting now, 11 years ago. Now, 11 years later, I'm to this point where I am now. And all of that programming that was done, I'm in the process of totally reprogramming that. And I'm a far ways through that. And so if she asks me, what can we do? We can start now. Because here's the thing, I'm 44 years old. And under that programming, I've never, my entire life, got to the point where I feel happy, joyous, and abundant, regardless of what I have. Because that's how I feel now. And everyone else can feel that way. And when people decide to feel that way within themselves, then the need to deceive people, rob, or get something illegally, or these things don't exist anymore. The need to do things that people perceive as evil or bad, these things don't exist anymore. So what can we do to turn that around? Start now.
I hear you. Yeah, but what are you proposing, Jeff? A sort of rebelliousness?
Mm-mm. No, rebellion is fighting, which is something that I don't believe in.
Not necessarily. If you have to be, I hear what you're explaining, but how careful we have to be careful with that messaging, because that's what I was listening to. Because there are there are there are certain things in life that I think doesn't doesn't really change. To have how is the society formed? If you look at that, we are not animals. We are not the lower class of animals. So there has to be rules to the society. There must be some kind of law, because say in the animal kingdom, if the strongest, fastest, biggest animal is the one that survives, because if say a weaker animal has a cat, and if a bigger animal comes along, he can remove that animal, get him out of the way, and take the catch and eat, and he will survive. Now, I don't think the human race can, because we are more intelligent. So we are not going to proceed like that. We are not going to um, live our lives like that. We're going to have rules that say if something belongs to one man, then whether or not the other man is stronger or bigger, he he he's not allowed to take what you have. And I don't think that should change. Those are certain fundamentals that the society is built on. So even if we, and that is what I was saying about being radical or being rebellious, because in order to achieve what you say you achieve, some people will think that if I want to get there, I need to go out and take what I have in any way, what I need in any way I can.
Right.
But then there has to be rules to that, and there has to be laws. And if you do certain things, you will go to prison. And these things are some things that are mainstay in the society. To me, to if you're going to say yeah,
Real quick, Troy. I get it.
mm,
I get what you're going. I get where you're going with this. But let me say this and see if this will clear it up. Because um, again, man, like it's 11 years of practice, and there's a whole lot of ideals and things I had to change to arrive to this point. And I get what you're saying, but let me explain that I took this understanding with the way that I move. And before I decided to move and, think this way, I also had this understanding I'm about to explain to you along with it. Okay. And you probably heard me say this before. God's rule is the energy that you put out will be returned to you. Right?
There's no guarantee.
Hold on. This is what I believe in. This is how I believe that the energy you put out, the Almighty will return that to you. I believe that that's definite. Okay. Whether I'm right or wrong, when I move about life and my ideals and morals that I take, I do it with this belief, this faith that the energy you put out will be returned. So when I look at stealing or deceiving or raping or murdering or harming anyone, I don't desire any of those energies to be returned to me. So the way I move about in life to accomplish my goals and desires to be prosperous, joyous, and abundant, I move through life without doing those things because my understanding and my spirituality is if I do those things, then regardless of that person coming back to shoot me, God will return that energy to me. So if you're living the lifestyle that I'm living, people can perceive it as being radical or rebellious, but I will never do those things that they also perceive to be evil, bad, or terrible, because I believe those energies will be returned to me.
I hear you. But that is a school of thought, though.
And it took a while to get there, bro. You understand? It ain't something that happened overnight. Like I had to change a lot of concepts and things that were programmed into my mind, like vindication and vengeance, because societies, even religions, what is war based on? See? So societies and religions tell us that we must seek, we must be the punishers, we must be the ones to lay down this punishment. What is the court of law about? We have to lay down these punishments. Hold on, Cora. So in my spirituality, I believe God will lay down those punishments and I just need to move along. I don't need to seek that vengeance. I don't need to be the judge, jury, and executioner.
Yeah, I hear you. So do you believe in, so what's your take on laws and rules that governs our country? So if a man comes into my house and robs me, because I've never robbed anybody's house. I don't go out doing that kind of thing. But a man comes in and I don't necessarily get that energy back in that case, because a man comes in and robs my house and take things away and rob things from me and my family. I've never done that before. Why was that done to me? Why did that happen to me? I don't put that energy out. I put an honest energy out. So and I've never robbed anybody. So people should pass my house and just not rob my house. But
how many
but
people
doesn't
live in
follow.
your house?
Huh?
How many people live in your house?
No, it's not a real situation. It's a fictitious situation. It's not a real
I
situation.
know. And my thing is this: in the fictitious, in the hypothetical situation, my explanation would be this: we all know that we've all evolved. We all know that we've done things wrong in the past. We don't have to really narrow it down to stealing, lying, killing, or whatever. We've done our wrongs, and so in this household, you have a wife, husband, kids, whatever. Someone in that household may have robbed or stole maybe a piece of candy, harmless, stealing, or whatever. Yeah. And that energy was returned. Now, in that person's experience, that energy was returned to them because they're in your household. You also got that experience, but that energy was returned nevertheless. And that's just my example of how something like that could happen.
Then it shouldn't have affected me.
It doesn't have to unless you allow it to, too. Also, now I'll expound on that. But go ahead.
I wasn't, so I would have been a part of that household. I might be most of the things that were taken were mine, even though I wasn't the person who had put that negative energy out there. So, in according to your analogy, I think that would be somewhat unfair. I think where it would be unfair to me because I wouldn't have personally done anything. So I still
Well,
should. I hear what you're saying.
I can I
Hold on,
can
hold
say,
on, hold on, right quick, Smoke, because I got something that just let me clear this up, and I'll let you jump in. I want to let Kat jump in too. All right,
Yeah,
Corey.
go on. Yeah.
All right. Well, here will be my understanding, and I get where you're coming from. But again, this is all about perspective. Let's remember that it ain't about right or wrong. But this is how I would understand it, even with those personal things that you're talking about, whatever mementos or material it is. I don't give two shits about materials. And I would also have the understanding that whoever that was that came in here and robbed me of those possessions for whatever reason, they've caused harm on themselves. The fact that I'm still here, those material possessions are not something that's going to change my emotional state. I'm still happy. I'm still prosperous and abundant because whatever it is they took, God has given me the power to reacquire that without any effort at all. So they really didn't do a damn thing to me. They only hurt themselves. Therefore, I was never affected in that. Whether these possessions were taken or not, I saw no effect in that. I felt no effect in that. And I don't intend to seek vengeance because I understand that these people just hurt themselves. They didn't hurt me. And I've said
yep,
this before, anything outside of the physical, someone coming to stab you, shoot you, punch you, or something like that, no one can do anything to you. It's your mind that tells you this stuff that they took was important to me and I'm affected and I'm angry. But my mind tells me that stuff they took, they didn't take from me. They took that stuff and they just caused harm to themselves. So I wasn't affected, whereas you were, Croy, and it's because of a mindset. It's not because of what actually happened. It's because of a mindset that you were affected. You allowed it to affect you, and I didn't.
No, I think that's
yep,
a bit.
if
Yeah,
I
go
could
on.
just say,
Yeah, let's go jump
Yeah.
in and let Kat.
just to chime in, because I was going to say something very like close to what to what D just said, and the thing that affects the energy that you're putting out there, possibly, theoretically, is being materialistic. So the idea that you're materialistic, the energy that you put out, you also attract materialistic people. So that's why they went into your house and took things, because your materialism attracted a materialistic person.
Are we not all materialistic? Why are we carrying on as if we're living in a virtual world? There are things that you need, Jeff and Smoke. There are things that you need to survive. You need food, you need shelter, you need clothing.
Facts.
Um, these things are practical. It is not, it doesn't come down to what you think, where it comes to the necessities for life. You, whether you want to think you need food or not, you need it. Whether you want to think you need air and shelter, you need it. So we can't just live in a state of mind. So there are things that are going to affect us in a practical way, in a physical way. And a lot of our thinking has to come down to that. Now,
Well,
what my thought, D, is the society, it has to have, because earlier on in your program you were talking about learning and school and what the society teaches and so on, and what's necessary and what's not. I heard the first part, but I was having technical difficulties. And what I wanted to come on then, because what I was going to try to put into the conversation was that you need, there are certain things that the society needs in order to in order to have an order in the society. So when you said that you wouldn't take like a personal, you personally wouldn't go out and seek revenge or to address a situation. No, probably you shouldn't. What you should do is report it to the police, and the police will, if it's something that's done against you, because there are supposed to be certain order and certain laws in the society that governs the society. It shouldn't be left down to just how you think or what I think should happen. There were societies before us, and we evolved over many thousands of years, and we saw how early society was with man, human beings, and the importance of implementing rules in the society so that we never just had a lawless society. And some of these things we still have to learn them and we still have to implement them. So even though you can live in a state in your own mind where you're thinking sort of on a pure level and sort of even on a divine level, there are physical things that are still happening that has to be addressed in a physical way.
Croy.
Yeah. So
Hold on. Croy, let me ask you this, fam. And I get what you're saying totally. I'm just trying to share to you my line of thinking. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Me too.
the necessities that you speak of, I would assume you're talking like food, water, things that basic that you're gonna need in life.
Shelter, clothing, yeah. Because
Right.
we need.
So let's say this man, woman, this robber came into my house. He cleaned my refrigerator out of food, cleaned all my nice garments out, clothes that I need to wear, the necessities.
Yeah.
As a man, in my spiritual belief, I said it and I'll say it again. Anything that we desire and we wish to manifest, the Almighty will provide for us if we lead the life we're supposed to lead. So this food that he comes and steals, which is a necessity, this earth is abundant. God has provided abundance for us. This food is everywhere. I've already said there's no problem to acquire money. It's just a source of income. I don't worry about acquiring money. You can use money to purchase food. I have skills that I can barter to get food. The facts are, the food or the so-called necessities that he stole, I have total faith that there's an abundance of that. And no matter how much I go in life, you take a look at a person that I moved from Richmond, Virginia to Columbus, Ohio 7 years ago. And I look at some of the people that are back home in Richmond, Virginia. 7 years ago, before I left, it was like, man, I don't know what I'm going to do. My lights get ready to get cut off. I'm about to be evicted. I don't know what I'm just out of it. 6 years later, I go home and visit the same person, and they're in the same house, crying the same goddamn song that they were crying 6 years ago. My point to all of this is right here. If you believe in your mind that life is terrible, you don't have enough, you're going to get a residual of that. And these people I'm talking about are a prime example. The whole 6 years I was gone, they were singing that same song. I don't have enough. I don't know how I'm going to make it. And they continued for the entire 6 years to get a residual of that. Because when I went back to visit them 6 years later, they were in the exact same position, crying the exact same song, and the same fucking house that they thought they were going to lose 6 years ago. But they never lost it. Now, when they turn their mindset around, that there's an abundance and there will always be things for you, these necessities that you talk about are still all around. So he didn't do anything but harm himself, whether you consider it necessities or not. And then when you spoke on the laws that we're governed by, I look at the only true laws are God true laws. These governing bodies only lay down agreements. These are agreements that we have as a society agreed to abide by. There are no laws. The only laws in my book are God's laws. And these laws that we're supposedly governed by man, to me, does not supersede God's laws. Now, I'm not going to go out there and do something to get me locked in a prison. So I'm going to do things to, try to adhere to these agreements, because I'm actually, as you are, South Korea, in line with some of these agreements. I believe that some of these agreements are sensible. So I decide to live within the line of these agreements. But they're no law because they were made by man. That's my
Call
spirituality.
them what you
There's
want.
no laws at all.
If I could just jump in on what you were
Yeah,
just saying
real
before.
quick, I want to get Cat in here after you go smoke. I know we want to record each other, but I want to get Cat in here. Go ahead, smoke.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the question that he poses, nature versus nurture, and our responsibility as citizens to the society that we live in, I think these are questions that definitely need to be posed and talked about, because part of our responsibility is to keep other people safe. So in our not turning in the robber, we may be exposing other people to even greater harm. But also, you have to, is the punishment the society metes out, does that actually fix the problem, right? So is taking away the freedom of somebody going to fix the problem of human beings feeling like they don't have enough and they're going to take from another human being? I don't know. It seems like at a certain point, you're abdicating your responsibility because there is no control over certain human behaviors. And you're giving yourself peace of mind.
Right.
And what you're saying is those, like, because you're in jail, and furthermore, let's say that person goes to jail and is victimized in jail, right? Are you going to stand up for them, or is that just they get what they deserve because they victimized somebody else?
My thing is this: calling the police is not seeking vindication or vengeance. Calling the police is only doing something to protect yourself. That's self-preservation. Self-preservation is also of God's word. He said to take care of thyself, thine temple. So that's self-preservation. That's not seeking vengeance or vindication. Going to beat the shit out of the guy that robbed you is seeking vengeance and vindication, which means you're telling God that at some point you want somebody to come back and beat the shit out of you. Wherever you did it, God doesn't decipher. He doesn't say, oh, okay, I get it. You beat him up because he stole from you. Oh, okay, I'm going to let that slide. No, that's not how God laws work. God says, let me take care of this. The energy you put out will be returned. So if I call the police, I'm not seeking vengeance or vindication. And if I was to go out and rob someone and the energy returned to me would be someone to call the police on me, so be it. They're not doing anything to me. They're protecting their environment. Self-preservation. So again, it's not radical for me to not seek vengeance, but that's not the same as calling the police. You understand what I'm saying? That's different. Now let's let Kat get in on this, bro. I don't want to hear what she got to say. What's
Can you
up?
hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay. All right. So taking it back to energies, I know he was talking about that he felt that he was sort of put in some situation about a robber or whatever. But my thing is, as far as energies, we all put off sometimes unintentional energy, and we as individuals all have a different perspective on things. So I might perceive something one way, you may perceive it some other way, right? So you can say, oh, that you're working and you have your house, and the energy that you're putting off is you of a hardworking person, whereas someone else might see that energy and say, you know what, I don't think so. I don't like, the sort of energy that you're putting out here, thinking that you're uppity than anyone else. But that isn't exactly the energy that you were putting out. That's just how they perceived it, right? So in their minds, they're saying, you know what, I'm gonna just fuck up your whole life and your shit and rob you, because how they interpreted your energy was coming from their perspective, not necessarily the energy that you were putting off.
That's another perfect example. See, this is why, man. That's why I say, any of y'all got a thought, click that damn link, because that's another perfect example. And well said, Kat and Croy. That that's another situation where, yeah, that person, like, you didn't have anything to do with that. Well, again, that's their energy. That's the way they're thinking. You know what I mean? But do you have to go out, and even if you see him and you have a gun, and he leaves your house with the bag of goods, some people will shoot the man down in the yard. And the agreements that we're governed by in the United States says you have every right to kill that man. God didn't say that. So when we get into these situations of agreements, I'm gonna let you respond. But when we get into these situations of agreements that we're governed by, the agreement that we're governed by, so-called laws say that now he robbed you, he came in your house, he put you in danger. You have the right to shoot him down, and you won't go to jail by our law. But God says, Croy, that energy you just put out will be returned. I don't care that he robbed you, because I said to put out the energy that you want returned. Go ahead.
There are just a few points that I think are important here. What the lady just spoke about a while ago are two different school of thought. So the person who robbed me because I had my house and thing, and I myself who got robbed. And I might have a school of thought, and I was doing a set of activities that somebody interpreted the way they wanted to interpret it, to interpret my behaviors. Whether or not I meant it that way. I heard what you said, and that kind of speaks to my point exactly. That the society can't be left down to, oh, what you think and what I think and what the other man think, and this man think, oh, he's boastful and cocky. I want to go into his house and destroy him. And I'm over there building big houses and behaving as if I'm some elitist kind of. You see, people will always have there will always, in the human race, it's huge, it's a huge populace. There are going to be varying views and varying perspectives. And if you leave the society down to what that man think who robbed me and what I think who got robbed and what the other person down the road thinks, and there is no collective sort of direction that people should take. You mentioned D about religion, and you said God didn't say this or God didn't make that rule. But in most of the in the major religions, in Christianity, you have the commandments. You have the 10 commandments. And there is the idea of the commandments that was handed down to Moses, right? And Moses was leading a certain set of people according to the Bible and according to Christianity. And God gave him these laws in order to help to govern the people, right? Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor, that kind of thing. And so societies, from as long as we can remember, it had gotten more advanced over the years, and things has evolved and changed. But societies have had to have a set of you. I don't want to put a label on it, because if I say rules, you can, because I know nobody can govern me by rules, and you can have all kinds of, but there's a set of agreements, rules, laws, whatever you want to call them, that has to govern a society. It cannot be left down to individuals
A contract.
seeing it how they want to see it and doing what they want to do.
South Korea, let me ask you this, because you keep going down in the history, and way back in history, I guess you go far as the Mayans, the Aztec, however far back. Hold on, Croy. Let me get it out. Let me get it out, fam.
Religions, I'm talking about religion. Religion has rules.
I know, Corey, but let me get the question out, though, fam. How you know what I'm going to ask if you don't let me get it out?
No, but you say I'm going back, and I'm saying no. You mentioned religion. Really, if you
I know,
and you are going back. Religion is old.
Okay, so you went back, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so listen to the question, fella. Listen to the question. So when we go back, because I'm trying to show you what history also shows us, fam. That's why I'm correlating that. When we go back to these history to these governed societies that you're talking about, before I make that statement, Monkey Kung Fu says, again, the key to immortality is to live a life worth remembering. Bruce Leaf. It's a very powerful statement. Appreciate you, Monkey. So when we go back, South Korea, here's something also that's true about these older societies. Man, it's getting dark. I need my light, my green screen messing up. All of these societies that you speak of, Croy, that laid these rules down at what level or whatever level they laid these rules down, Here's something that's common in all of these societies, Croy. They crumble. They crumble, and new societies have to be built. And the greatest thought of society in this world today, America, is crumbling. So history has also shown us that these rules and societal beliefs always eventually fucking crumble. And the reason they crumble, if it was right, if it was the way, then they would sustain, no? Because things that are right to us, things that work out for us, they generally sustain. They sustain. We live this way, we're in peace. They sustain when they work out. But these societies that were governed by man, that man showed the way, they always fucking crumble.
Because of corruption.
Meaning to me, I can't put all faith in these man-made agreements, because these man-made agreements over history has shown us that they don't fucking work. I don't care if they work for hundreds of years. There are always people in poverty. There are people in famine. There are people unhappy throughout these societies that work with their governing laws, but they ain't fucking working. Look at the world today and these so-called societies with governing laws. We have 196 countries worldwide, and only 15 of them are able to live comfortably like we are. Think about that. 197 countries worldwide, and only 15 of them are able to live comfortably like we are. Fucking these societies do not work. I'm not going to put faith in these governments and societies, because on a world scale, in my opinion, Croy, they don't fucking work.
Go on.
Croy, you said you said corruption, but certain people look at it as opportunity to self-preserve, right? Because at the end of the day, everybody's perception of certain situations are different. We had this conversation last time when we were talking about, we see things one way, they see things this way, which way is right, which way is wrong, right? So at the end of the day, we all think differently. We are diverse in how we think. That's just a fact, not just, how we look, but also how we think and, things we believe in. So you may see it and think of it one way, right? You said corruption, but those people may sit there and think, well, I'm thinking about me, myself, and self-preserving. So at the end of the day, you can't really go by, the laws that we as man or as the human race make, because at the end of the day, we think we're superior just because there's no one else or there's nothing else that will tell us otherwise, right? So we conflict amongst ourselves because we just have that natural being of, the strong or the fittest survive, right? But if like freaking aliens came out of nowhere, then it's a whole completely different story. But as for now, we conflict amongst ourselves because that's how we survive. It's just nature. That's how we as human beings, we're animals. That's just a part of who we are. You can't, just throw away that instinct, right? We self-preserve, and self-preserving is interpreted differently depending on who you ask.
Let me say something, because what we're doing is looking at present day society, or thinking, or looking at societies in the past. And I think we're missing the point I'm trying to make. If say there is 10 loaves of bread in the populace, right? So we need food. We need water. We need certain things to survive. If there are 10 loaves of bread and 2 barrels of water to share for mankind to survive on, how do we share it? How is it down to, all right, the strongest person that can grab the barrel of water and take it into his place and self-preserve and look after himself. Is it that is the person that is going to survive? Or should we, as human beings, look at a strategy that will make everybody get a sip of the water? And
But the prob
or hold on, or should we understand that God put enough here in abundance for all of us to find another water source?
all right. Let if no, because I was making an analogy. D. So I'm saying that's the water source. That the all right. Let me make another analogy. Look at what and you're going to say that I'm going into history, but we're just trying to. I'm just trying to make my point clear. If you look what happens to smaller, weaker countries over time, over history, up to now, in present day, right? So the country that doesn't have an army or has a ragtag army, the country that doesn't have and go back further, countries and people and tribes in certain places that had only bows and arrows, while others had a higher technology, guns and that kind of thing. And you there was there's always the situation of a bigger, stronger country with a larger army, a more populated and a more populous army that can go into another country and take what that country has and overpower the country. And so probably there is a school of thought that says we should have international laws that prevents one country from just stepping over into another country, regardless of their size or their power, and feel like, all right, my country is a big country. It is a prosperous country. I want to keep it that way. I want to preserve my country. I want to keep it prospering. So there are some little countries over there. They have some resources that we think we're going to need in the future. Let us just go over there because we are more bigger and more powerful and take it from them. That can always happen. There will always be smaller countries who are more vulnerable, and there will always be bigger, more powerful countries. And I'm using this as an analogy, right? So what in our present day society, there are certain international laws that will prevent people from, going into fishing in your waters, from chopping down your forest without your government giving permission to do it, so and those kind of laws, I think, are necessary. I think it can't be down to be only down to the whim of a huge nation, whether or not they want to go and take things from my small nation that I'm from.
Croy, what has history shown us though? And this is what I'm saying. History has shown me, Croy. I hear what you're saying, and I respect your perspective. But my perspective is the way that it is because history has shown me God always deals with that. Right now we're going. Hold on, Croy. Let me finish, bro. You gotta let me finish. Croy. You gotta let me finish, and then you can take off, bro. But at least let me finish.
Okay.
I'm just saying, from my perspective, everything you're saying, I'm not disagreeing with it. I'm hearing what you're saying, and I've seen these things too. I've seen it with the societies. But one thing that God has shown me is that energy always. What happened to the Roman Empire? They ruled everything like you're talking about. What energy did God send back to that entire empire? What happened to Hitler and the Nazis? They were taking over, running things, going into smaller countries. What energy did God send back to that empire?
Hitler should have happened.
Okay, hold on, Croy. Hold on. Croy, chill. Those governing bodies, those powers toppled. No matter how much they went in and they tore down societies, what God has shown me is that energy that they put out was returned to them. And Hitler was in a fucking bunker hiding. Okay? The energy was returned. And me or anybody else, you know what I mean? Am I responsible? Are you responsible for that? No. Regardless of what wars happen, there is a balance in the universe. So if these societies, whether they're governed by laws or not, do these certain things, My whole thing is this. My understanding on life in general is that the energy you put out will be returned. That's God laws. And none of these societal beliefs or agreements will change any of that. That's just my perspective on it. I understand where you're coming about, where you're saying you feel like that we need these society laws and beliefs. But I'm saying every time these certain powerful societies create these laws that we're to be governed by, if they were so right and so necessary, why would these societies historically always topple? They always fall.
And if I can just jump on, and I know Saint Corey wants to get on, and maybe he can answer both of us with it when he says his piece. But just from my own experience, right? I have seen these small countries try to sign on to a UN charter, right, in order to get their recognized as countries, with stipulations that completely are harmful to their own societies, that they don't even have the resources in order to enforce the rules that they need to implement in order to join this community of nations, right? So the idea that because you're small, you need to conform to the powers of the day, that doesn't keep you safe from invasion, and also having your society completely destabilized by that larger group. Furthermore, what you're doing is codifying and normalizing the status quo as yourself as a small nation and these other nations as big and powerful.
Yeah.
Damn, he got it. Well, go ahead, Croy. He'll come back. Go ahead.
Okay, I was waiting to see if the lady wanted
I
to
think you cut off. Did you have something to say, Kat?
No, I pretty much agree with what Smoke said on the situation.
Yeah. Go ahead, Croy. It's your floor, boy.
I just heard what Smoke said about laws that about countries, smaller countries aligning themselves with bigger countries, and then the laws doesn't favor them. I understand that. I am not even purporting that the laws that are made are the present laws, are laws that were made in the past, were always beneficial to the more vulnerable in the society, because I know that the powers that be sometimes make rules and make laws that benefit themselves, and that is why I mentioned corruption. But even the same analogy that Smoke just spoke about a while ago, when he said that like smaller countries will align themselves with a group of bigger countries, and then the laws doesn't suit them. And why do you think they do that? Because a lot of these smaller countries try to align themselves with bigger countries because they think it's a protective move. It's a defensive move on their part, because they align themselves with one big country or another, and they align themselves because they can't protect themselves from from other countries out there that could cause them problem. So sometimes it's not that they think that laws won't be corrupted and laws won't be set with sort of a trick up the sleeve. But sometimes these smaller countries, they suffer these disadvantages from bigger countries who physically invade, take over their space, right? And because they're smaller countries. Now, if you align yourself with a bigger country or a group of bigger countries, you're thinking that these laws or these countries will have, like NATO and groups like that, will have certain rules that will prevent other countries from like having nuclear weapons, or prevent other countries from crossing into your border that you can't do yourself. You as a single country, not aligned to anybody, can't do yourself. So the bigger country on your right could step over in your border and do what they want to do. You align yourself with another big country that you think is purporting the laws that you would like to see, purporting the laws that are saying to countries on a worldwide scale that you can't just step into a country. So you try to align yourself with that. Of course, sometimes a lot of it backfires. D, you're saying that these nations they fall. Of course, we know they fall. Yes, they had rules. They fall. These rules sometimes are not transparent enough. They are not set genuinely. But I'm saying basically, a society cannot operate as a lawless society without checks and balances. If
Well,
if there's a restaurant that sells food, wouldn't you like to know that the government has food testing agencies that has some kind of checks and balances on the restaurant, that the restaurant can't just give you any kind of food?
no, 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 no. If we want to dig into that, no, I wouldn't. What I would like, Croy, is that these same lawmakers, the FDA and such, what I would really like, Croy, is that they wouldn't design laws to check foods from poisons that they're giving to us. See?
Okay, so what?
So when we talk about fucking laws and these laws being designed for their own greed and agenda and they're poisoning us, and I say that we need these laws in place, I don't fucking need the FDA laws in place. The FDA laws are
Can we
killing
run a
Americans,
lawless
man.
society?
They're killing Americans.
You
Like
can't have a lawless
this
society.
society laws, hold on, Croy, because you say your piece, but I don't think you like to hear the things that I say. You got to listen to this. The society, especially, let me utilize this country, America. If I think we need the fucking laws in this country, the legal system in this country, do I think we need the laws in this whole country system, legal system, needs to be abolished, and we need to come up with a way of living. Whether you say that's to establish laws or not, whether a way of living is for everyone to adapt the idea of free thinking, of understanding, it may not work or not. But these so-called laws that this country has put in place, I'll be damned if I ever say we need these laws. We don't need none of them. They need to be abolished, rewritten, and revamped. And we need to come up with a way of living, whether that's based under laws, a legal system, or whatever kind of system. I don't believe that these systems work, Croy. And as people, as humanity, as Homo sapiens, I don't believe that we need to be governed by these laws, because historically, these agreements, in my opinion, do not work, which is why these societies continue to build up powerful and crumble, because these so-called laws that we supposedly need, they don't fucking work. They don't work. So why would I say we need to keep implementing and putting something in place that historically shown me it ain't gonna fucking work? So my perspective will never be that we need laws. We need to adapt a way of living, probably that is not based on these legal systems, because these legal systems ain't working. One thing about the law in this country, the law in this country will never work until you can take bias out of it. And because you cannot take bias out of it, these fucking laws will never fucking work. So if somebody tell me, do I think we need these laws? I'm going to say no. If somebody asks me, do we need a way of living, a better way of living, I will agree to that. But these fucking laws, no, we don't need these laws. No, we don't need these man-made fucking agreements. We need to adapt a way of living that coincides with God's laws. That's what we need.
And what happens when some people don't choose to do that?
The same thing that's happening now, Croy. But still, I think we should try a better way. The same fucking thing that's happening now: murder, death, famine, and disaster. So,
so can I just say one thing?
We need this when we're dealing with all of these issues. I can't accept that we need this when these agreements are causing the wide issues that we're having. I'm just saying I don't know the new way. I don't know the other way. I don't know what we need despite these man-made laws. I know that we need something else, but I'm not going to be told that we need something that is clearly not working for us as humanity. It's not working. How can I be told we need this and it ain't working? I can't accept that, fam. I just cannot accept that.
So let me just say this, right? We had a conversation last time, and I think Bring IQ was the one that said it, where the majority rules, right? So the bigger man always takes advantage of the smaller guy, right? So when we talk about corruption and things, again, it's always about how you perceive it. We are all we're all always thinking about self-preservation, right? That's the first thing. People are very, very selfish because they think about themselves. Okay. So when you talk about government, when we talk about like America, how it was made in the beginning, it was specifically just for white men, right? So what they made may have had good intentions, but as time went by, again, you have other people with different opinions, with different perspectives. They're making laws, they're changing laws, and then eventually it just turns into chaos. But it doesn't mean that their initial making was wrong, or that it possibly could not have worked if it was actually put into place correctly. So the problem is people will always put in their 2 cents and it always changes. Our problem is, how can we make it stay course where it benefits everybody and not just a certain amount of people? Because again, people agree when it benefits them, right? Fuck everybody else. I agree with this because, I'm in line with this. I voted for Trump because I, thought that X, Y, and Z, or I voted for Hillary because blah, 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 because it benefits them. They're not thinking of whoever else it's harming. Right, because people are selfish. We're self-preserving ourselves, and that's the problem. We don't think about everybody else. We don't think about the bigger picture, and that's why our society is the way it is. And it's not going to get any better unless we fix that. Where we can have people at the table that aren't, all look the same, all men, all white rich men. Where we can have people from other communities come in and step up. That's why diversity matters. A white man can't tell us how we live in the Black community. They've never even stepped in it. So they can't sit here and make laws and say, hey, you guys should do this, you guys should do that, when they haven't even been there. So again, we have to think about everybody, not just yourself. And that's the problem that America has. The people that represent us don't know us. They'll sell you cute little things and say, hey, I think we should do this, I think we should do that. But at the end of the day, it's all them just giving opinions because they don't know how we live. They don't know our situation. They're looking at numbers. They're looking at stats. Well, if 1 + 1 is 2, so that has to make sense. But it's a lot more complex than that. And that's the problem. If we don't have a diverse group of people that represent everybody, America's never going to move forward. And that's not just America. We're talking about worldwide. Everybody always thinks about themselves, and that's the problem.
See, if I can just jump on what Kat just said, representation is definitely key. The problem, the issue is that the representatives become they get more power than the people that they're actually representing. If the representatives didn't get an extra potato for their representation, or they didn't get any special privileges for their representation, then we can start to see a different kind of society.
Yeah, let Punch Drunk in the building. What's up, Punch Drunk?
What's good, everybody on the panel?
What's been here for a while, so I know you heard what we talking about.
Yeah, I was trying to catch up because I was going in and out. I was watching my car, so I wanted to jump what damn, I can't see the name. That's Kat or
yeah, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, you were saying about other diversity in our community and such sort. But how about if those are the same people that's working to preserve their agenda as well, knowing that they know us, because that's what we see in our community. We see very diversity in the political leadership in our community, and it's still the hood is the hood, the ghetto is the ghetto. So I really don't. It's easy to say that. It's easy to pull out the white man card. But what about those cities that predominantly it is Black leadership, it is Latino leadership, it probably is Asian leadership, and we're still under the same conditions, probably worse.
But at the what white man card? Whoa, run it back one time. What happened?
Yeah, when did Asians start running this place, or Mexicans? What are you talking about?
It was okay, look. First, I want to. My perception is New York City. All right, so that's my perception. We are we are a melting pot. So when you say Asian, I'm talking about downtown LES or Chinatown. You know, that's there is Asian politicians. There is black and Latino politicians. Now, I'm not gonna speak too much about other states where it's more like segregated, like black, white. When I come from New York City, I see it all. It's a melting pot. So that's why my perception is more of a melting pot. You know.
And how many of these? How many governors have been multi-ethnic? Have you had an Asian governor or Mexican governor? Or these other, like, these diverse communities, have they actually become governor of the New York?
Well, we have Dinkins that was black. He was a mayor, right? And it was probably one of the worst times in New York City. And then after that, it was Rudy Giuliani was a Jew and actually cleaned up the city.
Italian
Republican
governor, though.
Marion Barry was an African American mayor of D.C., and we know the disaster there.
Yeah.
That's not even New York.
Right. I didn't ask for mayors, though. I asked for governors because we said a state, right? We're talking about the leadership of a state.
Douglas Wilder was the governor of Virginia, African American. We still had racism. We still had all of these issues, and he was a black man. And I'm from Virginia. Douglas Wilder. That's a black man in the leader of the community, and we still face these fucking issues.
No, I
So
get
when we
it.
talk about
Mayors, governors also have, you know, they're all, it's not like they're governors for life. I don't know what the state. Let me just finish. I don't know what the statute of limitations is for the governor of Virginia, but I'm not saying that a single governor can fix the problems of a state. I'm just talking about representation.
exactly.
Well, see, we know that, but I was just adding because we said mayors and governors. So, and I can give more governors around the country because I'm not just based in New York. Y'all know I do a lot of research as well. But what I'm saying is that there have been, in Punch's defense, there have been African Americans in place. And I was just going by the example. If we have these cities or towns or whatever, and they have these leaders, you know, of ethnic descent that's not white, not the white man, we still have these issues. Even when they take those positions, even when they're in leadership.
So let me just say one thing. People have this false idea that when you're president, when you're governor, or when you're mayor, whatever the case may be, that everything has to change with a snap, you know, of your fingers. The problem is people don't realize that they are there. They put in certain laws, they pass certain things, and hopefully when the next person comes in, they'll build on that, right? So it's like building a house. You put the foundation, you put the bricks, the cement, yada, yada. So you're supposed to build, you know, as the next person comes in, I'm just using it as an example. But when you have a situation like a Trump and Obama, or even like a Bush and an Obama, where they tear their previous person's, you know, laws and stats down, how are you supposed to move forward, right? Because rather than building on that, they're saying, you know what, I'm going to wipe all that out and I'm going to build this. And then the next person comes back and say, nope, I'm going to wipe all that out and I'm going to come and build this, rather than focusing and saying, where are the cracks? Where can we fix, you know, where they went wrong? And that's the problem.
That's a huge problem. Before I want to respond to that, but before I do, because I want to talk on Trump, and this is going to get a little interesting, I can guarantee, when I get to Trump. But before I get to Trump and take off on this, because we're going to have fun with this Trump situation, guaranteed. D. Jefferson always say shit that people don't like, and I'm going to say something about Trump that I guarantee it people ain't going to like. So before I do that, I pulled this picture up. This is the, I hope I say it right, Sentinelese tribe. I think that's how you pronounce that. One of the oldest and still most secluded tribe in the world today. And Croy, this is kind of pointing to you, okay? I don't want to hear that we cannot have a society without these government-based agreements. Here's the thing. All of these governments around the world that joined in the United Nations and with all of their little laws and different agreements from country to country have decided that the Sent tribe, I'll just call them that because I have a problem pronouncing the name, but the Sent tribe, and there's about 11 other tribes like them around the world. These nations have decided that these tribes and their lands are off limits. You cannot go there, you cannot visit because we have pathogens, sicknesses, and stuff that they've not even been privy to wipe out their entire civilization. So therefore, we're not even allowed to come in contact with these people. The reason I brought this up, South Croy, is because their way of life, to me, and my perspective, not saying that you're wrong or right, South Croy, but these different tribes, their way of life proves to me that I don't fucking need these societies, governments, and rules. Because these people have not been touched. They've not been brainwashed with the propaganda of the media. They've not been filtered with all of this bullshit that we think they need. And they've not had our society laws pushed upon them. But for century after century, years after year, they're finding a way to live just fine. So ain't nobody gonna tell me that I need these bullshit laws in America, especially the way this cesspool of hell is being run today. Ain't nobody gonna tell me that I need these laws. These corrupt ass, biased laws. I don't need them. And there's no one can convince me that our societies need these laws, because these many cultures that have not been touched by these societies and their laws that we so-called need have been living year after year, generation after generation without it, without any of it.
D, the key word is untouched. Unfortunately, you have been. So it would never be the same for you. You can't just switch off what you know and then go into a situation like that, and that's the problem. They are they have no idea what we're going through, right? But we know what we're going through. So you can't say, we don't need laws, because the fact that we've been exposed to so much shit gives us that tick, says that yes, you do need laws because we've been exposed to so much madness.
Right. Can I respond? Can I respond?
You can respond real quick, Corey. Let me say this, and you got the floor next. Kat, I hear what you're saying, right? But I don't live that way. Right now, in this society, and that's the thing, I literally don't live that way. It's just like I just said earlier. Some of these agreements that they do have, I believe that they're in place and they're good, and it will keep us safe. And I agree with those certain agreements. So I decide to abide by them for self-preservation reason. Okay, I decide to abide by them. Some of these laws and rules and stipulations that they have in place, I don't abide by them. Okay, and
but can you guarantee?
Hold on, let me finish. I don't abide by them day after day, and I face zero problems doing it.
Right, but when you go off, right, and you bring a certain amount of people with you, because you're not going to be out here by yourself, correct? Right? Can you guarantee that they'll do the same exact thing and they won't be tainted by how they used to live before? That's where the issue comes in.
I can't guarantee.
You can only speak for yourself. You can't speak for everyone else, Papa.
Right. And at the start of this, I just said simply, if we want change, we need to reprogram this thing here. So I also said early on that what I believe in is not to push my ideology or perspectives on anyone else. It's to open perspectives, to say this is the way I live. And if you like it, and you feel like you can find happiness, prosperous, joyous abundance in it, and take part. I'm sharing my perspective. I am not having the problems or the issues that I'm hearing that people will face if they take my perspective. So I understand what you guys saying, but I ain't facing none of them fucking problems that y'all talking about. So my answer to you would be is if people adapted my way of thinking and they live their life without falling into those temptations, which I don't, because I explained that to you, then yes, they can live a life of prosperity, joy, and abundance as well, even with all of these agreements going on around them. And I know that's true because this is the way I live, and I don't face those problems. And I can say that with 100% certainty. So I can't tell anybody how to live. I can just share my experience and tell you guys that I don't face these problems y'all talking about. This is the way I live. This is the way that I decide to think day after day. And I never face these problems that you guys are talking about. So is it hypothetically that people could face these problems? I believe they could, but somewhere down the line, they would get skewed from carrying themselves the way I carry myself. They would fall into certain temptations, which means would they be thinking and living the way I'm living? No, they stray. And once they stray, then they'll probably face those problems that you're talking about. But I decide not to stray. And when I don't stray, I don't see those problems y'all talking about ever. Ever.
The analogy you made a while ago, when you showed me the tribe, right? And you were saying that they are untouched. And because a certain portion of the world is not allowed. What disallows them from touching that tribe? What disallows us, especially in the Western world with all of our corruption, to go and touch that tribe? What disallows us?
You know what I think disallows us to touch that tribe?
Yeah.
Now, I explained how the United Nations said that, they put the rule in that these tribes will be untouched. You'll probably be attacked by the United Nations or something if you touch them. Okay, Troy, Corey, let me answer, fam. So the what is this decide not to touch them is, of course, the United Nations. But I look deeper into that. I say the divine is the reason that they're not touched. You can call it whatever reason you want by man. You can call it man established this, man established that. But however you look at it, they're not being touched. And to me, in this world, and as crazy as it is, these 11 small tribes that have no power at all, no military force, but for some reason, the rest of the world, 7 billion people are being affected, but these small tribes are not. I say that's divine intervention, my friend. That is divine intervention. You can accept that or not.
No, that if you want to think it's so, you're saying that
I do think it. I feel it. I believe it. Divine intervention.
And then you say I shouldn't cut people, and I shouldn't cut into people, and you as the host, you
My bad. I apologize. Go ahead.
I'm going to ask you another question. You respond. You think so? The law that the United Nations has that disallows the law that the United Nations has that disallows people from getting into those places. You think it's null and void? You think whether or not there was a law, they wouldn't be touched? Do you think that law was necessary?
Well, here's the thing. If you've done the studies on it, which I have, it's actually not too many years ago that a lot of these tribes have even been discovered. People didn't know that they actually existed. So when it was found out that they did exist, okay, at the point it was found out that these tribes actually existed, Croy, and understand that they've been around, but once I think it was the article I read, it was It was some group and they were sailing or whatever, and they came across the tribe, and then they put a video out and talked about it. Okay, and then the governments got involved. Okay, so this, if I'm not mistaken, that's what I read. But prior to them being, as we call, discovered, like America was discovered, even though fucking people were here already. But anyway, I digress. Prior to them being discovered, Croy, and it had to be that they were discovered, right? So that these laws were put in place. Prior to them being discovered, they were still untouched. No?
Yeah, because they weren't
Okay,
being
hold on. That's all I
they
want.
weren't discovered.
I won't finish. I just want to know that you agree they were still untouched. They were untouched, even with all this going on, before they were so-called discovered, in my opinion, because of divine intervention. You have all these explorers going out trying to find this land, trying to find that land, trying to pilfer and siphon the natural resources. That's pretty much why these explorations happen. And worldwide, you have all of this for centuries and centuries going on. Even before there were planes, when there were just ships, people were exploring the world, trying to find different lands so that they can snatch resources. But because of divine intervention, even with the radar systems and the new jets and the submarines, these lands until recently still was not touched. So it was no need for these powerful societies to put down laws to say don't go touch them, because they weren't known about. And I think that that's divine intervention, because amidst of all of these societies going out trying to pillage and plunder around the world, they never found these guys. That's divine intervention. Again, you can call it what you want, but I believe in divine intervention. I believe in the all power, the almighty, and I believe the almighty kept them away. And when they were so-called discovered, divine intervention stepped in and is still keeping people away. But they still have a way of life before they were discovered, after they were discovered, without these laws that people are telling me we need.
D Jeff, what you just did a whole soliloquy a while ago. But let me tell you something. It comes back to the same thing. If because before that tribe, so that's not the only tribe. And you say I'm going back into history, but there were loads of tribes that are now infiltrated by people, and they were there like thousands of years before. But there came a time when they were infiltrated by other countries, and they were taken over, and some of them genocide and whatever. So those are not the only tribes that were like the way they are, right? And over thousands of years and hundreds of years, people after a while, all of these tribes were there and untouched. Right? Several tribes in Africa, several tribes in South America, the Inca, back from those people. They were untouched at one point. But because of what you were just explaining, that there was a time in the world where there was just this exploration boom, where bigger countries were going out, sailing out and capturing other countries. But after a while, that just couldn't continue. It was unfair. Right, and there had to be some now. So what you're saying now, if there is a big country who finds out that there is oil or something where that tribe is, and now jump and want to get into it, right? Are there not supposed to be some effort? All right, the society is corrupt and whatever, but we can't make the evil in society make us just throw our hands up in the air and say these people are not supposed to be protected. There has to be at least one body in society that will stand up now and say, no, people should not go into that country. People should not go and exploit these people. There has to be some, because it can't be left up to just the thought of America or China or Russia, one of those big countries, just up to their own whim, up to their own conscience or whatever, to say, oh, all right, we're not going to touch them. Or, yes, we're going to touch them. Right? Right? You're saying that God will protect them. But I'm telling you that there are a lot of tribes that said the same things, that were very religious in back in the days. And when they were getting invaded, that was the position that they took. No, it's good energy. Pray for them. God, and a lot of that is the Bible. A lot of that is Christianity. Pray for them. Turn the other cheek. God will, your glory will be when God gives you your glory. But if they're coming to invade, don't do anything. Take this passive approach and say, well, I have good energy, and our people has good energy, and let us wait on divine intervention. It has that chain of thought had it doesn't work among humanity because people don't have that level of conscience. The majority of the world, DJ, is not like you. The majority of the world, if they see that they can take advantage of a weaker person or a weaker place or a weaker group, they will. Yeah.
All right, Corey, let me ask you this then. All of those countries that you were talking about that were invaded and taken over, right, by the bigger, stronger power, did they need their new laws that they came and established? Because they were living life, living free just fine. They had their own little land. They were farming their land. Where people were happy. And then this society, this more powerful society came in and forced their laws upon those people. Did those people need those laws? Did they need them?
No, because you're
Okay.
mistaken. No,
So
you're
I
thinking.
don't need these fucking laws.
No, let me
I
answer
don't
you.
need them either.
Let me answer you, DJ, before somebody else comes in. DJ, the fact that they didn't have Western laws doesn't mean that they didn't have laws. These tribes have their chief. These tribes have their queens. These tribes have their warrior men, and they have a way of setting up their societies. If you go and study them, go down there with your camera, do it for your channel, and study. Don't change them. Don't implement any law. Just watch them from your camera, what they do. They might wake up at a certain time. They answer to a certain call. They have their own rules. The Western rule, I agree with you, Jeff. The Western rule is a lot of the times it is done. They are made in self-preserve to make sure that they get the benefit, right? So some rules are not set in good faith. I know that. And a lot of the times, when the Western world goes in on these tribes and the rules and the laws that they set, it destroys these tribes. They should have left them with their own rules and their own laws because they have it. We are buying into the thought that, oh, they are uncivilized. That is a Western way of thinking, and I thought you were above that, right? That is a Western way of thinking. That is the excuse that the Western world gave for disturbing these tribes, to say, oh, we are going to civilize them. We are going to make them know about machine and this and that. But they had their own rules. They made their oil from boiling coconut until it became from boiling coconut. They made their porridge from grating banana. We are coming with a whole synthetic thing and giving it to them. No, leave them. But it doesn't mean that they didn't have rules, DJ. And they didn't have. I don't know what they call it, if it's rules, but they had their way of life that they set up their society.
Thank you.
And no society can really run without that.
Okay, Troy, thank you for fucking saying that. And I'm getting ready to rewind you, friend, and listen to the exact words you're saying. I'm getting ready to rewind it right now, fam. And it should really clear things up. We should really stop after this. I think maybe about 40 minutes ago, you asked me another question. You asked me, what would I do about the laws and what I call agreements in America? I said everything in America needs to be abolished, and we need to create a way of living. And what you just said about these tribes, they may not have rules or such, but they may have a way of living. Now, I was going to say, but once you said that, it kind of cleared things up. But I was going to say that I've watched documentaries and read on different tribes, and there are tribes that didn't have laws established. No laws. They had ways of living. It was no violation of laws. You can do the research. It was a way of living. What I said is we do not need these laws. Do we need structure? As humans, I believe we need structure. My family, my household has structure. I didn't say we need anarchy. Understand me now. I didn't say we need anarchy or mass hysteria. I do agree we need a way of living. Do I think that our way of living should be rules and agreements based on what a group of people think that we should live? No. Do I think that we need a way of living that everyone can agree with? And then these tribes that we're talking about, and as you just said, they had a way of living. It may not have been the democratic democracy way of living like the Western society come in and try to force on them. They may not have had those ideals and that type of ideology. They had their own way of living. Their own way of living, their system may not have been based on a legal statute or a law-driven system, but it was still their society and their way of living. And I'm going to repeat this 100 times. I don't feel that any of us need necessity to live life. That's what a necessity is. I don't think we need these laws. Do I agree we don't need anarchy worldwide? Of course not. But there are ways to live without anarchy and also without these bullshit laws, man. Because these laws, to me, are just man-made agreements. And the only law that we should base societies on is God's law. And if our way of living coincides with God's law and not man-made agreements, that's what I agree with. A way of living that coincides with God's law, not a way of living that coincides with these fucking agreements that's placed down on us. We don't need agreements, laws. That is my perspective, Croy. That's it. I don't know. I mean, I get the things you're saying. I don't agree we need these fucking laws, fam. I don't.
So,
we need to revamp and change the way we live. And I think that starts from one person. One person starts this, D. Jefferson. And then D. Jefferson spreads it to Kira Jefferson, my daughter, and so forth, her daughter. And Kat, if she decides to adapt it. And Punch, if he decides to adapt it. And then once we revamp this way of living, then other people start to catch on because they say that's a better way of living. They're living peacefully over there, abundant. These people seem to be all happy. They're not dealing with the propaganda of the media. It starts with one person. I understand that we're here now. We have this big society. But did Dr. King say that? Right within this society? We're here now. We just got to fucking deal with it. Did Thomas Edison say that? We're here now. We can't harness electricity. We just have to deal with that. But those were just one individual. They were individual men. Thomas Edison, Martin Luther King. Thomas Edison changed the way the world lights up now. It's because of Thomas Edison. He changed the way the whole fucking world lights up. Now we can harness electricity and click a fucking switch. And people said he would never be able to get that done. Thomas Edison tried that over 10,000 times. Just the feat alone is as amazing as him harnessing that power. Who the fuck tried something 10,000 times before they give up? And that was one man that changed the world. So when you ask me, what do? We start here. One man. You start, I start, Punch Drunk, everybody listening starts, and it spreads. And then we say to ourselves, I don't care, 200, 300 years later, now we're here instead of being there. But don't tell me now, just because we're in this fucking rut, that I need to accept what has put us in this rut. Because I don't accept that. Because it's not the divineness of man, and it can change.
I think anarchy is getting a bad a rap in this whole conversation, because while you say you're not an anarchist, everything that you're actually describing is anarchy. It is rejection of coercive hierarchies and thinking that the state doesn't actually need to exist. That's really what anarchy is. And
indeed.
You know, so I mean, for me, I am an anarchist, and I understand. So when I hear anarchist ideas, you know, I recognize them to be what they are. Like whether I think you can actually whether or not I think anarchy will work in our current society is a different question.
But Smoke, I agree with that too. But there's also like it's a contradiction there, and I get that. But where there's another contradiction when you look at that is there's not harmony in anarchy. Okay, so when you're all of like mind and you're living the divine way, then you're living harmoniously, and anarchy cannot exist in the realm of harmony.
Well, that's where I think that anarchy gets a bad PR.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I think the idea that this tribe that we're talking about, this tribe definitely lives in an anarchist condition. They don't actually have a state dictating them or a coercive hierarchy, at least from the outside looking in. Like, I don't really know how this society is formed, but from the outside looking in, they don't have that issue.
Yeah, but also I did too, because you have what's called synonyms, Smoke. That's why I love to talk to you, because your vocabulary is so broad, and sometimes you come back at me and you base things on one word. So you also have what's called synonyms. And I also said mass hysteria, pandemonium, anarchy. So if you use the synonym and the context that I put them in, it's not harmonious, bro. And it's what I meant by it. Okay,
yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying.
anarchy. Oh, okay, hold on, Smoke. But if we take anarchy and the definition of it, then I get what you're saying. But what about pandemonium and mass hysteria? It's still confusion, was my point. Not really the word literally anarchy. It was the point that I was making about living in confusion. And if you're harmonious, then you're not living that way. So that was more the point I make. I didn't really want to knuckle down.
I wasn't trying to undermine your point, and I wasn't even necessarily even speaking to your overall point. I was just giving a shout out to anarchy. That's it.
No doubt, no doubt. See, I know, man, but this is the thing too. Like, I love when Smoke talk, but that's what has to be done sometimes. Like, I still got to clear it up. I know you won't really try to challenge my point, but if I don't clear that up, then some people might take that the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
most definitely. Like, sometimes I chime in. People think that I'm contradicting him or trying to undermine him. I really am not. I am pointing out that a lot of your actual belief systems that you're expressing right now are anarchist principles.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, like I said, when you first said that, I agree with that. But in the form and the meaning of anarchy, because anarchy, it's like everything has a polar opposite, right? So, in the sense of order, as far as our governments, anarchy is the opposite of what they would consider order, and it can be democracy, socialism, capitalism, communism. And if you're not within line, then you're just anarchy. You understand what I'm saying? So when you look at anarchy in that sense, then it's just without what they believe, these societies believe is what they have established as order, which I don't believe in that, which is what we're talking about now, which is about all of the brainwashing and the programming. I don't believe in the wolf tickets these societies are selling us. I don't believe in that.
Yeah, so the idea of
an anarchist.
Yeah, to bring it back to the power of the mind and your own individual responsibility to the group. I think that's where people need to actually govern and direct their energies, so that we can throw off these coils, so we can throw off the yoke of these quote unquote authorities that are making us direct our energies in a manner that we wouldn't otherwise do if we had the freedom of choice.
Yeah, no doubt. Let me see what y'all. I mean, anybody can jump in. I'm gonna go to the chat, see what we talk about. The chat, Iceman. I believe other people don't believe in our God. God, we are following. Let me see. Said, what you say, Kat? What about people that don't believe in your God? Whose God are we following? What was y'all talking about, Kat?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, no, because he said something about that he believes in what you said about God's law. And then I asked him, I said, okay, well, what about the people that don't believe in your God? And he said, well, don't people believe in a higher power? And I'm like, well, no, you have atheists. You have people that believe in more than one God. So how can you make that theory a universal one where everyone fits in?
Well, yeah. Here's the thing. That's what religions do, in my opinion. They try to make, I don't believe, and that's the thing I'm trying to get to too, Kat. I don't believe, and I'm not trying to push, and I keep alluding back to this. I don't believe, or am I trying to push my ideals on people? What I'm doing is offering my perspective in the way I see things, and potentially people can adapt some of the things that I believe to improve their situations, not to conform to my total beliefs. I think that's what religions do. And I think that's a problem when you try to push ideals or try to make something universal. Nothing is universal because we're all here to create and add on to the infinite knowledge. So nothing's going to be the same. This is why we're all individuals and we all have our individual way of thinking. But I do believe that we were put here again to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant. And whatever it is that you believe in, if it does not have you joyous, prosperous, and abundant, then to me, you're going down the wrong path, whatever path that may be. I hear I grew up in the Baptist Pentecostal church, okay? Black people, holiness church, you know, the singing and the dancing and the shouting and the praising. That's the church that I grew up in. Well, it was funny to me that most of the saints, the church members that I grew up around were sick, broke, and complaining all the time. Sick, broke, and complaining all the time. Now, this is my experience. I don't know what everybody else's experience is like in the church that they grew up, but it was a lot of poor people. You go over their house, oh, child, I don't know, my gout killing me. I don't know how I'm going to pay this bill. It's always complaints. Well, I'm just putting it in the hand of God. Things are tough now. It's complaints year after year. They're not happy. Don't fucking sit here and make me believe that they're living happy lives. Not the people that I was in contact with. They were unhappy. And so the way I see it is, if that's your religion and that's the way you choose to live, I'm going with my spirituality, and God told me that I'm supposed to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant. And my life right now, the way I live, I'm feeling that way. Whereas this deacon in the church that I know, that has more monetarily than I do, that has a better house than I do, that has a nicer car than I do, better clothes than I do, is miserable. And he's following this religion. And if I'm not mistaken, God put us here to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant. So he needs to reprogram and figure something out himself. I don't need to push my ideas on him, but I do feel like I'm living here for why God put me here, and he's following that religion, and he's not. That's just the way
Where did you get that from?
My mind. That's the way I see it. This is what I'm trying to tell people, and this is what people need to start doing. I don't get it from no fucking body. I don't get it from any book. I have derived of this from the mind that God has given me, Kat.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but there had to be a moment in your life that sparked that thought.
I explained that 11 years ago. I went on a journey. 11 years ago, I went on a journey, and I start to find out that a lot of the things that I was brainwashed in, that Pentecostal and Baptist belief, the government, the propaganda, the media telling me this, that, and the third, I relinquished all of that. I totally relinquished it. It may be hard for some people to believe and fathom, but no, D. Jeff, you grew up like this. How you just going to throw everything away? Your parents and all of them taught you. That's what the fuck I did. So when y'all try to figure out, well, damn, how does he think like this? Because I threw out all of that bullshit that we were brainwashed with, and I started anew 11 years ago. So when you ask me, where do I get this train of thought from? Me, from what God gave me. That's where I get it from. Not the church, not the Bible, not the theologian, not the scientist, not the fucking doctor. I get it from me.
But you were influenced into thinking that way because of your surroundings.
I
Yes
was
or no?
influenced for
Yeah,
33
there you go.
years. Hold
Yeah.
on. I was influenced for 33 years and I relinquished that, Cat. That's why we got into that discussion about your medical industry.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was influenced by that and I've relinquished that.
Yeah. The journey, of personal truth and discovery. You know, I grew up with heroes in my family. You know, the Martin Luther Kings and Malcolm X's and all that. But their message also evolved over time. Before they were leaders to when they became a leader, and then to once they got to worldwide renown, their the structure and their belief system continued to evolve.
True.
Fact, first. That's a fact.
Let me ask you. Can I ask a question? What type of religious, let's say any religion, what is the bad about it? Like believing in God. What is so bad about that?
Nothing.
The only bad part that I see about religion is the idea that unless you believe as they believe, then somehow you are wrong. The idea that people need to be saved, that then you must save them, and the savior is that religion.
But the moral character, the moral standard of those religion, I don't believe it has any bad to it, in my opinion. Even if I'm not within those religion, but I could see the great things in Muslims. I could see the great things in Jews. I could see the great in Christianity. I could see the great in Buddhism. I could see the great in all those, Hinduism and all those religions.
Again, it's how you perceive it. When you read something, I may read it one way. You may read the same thing, but take it completely left. So it's just how you read it and how you interpret it, how you understand it. Unfortunately, people read the Bible and are like, oh, God is XYZ and, yeah, this is BS. Some people read it and they find a whole completely different avenue and just, flow themselves through it. Again, it's how you perceive it, what you read, and how you take it in. It's not that it's something bad about it. We can all open any book, whether it's the Bible, the Quran, and find a whole bunch of negative shit. But again, it's how you perceive it and how you take it in.
Thank you. And that's perfect. That's perfect, because that's right where I was about to go. I can't perceive religion as bad because it's individual people that are involved in that religion. And as I say, you take out of anything in life what you need. You take what you need. When we can stop being programmed, even if you decide to join a religion, but you don't allow yourself to be programmed. And when I say that, you join that religion, you go with your ideology, you read that book, and you don't allow that man on the pulpit to tell you what it means, and you come through your understanding and you talk to God within that religion through your understanding, how can it be bad? Because it will improve your life. It will make you a better person. This is why or contradict religions or say, no, you don't need to think that way. You need to think my way. No. If they're involved in that religion and they're thinking in a certain way and they're happy and they're helping and they're giving and they're loving, how can you say that's wrong? How?
Right. So, and I wouldn't say that that's wrong. So I just wanted to piggyback and just to add to my answer to Punch's question of, how can religion be perceived to be negative? Right. So that I'm rephrasing his question because I don't remember the exact language.
Yeah, I got you.
But right. So can you hear me or am I breaking up?
No, you clear.
Oh, so I'm breaking up.
No, you clear. All right.
Am I good?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. All right, cool. So the one thing about religion is the currency of belief, right? And the thing about belief is that it is actually an absence of knowledge. In order for you to have a belief, you have to not have knowledge. And so to a certain extent, the mind of the believer stagnates. You start to actually use belief when knowledge would work. And that is one of the issues that I see in both religions and religious people.
Well, I know there's a lot of religious people that never tapped into the spiritual side of it. I know there's people that read a lot of religion and go to school and go to college and get their degree on religion, but never tap into the spiritual side. I believe that, and within those religion, spirituality is very, very important. It's the biggest side of religion. So I think when people tap into the spiritual side, that's when you see the growth. That's when you see, you know, the real change on the spiritual side, not just by reading. I think it is a limit to just read and understanding, but the spiritual side is something that you just can't teach somebody else. They got to go through them themselves.
Yeah, but while the religion definitely while it values the spiritual, it's not necessary, right? The religion is more about the system of rules that govern that particular belief system, right? That's how you separate one religion from another. The spirituality part is universal, right? The fact that we are both material and spiritual beings, that's a universal concept. That's true, that weaves throughout every just about belief, because most of the successful religions are based on an explanation of things that we have no idea whether they're true or not, right? So it's that kind of thing. That is where religion can go left for a person who is seeking their higher self.
Yeah, facts disrupt any kind of spirituality. When you talk about people that go to church every Sunday and they read the Bible, they're not actually like spiritually connected, right? Their knowledge is on what they read, right? It's not so much as a belief, right? So you can't really equivocate the two because they're completely two different things.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay Cooley said this topic is amazing, so I was about to type it in, but I appreciate that, Jay Cooley, because I do really try to, I don't really want to, these power of the minds, guys, I said this earlier, this is my favorite out of everything that I do. I love sports, but this is my favorite because we really get to share here on another level, right? And we really get to open each other's minds with this. So, Jay Cooley, I appreciate that you feel that way about it. I think it's an amazing topic myself, and I really try hard, guys. I really try hard on these power of the mind topics to come up with something that can help us all. And that's why I think that these things are so successful, because I think a lot harder on this power of the mind than I do on those other shows that the Donut Shop and Ride Alongs and Speaking Mind Sports Talk Live Daily. I put a little thought into them, but nowhere near as much as these power of the mind topics. Because I think when we talk these power of the mind topics, whatever the subject may be, my intent is that each and every one of us walk away from here with something. And I think that we've been successful at that on every one of these power of the mind topics so far. I think that every one of us has actually walked away with something. And that's the goal. You know what I mean? That's the goal of this. Let me see. France said, let's say God doesn't exist, so polytheism, belief in many gods, or monotheism, belief in one God, let's say it doesn't exist. Would laws against murder, stealing, raping women rights, would they exist? I think that, and I'll go around the panel, I'll leave that question up. France, I think that if you listen to what South Croy was saying earlier, and as I was saying to South Croy, I agree with a lot of the things that he was saying. It's just that my personal beliefs don't allow me to subscribe to that shit, right? But I do understand that the way people think around the world, this is what's accepted. So this is basically a reality of what we're living in. But if these gods didn't exist, or if this didn't exist, I believe that we would still have laws, because it's a man-made thing. It's man that comes up with this to say, in societies, this is how we have to live. So with the absence of religion, I think that a group of powerful men at whoever, the might is right, basically, like Julius said. I think that as humans, we would still do whatever we can to try to gain control. And then so attempting to gain control of a mass of people, then you would have to put certain laws in place. If you don't comply, this is going to happen. So even without these gods or beliefs or whatever, I do think that there would be law. That's just my opinion. Kat, what you think on that?
So I think that we're forgetting that before the government and all this, we were natives, right? So we believed, like we had a system where we knew that, you know, you couldn't rape X, Y, and Z. You couldn't just murder just because you couldn't take something that didn't, you know, belong to you. So I do believe that without, you know, God or religion, that we would still have laws to indicate this, because people forget that the natives actually had women that were chiefs, had women in, you know, higher positions until, you know, like Columbus came and then they were like, hey, you know, by the way, women ain't shit or whatever, blah, 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 blah. So, you know, we had a certain standard and way of life that was advanced to what, you know, was deemed normal and not savage. You know, we grew food, you know, we had fishing and all this other stuff. We had boats that went from island to island. Like, people forget that before, you know, there were these huge boats that brung slaves from one place to the other. We were communicating from freaking Puerto Rico to the DR and to Colombia and Mexico and back and forth. We were out here. We had a system. So people forget that.
Right. The Mayans, you guys, are old civilization, right? The Mayans had a legal system. They had punishment for crimes, murder, rape, incest, treachery, arson. They had a legal system built way back then. And when you look at these old cultures and civilizations, I believe that this is why I believe that it's in man's nature to do these things. So I think that they would try to, even if it's not a legal system or law, I think that men would try to congregate, take power, and make rules to govern people. You know, I think that is maybe an instinct of man. You look at the wild, the animals in the wild. You have the alpha lion, the alpha male, and then you have his two buddies, like his two lieutenants, right? Well, they don't speak words, but when the lioness goes out to hunt, it's already understood. It's basically like a law that the alpha male eats first. If anybody comes and try to eat, they're gonna get smacked or swiped by that alpha male. Any one of his seconds, any one of the lioness that went out and hunted the food down, even down to the little babies. I've watched documentaries and I've seen the lion smack one of the cubs away until he's full, until he's finished. And once he's full and finished, he walks away and y'all can go ahead and get y'all meals. Now, in this pride, the law is that the king eats first. That's the law. It's nothing written down. We don't have amendments in the Constitution for this lion pride, but it's understood. That's the law. And I think that with humanity, man, our brain and the way we act, I think that we would have a similar effect, whether we believed in gods or not. I think that naturally that would happen.
I think in my household, I eat first too.
Why will I eat last?
No, we have meals together, but we just eat when we're hungry.
Yeah, no doubt. I think we all got enough food that we can just go to the refrigerator and get something.
Yeah, but there's a structure though, and there's a structure in which, let's say, women may feel less of, and then there's the structure where a woman loves to cater and make her husband or man feel like the king.
It's perception. It's how they feel.
Yeah,
not all women are like that, baby.
Yeah, it's a beauty. it's a beauty in it, you know.
Yeah, Jay Cooley, correct, bro. And that's why I say, right or wrong, morals and ethics and ideals are built by society. So would it's like what I said when I pissed a lot of people off, and I was supposed to talk about Trump, but we'll do that on another. I don't even want to go. That'll be another 3 hours if I start fucking with Trump. But it's like I said on another live when I got people excited about the whole pedophilia thing, right? And you know, would we know murder if, you know, if certain things didn't exist? Would we know, would we think that murder was bad? When you look at certain cultures, I can't remember the country, but it's this. My wife and I was just watching a documentary the other night, probably like a week ago, and I can't remember the exact country, but it's a country where the men, it's accepted. They beat the women. Domestic violence, it's accepted. They'll beat their women in the street. The police won't do anything. This is just accepted. And their way of life is you can't tell a man what to do in the household. So they can go snatch their wife up, beat them on the street, and drag them home, and it's not a crime. Here in America, you're going to jail, buddy. You might not make jail.
I think it's the word usage. Right. You said it's accepted. It's not that it's accepted. It's just that it's the law. It doesn't mean that these women are out here like, yes, beat me. No, it just means that they have
right. No. So I agree. Hold on. Let me clear that up, Kat, because you're right. And within the documentary, she's 100% right. These women don't like it, bro. They're fighting against it, and they're trying to create laws to stop it. So she's right. It's not accepted. But amongst the society, it's accepted because there's no laws against it. Where here, there's laws against it. So as a society, we're not accepting the domestic violence. We're not allowing men to beat women down because they don't do what they tell them to do. They're not, you know, we don't allow that punishment here. But my whole point is that, you know, in certain societies, things are not looked at as it is in other societies. It's just not looked at as bad or unacceptable or not tolerated. Within another society, it is. And so the question is, I don't know, Jay Cooley, if they would look at it as rape, murder, stealing. I don't know. It depends on how that society was brought up. What if they were brought up in a society or a group of people like the Neolithic or anyway, let's just say the Neolithic man, where it was the Neolithic man's right to go around and have sex with the women. It didn't matter which women of the tribe they were there. It was their right to go around and have sex with any woman they wanted to. And it was nothing wrong. It wasn't considered rape. If the woman back then in the Neolithic time didn't want to have sex at the time, and the man said, come and ruffle her down and screw her anyway, he wasn't going to jail. He wasn't going to be stoned to death. And it wasn't considered rape.
Don't you think wrong? I'm sorry. Don't you think wrong or right is a natural being too?
I think wrong or right is just a perception. I've said that many times, because truth is this. Truth is a majority belief. That's it. When you got a bunch of people that believe this is the way, at that point in time, it's truth. I'll take you back. Most of the world believed that the world was flat. At that point in time, worldwide, that was a truth. Everybody believed that that was true. So truth is a lot of times based upon a popular belief. Doesn't mean that it's right or wrong, truth or not. It just means that that society or that group of people or your surroundings, that element says that this is true. Again, I brought up Thomas Edison. It was untrue that lightning that comes out of the sky, we would be able to harness that and light our house up and run appliances. That was untrue. That's bullshit. That's a lie. That's not true. Is it true now? Of course it's true. So truth is what society believes is not magic or miracles or sorcery, because they don't understand it. Once you gain an understanding of something, once you unlock this new science, it becomes truth. And now everybody believes it's truth. So what is right or wrong? What is truth? It's perception based to me. It's all about perception, bro.
I think that wrong or right, in my opinion, there is a natural being where I understand the perception of it. But I'll just give you an example. If you're on the bus and an old lady is coming inside the bus, you don't need somebody to tell you, hey, damn, she's struggling, give her a seat. I think your natural being be like, I've done it before where I'm just standing up, not because I was taught. I wasn't taught by my mother to stand up and let an old lady get her seat, or it was just a natural being. You see something, you feel like, okay, this woman is struggling. or she's an elderly, give her a seat. I don't think in my experience, I was never taught that, but it's just the natural being.
You weren't taught that, but I'm pretty sure you'd seen it before, so you were probably unconsciously just repeating that situation. Did you ever think about that?
Well, there's certain things that I've done in life that I never was taught, and still, I do it because it's just a natural thing. I believe.
I have an idea on that. So, like for the things, Punch, that you hadn't experienced, that you didn't see somebody do, but you still decided to do them yourself. Well, in my spirituality and what I believe in is that, I said it earlier, we all have a piece of the Almighty in us. This is what He's extended a piece of Himself to all of us. So we have an inner being, that inner being that connects us to the infinite knowledge, to the source, to God. That inner being, someone may call your soul. You understand? That's in you. Well, when you get, and I explained this before, when you get excited and joyous and happy about something you may have accomplished, the way you feel after sex, whatever, you get this great joyous feeling. That's your inner self, that inner being telling you that you are in a place of harmony, alignment at this point. What you're doing feels good. You're doing the right thing, okay? When you go to rob, kill, hurt, maim, or do something that you perceive as negatives to someone, you get the bubble guts, that feeling in your stomach that you notice, and nobody can explain what that is, but you get it. And I believe that's the inner being telling you, hey, don't do that. You're doing wrong. Okay? That's the part of God within us, whether we've experienced it or not, that tells us, maybe you should get up and give that lady that seat. And when you give up and you give that lady that seat, to you personally, Punch, it feels good. You don't get those bubble guts. You don't get those butterflies in your stomach. No, what you just did felt good to you. So your inner being, the God force within you told you, hey, that's the right way to go, because I set you here to be happy, joyous, prosperous, abundant. What you just did by giving that lady her seat made you feel good, made you feel happy. So that's the God force within you telling you, you just did the right thing.
Yeah, I believe that. And I think we all have that. I think we tap into that more and stop running away from that natural being that we have. You'll be a better man. Cal will be a better woman, Smoke and everybody on the panel and everybody in the world. If they tap into that natural being, I don't believe a lot of things needs to be gotta be defined or really justified. No, I think there's a natural being of wrong, right, and good and evil.
And it's inside of us. It's inside of us because look, take a pedophile, for example, right? If that motherfucker thought what he was doing was right, perception, now remember, it's all about perception of what you think is right or what you think is wrong. If that motherfucking pedophile thought what he was doing is okay, is right, no problem, why the fuck would he hide it? Yeah. Why would he hide it? Because he knows what he's doing is wrong. Anything that I believe that I'm doing is right, I don't fucking hide it. I spread it out. I do it freely.
Not necessarily.
I said me, Cat. I said me. Remember, it's about perspective. Anything that I'm doing right, I don't.
But I was referring to the pedophile, right? So you said that because he may think it's wrong, he's hiding it. We can say that the reason he's hiding it is because of society standards. Because, right, he knows that if he gets caught, he can go to jail. Not necessarily because he believes that what he's doing is wrong. You have priests that prey upon children, and even back in the day, there were, men of God that slept with virgins because that was their way of speaking to God, right? So it's not necessarily that they think it's wrong. They hide it because of how society shifted into saying that was wrong. So when I said about Push and the bus, right? So he said, that he stood up just because, he felt, that he needed to do that. Sometimes we see things and we'll repeat it without even knowing. right? So you'll see something, and then when it comes to you, he may not remember that he saw someone stand up or saw that situation, and with him not even acknowledging it, he's repeating it, because society, we as people, for whatever reason, we what's that word called? We emulate what we see, right? And that just happened. So it could be that he felt, that that's something that he just should do. But sometimes it's that there's this lady, I forgot her name. She has this thing where she puts people, like 5 people in an elevator, and tells them to face the opposite side of the door, right? Because when you get in an elevator, you look at the door, right? So she had 5 people step inside the elevator and look at and turn their backs to the door. And then there was one person in the elevator who wasn't aware of what was going on. And eventually, because they saw that everyone else had their backs to the elevator door, what did they do? They conformed to societal standards and turned their backs to the elevator door, because we as a people, we conform. You might not know it right then and then, but it just happens. You could believe one way today, have a conversation with someone else, and have, and get influence for whatever the case may be. Right? Because we, change opinions. We see things that may change, how we think. But at the end of the day, societal standards affect us so much because we're born into a system that's already dictated. We're born and told you have to follow X, Y, and Z. So regardless of how you say, oh, certain laws, we shouldn't follow, whatever the case is, what I was trying to tell you earlier when you said, oh, I'm going, to an island and I'm going to bring certain people who think like me. And that's great. But you can't erase. How long have you been on this earth? You can't erase all that knowledge that you have overnight and then say, I'm going to be like this, because eventually, without you even thinking, something is going to click and you're going to say, oh, wait a minute, but we're not supposed to do that, even though, where you are now, that's not how it is. So when Americans go to the UK, go to Australia, go to Africa, and they're outraged, oh my God, why are they doing this? That's not how we are, because of how they think of our societal standards, and how we are raised is completely different. So there's outrage, right? And then we had this conversation about how because you think this way, it's not necessarily right, it's not necessarily wrong, but sometimes you can't just switch your brain off to thinking, hey, I'm gonna do this, because your mind is already set for however long you followed that, and you can't just switch it off. So him getting up, he might not remember that he may have seen it before, right? But to him, it was like, I just felt like I had to stand up. But it was probably his mind just triggering, hey, this is the right thing to do. You've seen it before. Now just get up.
But again, and then at the end, you just said it's the right thing to do. So even at the end, he felt it was right, which was his perspective. Now he couldn't think. Hold on, let me finish real quick, Kat. It's other examples where you have people that have seen this before, but they sit there like, shit, I know other people get up, but I ain't getting up. Because their perspective is they tired, and the right thing is to do is to put their ass in the seat.
What I'm saying is,
my whole point was it's still a perspective. Right or wrong still comes down to a perspective, because Punch and that other guy would have been in the same exact situation. Punch looked at it as is right. The other guy looked at it as is not the right thing. So it's just their perspective, even though they're in the exact same situation. The right or wrong of it came down to a perspective.
It's not right or wrong. Right. What I was trying to say is because of societal standards, right? Because we conform, that was his way of conforming to a societal standard that you have to stand up. That was why I said about the thing in the elevator. That was actually a study where you had 5 people go into the elevator and turn their backs to the elevator door, and had a random person go in, and they're looking at like, why is everybody's backs towards the elevator door? And they turned around, not because they felt it was right or wrong, but because they conformed to what everybody else is doing, because influence is a huge part of how we live on the planet in general.
So when you conform, this, I mean, again, I'm not battling this. I'm just my state of mind is this: if I see everybody doing something and I decide to do it, I come into a room and everybody's, like you said, facing the wall. I come into that room, everybody's facing the wall, and I turn to conform to face this walls because I conform because I think this is the right thing, right? If I came into a room and me personally, with my line of thinking, and I seen everybody facing the wall, and I look and I think, ain't no fucking reason to face the wall. This elevator door is gonna open up soon. Why the fuck would I turn around? I ain't gonna think that's the right thing to do. So I'm gonna go on that elevator, wait till that thing bling, and walk straight the fuck out. Because I don't think that it is right to do that. What the fuck are they doing that for? I'm gonna be puzzled and wonder why they're facing the wall and just allow them to face the wall. Because I don't see any right in that. I don't see any need in that.
But it's not right or wrong, B.
I agree, Kat. We're agreeing here. That's what I'm saying. This is why I say there is no right or wrong. There's only perspective.
If I could just jump in to go back to what, to piggyback on something that Punch was saying about it being the right thing to do. I got married in India at a Sufi, in a Sufi ashram, right? And it was like these 7 pillars that of ideas of universal principles that led to enlightenment. And 3 of the principles that I can remember off the top of my head was community, service, and sacrifice, right? And those kinds of things, like, yeah, it could be a perception, but and you can maybe even go trace through, where certain principles that govern whole societies come from. Maybe that these Vedic philosophies are part of what predicates and informs Buddhism or Christianity or Judaism or whatever. But I do think that there is something to the idea of the universal of feeling like you are in your proper place in the universe and you are actually connected to the infinite through your community, through service, and through sacrifice.
Yeah,
I could see that. I don't know. Maybe it's in certain parts when I think righteousness sometimes don't have to be justifiable, but then I understand that righteousness could have their own perception. But I just think there's certain things that is so, I feel that it should be universal. I don't know. I just think that there's certain things that I feel like everybody should agree on something that is right and not justify it. So Kat saying that I might have seen it before, and I'm saying I never seen it before. I'm saying I've never seen it before. I don't need to see it to think that that's right to do.
I think here is where we may have an alternative perspective on that situation. I think that there are things that are universal, whether people want to believe them or not. Mm-hmm. Okay? There are things in this world that are universal, and a lot of people don't accept that this is universal. This is a universal law. This is university, whatever. This is the way it is. And people don't want to accept that. I don't believe that those ideals or what it is should be forced on anyone. I believe that people should come to the conclusion that these things are universal. They should come to that conclusion on their own. Because one thing I've found about trying to force ideals, which is why a lot of these religions, especially fucking Jehovah Witness, I'm not trying to down anybody, but Jehovah Witness are so fucking pushy. And I think that, that pushing something on someone, I don't agree with that. Again, I'm not saying it's wrong or right. I don't agree with that. When you start putting ideals on someone. And I think that people should arrive to these universal rules, laws, or ways of life. They should arrive to this knowledge on their own. You can do what you can do to lead them to this. But it's like they say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And this is why I share a lot of the things in the way that I believe in it. I believe some of the things, if people go down that rabbit hole and do some research, it will lead them to the universal laws, the ones that I know that's universal, but I won't push that on them. But I will not allow, a lot of times when I go back and forth with people, is because I ain't gonna allow no one to change my way of thinking. I ain't gonna push it on you, but you're not gonna sit up here and tell me, well, how can you think like that? You shouldn't think like that, or da 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 da. No, that can't be. No, okay, it might not be in your experience, but this is the way I see it, and I ain't gonna let nobody change my mind because most of the people I talk to are brainwashed and have not taken the time to even attempt this paradigm shift and reprogram. They're still in line with what they've been programmed with. So I can't argue or go back and forth with my beliefs on someone who has not taken the time to reprogram themselves yet. And that's most of the people I talk to. That's what happens. They're still in line with either a religion, a societal way of belief. They have not done the paradigm shift yet. So we'll never really be eye to eye, is the way I look at
it. If you live in a house and the roof is off effed up, got water coming down from the roof, or the first thing do you think of? Do you gonna send your wife to go fix it up?
Me?
If my wife's a roofer, hell yeah.
Smoke, goddamn, Smoke. You a quick one. You know what I was going to say, Smoke? You know what I was
Yeah, listen, I don't know how to fix no roof, man. Like if that's what you know how to do, it takes teamwork makes the dream work.
Smoke is a quick one because I was getting ready to say
Okay,
I was going to say if my wife knew how, damn right.
Yeah, see, automatically I'll be like, no, I'll take care of it. I won't send my wife up the roof. That's the first thing I'll think of. If it's 10 o'clock at night, nobody's working, there's no services, I think I'll go. I can't imagine a guy saying, babe, you got to go up there in the roof, man. You got to take that ladder and fix that up.
And you know what that is? And you know what that is? Now, let me explain something here. I'm glad you said that. Let me touch on that real quick. That is a tribal way of thinking. Now, don't take this negatively. Don't think I'm taking no shots at you. But that is a tribal way of thinking. And the reason I say that is because your pops or whatever, when you grew up, say, no, you're a man. You're supposed to go take care of that. But
no, I was gonna. Oh,
hold on. But let's look at a lot of these women, and I've actually worked with some in construction because that was my job.
Mm-hmm.
They take offense to that type shit. No, fuck that. I can go up there and fix that. What the fuck you mean? You don't have to do it because I'm a man. Blah 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 blah. They will take offense to that. So if my wife was skilled in that, and I know that she's willing to go do that, I'm gonna say, yeah, babe, we got a leak in the roof. Go take care of that. Because I just may be offensive by that tribal way of thinking. Say, no, it's a man's job. A man got to do that. I may offend that woman, and you never can tell.
Hey, like if the neighborhood was shady, and I need to make sure that she's gonna be safe doing it, I might be out there with the flashlight playing security guard. Yeah, I'm not gonna be doing
this. I think gentlemen. I think being a gentleman nowadays is offensive to women.
Some.
It's because I think society is pushing women to fight men.
Perspective.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hey, I'm coming out with something.
I don't agree with you. Kat, I'm with you on this real quick. Kat, I'm gonna tell you, I'm with you 100%. And Punch, this is why I'm saying this. This is why I'm gonna say this. I don't think so. It's perspective. Listen, I just explained this. You have different types of women. You have women that they call high price hoes. You have women that they call liberated, independent. You have all different kinds of women. So there are a lot of women that will look at you like you crazy if you don't open that fucking door. And then there's some women that say, oh, I got it. Go ahead. And they'll open their door. Right? So it can't be one way. Because when you want to be a man, the way your dad told you, you supposed to open the door, you supposed to pay the check, you supposed to fix it. That next woman, it may be offensive to her. You never can tell. This is why these types of things, to me, are all about your perspective. If it's your perspective that you have to be that man and fix that roof or open that door, that's fine. No one can argue with that. If it's your perspective that it's a 50-50 deal, because a lot of couples have this. You can do the bathroom like I do the bathroom. You can go wash the car like I wash the car. You can take the fucking trash out like I take the trash out. And if that's their perspective on it,
if she find it offensive, I think she's crazy. I won't deal with a woman like that.
But see, again, that's your perspective.
No, I understand. I just want.
Look, hold on, Smoke, hold on. Check this out, Punch. And I get you, and you say you would think she was crazy, right? But check this out. And I said this before. My mom raised us 4 boys, and we didn't have no household like yours, Punch. We didn't have a mom and a dad. It was just my mom. She raised all of us. So she's not even expecting that, fam. And she's not crazy because she's not expecting you to open no fucking door. She's not expecting that.
No, but
So
I'm not saying
crazy. Like
no, I'm not saying that part. I'm saying offensive. Now, if a woman says, you know, nah, you don't have to, baby, you don't have to. I got this. But if she finds it offensive because I want to pay, because she finds it offensive that I don't want to go to the roof, I will go there because I don't want you to go to the roof. If she finds that offensive, then I think that she's crazy in my sense.
Okay.
If I can chime in, if I can just chime in on that,
real quick. Hold on, real quick, because I'm gonna let you go next. I just want to say this point. All right, because I just want to give him this example real quick. Okay, I get you. So you said you would think she's crazy, right? Again, perspective. What if
I won't deal with it.
all right, but what if she was one of these women that actually at some point in her life, this is the way she thought, and she met with this man and she dealt with this man, and then she figured out that these men are fucking crazy when you go into a relationship and you submit to this type of shit. So I ain't gonna be like that no more. Now, when guys come to her, she's like, no. She finds it offensive because her perspective is your agenda is control purposes. And when you offer that, she finds it offensive. Now, you may think she's crazy, but is she crazy?
For me, the offensive part is because I have a penis, I can fix a roof, right? So if the person can actually fix the roof better than I can, but I'm not going to allow them to do it because it doesn't conform to some gender role, then actually that is offensive.
That too.
So my cousin was in a very bad relationship, right? And after, she got out of it, she had this thing where she didn't allow like any man to pay for like dates and stuff like that, right? Because she felt that she would owe them something. Right. So then the sex comes into play. So it's not necessarily that they're crazy. There's a method to the madness. You guys, for whatever reason, sometimes just don't want to figure out what it is. But it's not always that, she's crazy for thinking like that. Sometimes you just have to speak and say, hey, what's going on? There's always, some sort of situation behind it.
But the main word that I'm attacking is offensive. That's what it is. If you want to pay and a girl says offensive is, yo, what you trying to say? I don't got money for it. Offensive is probably is not the word. You understand? The guy would just want to pay because he feels like he wants to pay and he's taking you out and he want to, he want to experience. If you find that offensive because he says he wants to pay, that automatically, if a guy's gonna think that you're crazy. What do you mean, babe?
No,
if you say if you say I got this, but don't say I got this. I'm offended that you think that you need to pay for it. That's my
point. She may find it offensive because she may think that she has to give you something in return rather than it being, why can't it be 50-50? Like, why do you think that we're gonna go to your house? Some people just jump from 0 to 100 real quick.
Right. And
okay, that's 0 to 100 real quick. That's crazy. 0 to 100 real quick is crazy.
Okay.
If I could just throw in one other idea, right?
Hold on. Let's just say that they didn't go from 0 to 100, but they did get offended, right? I'm just telling you why I don't think it's crazy. Crazy would be going from 0 to 100 or getting offended when there's no reasoning behind it. But if these women had the different experiences like Kat gave you, like I gave you, like Smoke gave you, there's a reason for them to be offended by it. So they're not crazy. If you just blow up and you have no reason, and then I agree with you, that's fucking crazy. Why you acting like this? But because a man, you as a man, don't understand what this woman has been through, don't understand her experiences that she had, you would perceive her being offended as crazy. But when you learn the experience she had, you be like, oh, I understand. Now you don't see it as being crazy, but you never knew.
Yeah, it's communicate.
I mean, I also, I'm
Well,
assuming
because
that
makes it not crazy though. You feel me? It makes it not crazy, even though your presumption was that it was, because you didn't know the things that she went through. And it's not crazy knowing that she went through that bullshit. It's
So
not
if you
crazy
hold,
at all.
if you hold the woman's door, and she be like, "What you
if
trying
I
to
can,
say? Why I can't hold my own door? I don't got the strength of my arm to hold my own
Even
door."
still,
You think it's crazy?
you make any little situation. But what I'm saying is that door experience, there could have been a moment that caused you to be offended by that because of what
And it triggered something.
different experience previously. And if you don't know that different experience previously that she had, and your assumption is just that she's crazy because you just want to open the door for her. What I'm saying is, if you're into this woman and you guys are dating and you do communicate and say like, well, babe, why you get so upset? I just want to ask you this. Like, we had a good night, but I felt like you got offended when I opened the door. And I'm not really cool with that. I think it was no need for you to get offended. And you would speak to her that way. And then she say, okay, well, I'll explain it to you. And then she tells you this story where she had this traumatic experience. And it bothers her for men to think, whatever the experience was, it just bothers her for men to think they got to open the door for me. I'm perfectly capable. I can open this door myself. And because of the experience she shared with you, you like, oh, damn, that's deep. Oh, I understand why you like that. Now, all of a sudden, you don't think she's crazy no more, even though it's just opening a little door. But because you talked to her and knew that she had that traumatic experience, you really don't think that it's crazy anymore.
Just to add.
Hold on, Smoke. Hold on. I'm not. So you can bring up. I'm gonna let you go, Smoke, right next. So you can bring up any little incident, like as simple as opening a door or putting her coat on her shoulder. Anything. You can bring up any incident. My thing is that you don't know what this woman has faced prior to being in a relationship with you, where she reacts this way. And if you learn that, and you actually like, well, damn, that's deep. That's fucked up that happened to you. Then you would be like, oh, I understand why you're doing that. And you wouldn't think she's crazy. That's the only thing that I'm saying.
If I can just jump on there, just analogy of the roof. I'm assuming that it's you guys' roof, right? So to me, what you're actually talking about is an asset that you guys jointly need to be the custodians of, right? Mm-hmm. So the idea that all of a sudden, like, you are going to reduce the value of your asset based on some preconceived notion when you are actually not even the best person suited to do the job is actually offensive. On no level does it work outside of assuaging your idea about what a man is.
You could be right, but still, I won't send my wife up to the roof.
Yeah, I feel you. I think, look, Punch, I will say this.
I won't be I will. Okay, my perception is I won't be a man if I send my wife to a roof to fix send my wife to fix a roof.
Yeah, I feel
you know what? We don't know it, but if it's 10 o'clock at night, we can't call a company to come out. Babe, try to figure out what's happening. I stay down here with the kids.
Right.
I can't do it.
And so this is my whole thing. I get that, Punch, and I got cousins like that and everything. My thing is, Hispanics, so you know how Hispanics are. So I got a lot of cousins that just like you with that way of thinking. My thing is this.
But that's what I mean. You see, Ken, that is it wrong though?
No, hold on. Hold on, look. This is all I'm saying. My Puerto Rican family members I met, and some other family members, because we're quite diverse, also have this line of thinking. The whole gender duty thing is a tribal way of thinking, period. The gender duty thing is a tribal way of thinking. I cook meals in this house more than my wife, but there is a certain belief, not your belief, because you say you cook as much too, but there are certain people, certain households in this country that believe the woman should do the cooking. Mm-hmm. Now, while you believe the man should fix the roof, they believe the woman should do the cooking. Neither of them are correct, fam. Right? The gender-based duties are just a tribal way of thinking. It's something that somebody told you that this is the way it's supposed to be. That doesn't mean it is right or wrong. I'm just saying that was programmed into your head by your dad, your granddad, your uncles, that the man does this. That was a tribe. That was a programming. Did God say that? Keep it real. Did God say that you have to fix the roof, not the woman?
Well, he said the man got to do the labor in Genesis.
Well,
we do the we,
the man got to do the labor. Did he say what exactly entailed that labor?
Not exactly, no.
Man put that on there.
Yeah.
Man said what that labor is going to be. No?
Yeah.
Again, that's where the tribal way of thinking comes in. It's what your society tells you this means. You see where I'm going with that? You don't have to believe that. Now, I've reprogrammed myself from that line of thinking. Kat has reprogrammed herself from that line of thinking. Smoke has reprogrammed himself from that line of thinking, right? But that doesn't mean the way you think is wrong or the way we think is right. We just don't think that way anymore.
Are we equal, men and women?
Yes. Every human being is equal. Blacks, whites. I don't believe in this inequality shit when it comes to race. White man being the
not inequality. Not inequality. Not inequality. Not better or you know, somebody's better than anything. I'm saying are we equal, men and women?
Equal. We are equal.
Yes.
Every human being, and I said this before, and I will continue to say this. We all have an equal piece of the divine within us. Every one of us. Men don't get no more of a piece of God than women get. God has given all of us the same power, the same piece of his energy. You don't got no more than me, and I don't have any more than Kat. The way we decide to utilize it is totally up to us. We're all
why God gave men the testosterone that we have? Why?
Why did he give us the testosterone that we got?
Yeah.
Why did they give women the estrogen? What does that have to do with equality?
That's exactly what I was.
No. It's not about. It's I'm not saying somebody. I think that's what I think people get touchy when they say, are men and women equal, and then right away somebody may say, "Oh, you're saying that because you think men are better than women or something like that." I think that we're equal in a sense, but there's roles that a man plays and a woman plays because of how we're structured.
Yeah.
And when we wouldn't be that different. Why?
Don't get angry at that, Kat. Don't get angry at that because
I'm not angry. I'm listening.
All right, check it out though. There are roles that the divine put us here in, right? Explain it. I'll explain it. Kat, did the divine put men on earth to bear children?
Exactly.
Put women on earth to bear children.
Then we're not equal on that, right?
Well, what did God give us the ability to do concerning that child? Punch drunk.
Well, we inject our child in the woman.
So we are equal because it takes both of us to create that child.
But it takes
whoever bears the child doesn't mean that we didn't play an equal part in creating that child. See, it's humans that try to separate and create the inequality. But it's not the divine. The divine laid everything here for a purpose. The bees, the flies, the ants, the women, the men, the tigers, the lions, the trees, the water. Everything's here for a purpose. He put everything here for a purpose. Once man decides the value of the purpose, well, this is a greater purpose, that's when the inequality starts. It doesn't have to be there.
I think he's just referring to physical ability, right? I think that's what you were trying to say, right, Push? Now, as far as women, the reason why we don't have as much testosterone is because our bodies were built to birth, right? Whereas men, you know, you have testosterone because, you know, where we stop menstruating and we can't give birth anymore, you guys can get someone pregnant at 100. Right? So your body is built for what you do. That doesn't exactly mean that because I have more estrogen than you, because you guys do have estrogen, just like we have testosterone, except I have more estrogen and you have more testosterone. Exactly. It doesn't mean that I can't go fix, you know, a leaky roof. It doesn't mean I can't clean my car because, oh my God, you're a woman, you have to fit in this, room. You can't do X, Y, and Z. That's not what it is. It just means that my body was built to push and care for another human being for 9 months. That's all it is.
How many
Listen,
average men? How many average men
I
out
think
there?
I don't know.
How many
I do.
average men? Real quick, how many average men out there will get the shit beat out of them by Amanda Nunez?
Oh, yell louder for the people in the back.
A whole lot of them will get the holy shit beat out of them.
Allah.
Amanda Nunez. Equality. Equality.
Yeah. And I was just gonna say, like, you know, like for most people, for most men, their dream woman isn't somebody that can lift more weights than them, spit farther than them, or out arm wrestle them, right? But if your wife happens to be a person who can do that, then that's just what's up.
Yeah, but we're not taking just one Amanda Nunez. We're speaking probably in general here. It's not 1,000 Amanda Nunez.
No, it's not.
It's not. We could name Amanda Nunez.
Yeah, only one Amanda Nunez.
But I could tell you.
Okay, now hold on now, Punch. It's not 1,000 Amanda Nunez's, but it's billions of weak ass men out there that will get beaten by plenty of stronger women. That's a fact, fam.
I just also think that it's almost like a war on the nature of men. All we're doing in society is downing men. It's downing what we do. It's downing our that we're builders, that we build the world. Like, do we have to sit down, every man in the world, and let women take over and build the world to see why men do what they do? See, I understand women. I don't down women, but I sense in society, time and time again, we're downing men. It's a war on men. They want us to have a fight. Now, there's women that gonna fight that they get paid less than men. But also, if you look at statistics, women do not in statistics in the womanbureau.org, it says that 72% of women that goes to an interview, they don't negotiate their pay, while 56% of men, they negotiate their pay. So more than half of men, when they go to an interview, negotiate their pay. Women normally don't negotiate their pay. So then there's a sense where they don't talk about in society why women get paid more than men.
But do you know why we don't?
I mean, there's a lot of statistics there, but they don't talk about the statistics. They don't talk about the statistics that I just mentioned, that men know how to negotiate.
No. I said no. My question is, why do those women not negotiate? Do you know why?
I don't know.
Because it's a fact that in society, women, it's frowned upon when they have those conversations, right? Especially when you look, if you talk about statistics and you look at who's in place in like major chairs, CEOs and X, Y, and Z, the majority is all men. The reason why women don't push certain situations is because in fear that if I say X, Y, and Z, I might not have that job. So then it becomes, again, a self-preservation. Should I just suck this, $10 an hour where I should be asking for 15, or my resume says, that I should be getting more, right? Should I risk not feeding my family, or should I just accept it and then work my way up through the ranks? That's what those statistics, I'm telling you, numbers don't show it all, Papa. Statistics, are just numbers thrown in there, but you have to understand the reason behind that.
But now that goes back to the title of the title of the show, is that we got to reprogram that mindset. If you reprogram it, that means that you're insecure. Reprogramming is the thing. Is what I sense is insecurity going into a interview. You're saying you're naming all the society stuff and what happens, but no, that's your insecurity going to the interview, not asking for it because you think that he's not that the interviewer is not going to give you the pay, or you might not get the job. That's insecurity.
Can I defend?
That's not insecurity, Papa. With fact.
Now that's facts. It's not facts.
Hold on, Punch. Can I defend right here for a second, Cat? Let me jump in here. Look, Punch. Let me ask you this, and I'm just leaning on your perspective. I'm trying to understand your perspective, where you're coming from. As Hispanic, probably perceived as an African American in a lot of places because you're light skinned, a minority, none to say the least.
Yeah,
in this country, and the oppressions and the shit that we deal with because we're minorities and we have melanated skin, you and I, right?
Yes.
The white man, per se, has been held accountable for these things, right? And now there's a certain narrative about Black people and how they can exceed and go forth in business because of the oppression of this country, how they oppress the minorities, right?
Yeah.
You do realize that women face the same oppression.
Yes, they do.
You do realize that women didn't have the right to vote, that women at one point couldn't work jobs. Now in 2020, you have guys like yourself that say, why is all of this heat coming on men? Well, why is all of the heat coming on the government for the oppression for the Black people and the minorities? For the same reason the women are standing up now. I don't think that it's heat that's coming on the men. I don't think that it's unfair, the things that's being thrown at the male society, because it was the male society that caused this dynamic for the women. The same way it was the white America, the white society, that caused that dynamic for the minorities. So some of these complaints and things that you hear, where I'm defending the women now, I don't think that is wrong. I think that's a voice that need to be heard. So we never go back to the bullshit that was there before, where the women didn't have the equal rights to be able to go and work and vote and do the things and function in this society like they should have had every right to do. And when we fast forward to 2020, I don't think men should be looking at it as if, why is this whole thing coming at men? No, you the motherfucker, not you personally, but you're men that caused this. So you should get some backlash from it. It's not heat coming down on men. It's the backlash, in my opinion, in my perspective, that's well-deserved. Now, as a man, the title of my show, as a man, a real man, understanding the transgressions and the things that the women went through before, it's up to me to not look at it as backlash or any kind of heat coming at men. My perspective is warranted. So you have a perspective on it, and I have a perspective on it. But my perspective is, it is what it is. It's warranted because of what happened in the past, and that's why we're here where we are now.
In the job, I understand that. In the job field, is fighting the same way like minority men? Because you could say that the same case that Kat is saying, a minority men could say the same thing, and it's men and women.
No.
I could speak to a lot of men that won't even ask for a raise because they think if they do ask for a raise, they're bringing that type of energy in which they might look at the boss or the supervisor and they'd rather get that pay. All right, give me $10. I'm good. I'm good enough with that because they're insecure.
Well, what's the probability of that same Black man you're talking about doing an excellent job, and then there's a woman that does just or maybe even a little better job than that same man you're talking about? He's still going to have the power as a Black man to go in there and negotiate. And even though she did slight of a better job than him, she still won't have that power to go negotiate.
But why you think that she don't have the power to negotiate?
I just explained it to you because of the bullshit men did. They're catching up, bro. And they have every right to complain. They have every right to complain. To me, that's just my perspective. Every fucking right to complain.
Okay. You see how you went back 11 years ago. I go 8 years ago in my journey. My journey stands from taking accountability, responsibility, not asking, doing, being a leader of myself. And once I tap into that, all the excuses that my community had or minorities, which I understand. And then I am in the place where I am now. Yes, I worked 3 jobs. Yes, I slaved it to work 3 jobs and buy a home and get what I wanted. Yeah, I work hard to get what I have. And I'm still paying bills and I got to do what I got to do and work and but I didn't complain. I asked for the money. If I don't get that money, I'm secure enough for myself that I could provide the job and my skills and my talent. If you don't give me the money I asked for, I'm going someplace else. And you know what? When I do ask, I get.
Right. There's definitely a faith and an attitude, but there's also that can fly in the face of the facts, right? So if the fact is women don't actually get enough. If you have to pass legislation to say, hey, you know what, you need to pay these people commiserate to their male counterparts, that tells you something is going on. That's not just about somebody's insecurity.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You also have to look at the industry that you're talking about. When you're talking about like construction and stuff like that, right? There are more men working that than women. So it's documented that women, get paid 1,000 times less than men. That's a fact. And they can have more or, as far as like certifications, experience, and still get looked down upon because societal standards is she is a woman in a construction, like environment, and it's just looked down upon. So it just.
So what do you think? What do you think?
Check this out, real quick, Punch. 100% correct, Cat. That's my profession prior to getting sick. Commercial painting, construction. That's what I was doing. And I'll give you an example. I was working a job doing a police station. A woman electrician was out there working for the same company. 2 new guys that were apprentices came in. Apprentices. Understand this, guys. No bullshit. 2 new guys that were apprentices came in. They were making $1 less than she was making, and she had been with that company for 8 years. It's absolutely ridiculous. They were apprentices. She had been there for 8 years, and she knew her shit. Why the fuck was she making $1 more than apprentices, bro? Why? If there was any man in that company, and there were a couple of guys in that company, it was a guy in that company that had been there for 6 years, and he was all big cheese, big shit. He was making $15,000 or more a year than she was. He'd been there 2 years less than she had, and I'd seen their work, and he didn't. He was lazy. He didn't work as diligently as she did, and his work really wasn't as good as hers was. But he was making $15,000 a year more than she was. Why is that? No explanation for that. None at all. And this is a pure example of what Kat is talking about. And it is men. First and foremost, we know this. The 36 men, the elitists, or the 36 people in this world that are elitists, ain't one of them women. Not one of them. So this man's culture, this man's world, starts from these motherfuckers that's destroying everything worldwide. That mentality starts here. If they don't even have women a part of their group, you know that women can only rise to a certain level. Okay? This is what they've established, these 36 men. But then when you look at the major businesses out here, the corporate world, the structure, the way it's set up, like Kat's talking about, is male dominated. And it's because of the travesties of what men did in the past is why we're here where we are now. And I just don't feel like there's any shot being taken at men. If anything, things are being exposed so that things can be done right now. These are things are being exposed. It's not shots being taken at men. It's like men need to stop doing this. Men need to stop doing this. Men has been comfortable doing this for years, and this needs to stop. That's how I look at it. I don't think that they're throwing any stones at men. The men was the ones in the glass house throwing the fucking stones, and now those stones are coming back. What do they say? Don't throw stones if you're living in a glass house. When they was living in a glass house back when, while they was holding the women's down, now the women throwing the fucking stones back, and they in that glass house crying because their windows getting broken up. Can't do that. That's just my opinion on it.
I think there's still going to be some self-preservation, knowing the nature of this nation, that any type of gender, any type of race will have the same power as, let's say, for example, the white race. They'll take on that power. If white women are getting paid more than men, they're not going to say, hell, well, men are getting paid less than women, let's help them out. No, they're going like their power. You could see it in the family court. You could see in the way the structure of they took the man out the house and women bought into that. If they have their little power, they will take advantage of it. They don't give a damn about the man if they don't.
I think that's human nature.
Self-preservation.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So it goes back to that. So yes. Yeah. So it goes back to that. So even if the women will get paid more than men, they wouldn't care that they're getting paid more than men, just like men wouldn't care that they're getting paid more than women.
So, because of what you just said, we shouldn't try to, make everyone equal. Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm saying is look at certain things that let's say more women work. There's more women that's working than men, right? They're getting paid less. So let's look at why they're getting paid less, and also let's look at the statistics and the strategy on why. And instead of going back and saying men and men was here for men with that man that, yeah, we could complain all day, we could complain about the past, black African American complain about the white man, but now, all right, how are we going to move forward, but strategically moving forward and get what we need and get to the point where we need to be, feeling that we're all equal. And I believe there is strategies there. If I tell my wife, you need to ask for more money, but that's too much. You're getting 20. How about ask for 20? Ask for 25. Nah, they just gave me a raise. Wait. Nah, they just gave me a raise. Nah, they not paying nobody in the company more than 20. Nah. I said ask for 25. Tell them about your services and what you have done. They didn't give a 25. They gave a 24. Because
so
it's just having that confidence. It's almost like giving your confidence to your kid. Go out there, get it. Don't let nobody stop you. It was the same way. Is this an insecurity that my wife had? But I had to tell her, yo, go after it. Go after it now. Ask them this. Don't be weak and ask for 21. No, but nobody's no. You put in the work. You've been there 4 years. Go ask for that pay.
So check this out.
Okay, so then what happens when that person says, you know what? No.
Hey, then if they say no, you look at the budget, look at why they make it. See, you got to strategize as well. Look how much money that company is bringing in each year. Strategize, do the numbers, and then go and then do the numbers with them. What you mean you can't have this money? There is, I made this such money last year, and I put in work in this store and blah blah. You understand what I'm saying? If they say no, then you know what? You look at them like they're not valuing your work and what you have done and what you to make this company grow. Let me look at another company.
Right, and then you try to look for another company, but there. Hold on, Smoke. Right, so you try to leave and you try to go to another company. What a lot of people don't understand, a lot of these companies aren't offering like 401k, health benefits. That's what's tying a lot of people to the situations that they're in, because a lot of these companies aren't giving benefits. So when you get a company with benefits, you're going to do everything in your power to make that situation worse, because some people can't afford to go, and work pro bono or per diem because they have kids at home. They have a situation where they need that health care, that need that 401k. You want, a certain stability. So you can't always say, okay, I can just pack up and leave. That it's not always an option.
No, I'm not saying pack up and leave. I said look for while you're working in that job. Of course, you never want to just quit and just go home. No, you start looking for the jobs while you're working. It's about changing. It's about changing the mindset. It's just about, I was insecure most of my life and asking for money. I was insecure as well. So this is not just, I was just born this way. No, I wasn't. I was homeless 2013. I picked myself up with these type of values and morals, just like if D said 11 years ago. In the end of the day, you just have to have this self-belief and you have to go get it.
Agreed.
And I understand what you're saying, but one thing you're missing is that what I'm hearing from you is me, rather than, hey, okay, you have to fix your mindset, your perspective, but we're not talking about the person that is the one that's going to be making the choice of whether you should receive a raise or the person that holds your cards in their hand. That's what I'm not hearing from you. I'm hearing you say, oh, women should do X, Y, and Z, but we can't move forward unless the people in charge say, hey, you know what, bam, let's change X, Y, and Z. That's what I'm not hearing from you, though.
The problem is you're not asking for it. That's the statistic that women are at you, so you don't know. If the statistics is 72% not asking to negotiate, then you don't know. Most of the women don't know that. Most of the women don't know that they could get more because they're not asking for more. You're not asking, you're not gonna get it. That's the
Okay,
point.
so the
If I can jump in,
50%
I've been waiting.
Hold on. Go ahead, Kat,
so
go
the
ahead.
50%, right? Because I think you said 52 aren't asking, right? So
56.
the 48% or whatever
72.
that did ask. I'm sorry?
72% didn't ask. 56% of men ask. 72% of
Okay,
women
so
don't.
the 20, 30 something minutes that didn't ask, right? You or I'm sorry, that did ask, right? You think that their experiences aren't shared among us? You think that we don't talk to each other? You think that it's not a conversation that we have, that we understand? It's not that we're just like, you know what? I don't think he's gonna give it to me, so I'm not gonna ask. We talk amongst ourselves. We share paychecks. We know what we go through. So it's not necessarily saying that we do. And again, when you say 70 whatever percent, that's not talking about women in general. That's a specific number that was surveyed. Remember that.
Okay. All right. And that could be fair. But what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is, I'm saying how society pushes the fight. But you don't hear within that fight, within the women's right and the work rights, is women. We need to strategize and negotiate our pay more. You don't hear that in their fight. You don't hear that in the media news. You don't hear that. And maybe if you take that approach, maybe.
Yes, you don't hear that in the media.
Why not?
But again, how can I dictate what CNN broadcasts? And we had this conversation the other day about Black Lives Matter, what they do cover, what they don't cover. Do you know what I mean?
Yes,
I can't tell CNN what to put on their screen. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not happening.
Smoke, let Smoke jump in there because I know you want to say something. Right?
Yeah, I just have just a question. We're not saying that either racism or sexism doesn't exist and isn't a pervasive issue in our society. We're not saying that, right?
No.
We're acknowledging that these are things that actually exist.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So
yes.
the whether or not you can pinpoint it and prove it in a particular situation, I think is an unfair standard to place on it, right? If you can fix in an individual situation, sure, you can become more confident and ask for raises. That doesn't address whether or not the sexism is pervasive in the society.
Exactly.
No, I understand. We all understand that. I'm on that same boat. I understand that. But then we look at our strategy and how we could come closer to that. And I'm looking at a strategy that probably is not being attacked. It's not being said enough. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying there is no hardship. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I want you to finish.
I'm not saying there's no hardship in women trying to get getting paid like men. I know that. But then there's strategies around it, just like a strategy in African American fighting for what they have achieved for everybody that comes into this country. You understand what I'm saying? But there's the fight, but you have to strategize as well. You just can't go boom, that's it. African American, we right here and brrr. Nah, you got to strategize. And it's just like that with women as well. I just feel like I don't hear that point.
I would like to get like when groups get together.
Hey, Flo, did you just hear the part when I said I'm gonna go next? Did you just hear that? I'm just wondering if you hear that because I did say I'm gonna go next. Like I know we all want to speak, but my turn, and then I'll let you go next, man. How about that one?
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. This is what because I was letting y'all go back and forth, but I want to kind of share my perspective in on this because here's my idea of what people can do. Something that I know works, whether people want to believe it or not. You start here. Every woman out there starts here. It would actually starting here would actually coincide with some of what Punch Drunk is saying. Now, I know people in general in the working field, whether it be women, men, black, white, or whatever. A lot of people are reluctant to go ask for that raise, to negotiate. They're just like, okay, well, they gave me a raise, they take it and they keep it moving. They're reluctant to speak on it. That in itself is a mindset. You may think that you're not worth enough to make that demand. It's a mindset. You may think that it's just set up this way, so I'm not in a place to go make that demand. But it's your mind that's telling you whatever reason. You may think that the whole society is set up against women, and I ain't able to make that demand. Even still, that's all in your mind. And again, this is about the power of the mind. And what Punch is saying is, if these studies show that 72% of the women don't even ask, maybe they need to change their mindset. Yes, the way the world is operating, I already put the onus on the men because the men got us to this situation. So yes, the way the world is operating is no good for minorities, no good for women. There's inequalities and shit all around. But if your mindset is of such that this is going to hold you back, this is going to keep you from succeeding, that is the same mindset that is keeping the world from succeeding. I am a black man in this country, and a lot of my fellow black men say, the white man do this, I can't get out the hood because the white man. And I was in the same fucking hood, broke as they was, but I made it out, and I don't face any of those troubles, period. So don't fucking tell me what can't be done. We have to take accountability for ourselves and at least attempt to do it, regardless of what the news reports are, regardless of what the popular belief is that this cannot be done because everybody says this is how it works. Change the fucking programming. That's what this is about. So the 72% of these women that go in there with this idea that the world is against us, the men held us down, the system is fucked, they don't even attempt to negotiate. They don't have it in their mind that I'm worth this. They don't have it set in their mind that God gave me the power to achieve and reach the CEO status if I want to. And it ain't a goddamn thing that man can do to stop me if I understand the power that I have up here. But at the point that they don't even attempt to negotiate shows that they don't have the mindset first to move forward. Because before you move forward in anything, you got to establish the mindset, the power of the mind.
Amen. Hold on. Let me drink to that. Let me drink to that.
All right. So while again, I think we can conflate these ideas of individual mobility and the systematic injustice that we face, right? Sure, you can overcome systematic injustice as an individual, but when you're addressing the systematic injustice, the fact that you can elevate yourself out of that situation doesn't actually fix it. It doesn't address the situation itself. And I think like just straight up, here's an anecdote. There's 4 black CEOs of Fortune 500 companies, right? Yeah. One of them is a guy, one of his Merck, right? And they asked him, how did he get there? And he said, very simply, I was put in white schools. I was bused. I had better education. I had different opportunities. I had the same opportunities as the other 496 non-black CEOs got, right? So it was literally about access to resources. That was his thing. It wasn't about his mindset. It wasn't anything. It was literally just opportunity. And that is that is the issue. Like when you're coming down to when you say something like, I'm not going to have my wife fix a roof, that is not about that is not about her mindset at all. That is about a system, a thought process. That is a thought process that says you are not able to do this. And as a matter of fact, I am less of a person if I allow you to do this.
That is a perspective and a mindset. Thought process starts in the mind, Smoke. You can't say it's a thought process.
But not of her, of him.
Hold on, Cat. Don't come, y'all. He said it's a thought process. Don't tell me you're thinking anything and it's not of the mind. This is a power of the mind.
No, but you didn't hear what he said. He said that it's not a thought process of hers, it's of his. It's how he thinks. That's what he was trying to say.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like she's like, I can fix a roof just like anybody else can fix a roof. But there's other person's like, you know what? I'm less of a human being if I allow you to even attempt this.
But
right.
I never said the word allow.
I think you're breaking up.
I didn't say I will not allow my wife to do this. I said I don't want my wife to go up there. I will do it. If she's gonna fight me back and forth, then that's a conversation that we're gonna have. but I won't just I won't say allow. I don't tell my wife. I don't maneuver my wife like that. I'm saying if there's the roof is messed up, I don't want my wife to go up there and leave the kids down here. I'd rather go up there and do it.
Right. He did say,
Okay,
would you send your wife or would you go do it? That was the initial question. And I said, I'll send her. Yeah. And Smoke said he'll send her.
You said, right. So again, you're speaking about you and, you know, how you understand
I can't hear
that
that.
you had to, you know, can you hear me now?
Punch, go out and come back in. I'll let you back in. I'll put the link back in the chat.
Okay, so you said, you know, that you had to reprogram yourself, and that's how, you know, you decided, hey, I can leave, right? And then we talked about this last time, same thing, where I said, you know, I came from a one-parent household where the odds were against me and my brother because my mom was working 3 jobs. There was no one home to watch for us, so we could have ended up doing some crazy-ish, right? But we didn't. We graduated high school, we graduated college, you know, and we're out here. But the thing is, our opportunities weren't offered to everybody. And that's what I don't think you're understanding. Yes, I understand what you're saying, that you reprogrammed yourself and you said, hey, I can do this. But there are people that think just like that and still can't get out because they weren't afforded the resources, they weren't afforded the opportunities. And I don't think that's what you're understanding.
No.
Listen. So just because you were able to leave a situation, doesn't mean that that same situation isn't holding other people back. You just happen to slip through the cracks.
Cat. Okay, we gonna.
Hey, D, what up, D?
Hold on. What's up, Guido? Hold on. We gonna have to totally disagree on that, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I don't agree with that. That may be a line of thinking that you think I just slipped through the cracks. I don't agree with that, not even a little bit, because what I agree with spiritually now about the Almighty is that He has given us the power to overcome any fucking thing that man has established. And I truly believe that. I don't want to hear shit about the societies and the governments of the world. This is all created by man. And I understand these structures and things are put in place. I get all of that. And these suppressions and all of this by the rich people, I get all of that. But it is nothing that anybody can say to me that is based on this world that can supersede what God has told me I am able to do in this world. Nothing. I don't care. Man does not, man's rules, man's societies, man's governments, man's laws does not tell me I cannot accomplish what God told me I can accomplish, Cat. And God told me that I can accomplish anything that I desire. Anything that I desire in this world. Anything. Whether that's being a CEO. Now, if people open their minds and they get in tune with the Almighty, then they would so-called slip through the cracks like I have. I don't believe I slipped through the cracks. I believe I adapted a way of thinking. I adapted a way that God has showed me to get through this. And any one of you can take that, regardless of what's around you. Because God gave us the experience to create in our own experience, regardless of any obstacles that man put in front of us. God gave us the power to remove those obstacles, to push through those obstacles, to overcome those obstacles. And it ain't no fucking society or no government or no man-made system that's going to tell me that I cannot accomplish that. Period. I cannot agree with that.
Okay, so again,
my fault. I don't know what happened.
Speaking about you and towards you and your situation and how you had to do what you had to do to step up. If you would put someone else in your shoes and they had the same, you know, resources and, you know, possibilities or whatever, do you think that they could do it? No. So we can't say, okay, because of, you know, you decided, hey, I want to better myself. Not everybody thinks the same, etc. But again, you're talking about you. The things that happen to you don't happen to everybody. That's what I'm trying to see or help you understand, that certain, and I'm not trying to okay the way we think. We know that in the hood, certain people have an insane way of thinking. I understand that. But what we also need to understand is, because I come from the hood, I understand what I had to go through to be where I am now. And I also know that some people had the same opportunities that I had and didn't take advantage of them. And then I also understand that certain people helped me to get where I am now. Those people weren't available to X, Y, and Z. So that also matters. So you can have the great mindset of you saying, I want to, do better, do X, Y, and Z. That doesn't necessarily mean it'll happen for you. That's just a fact of life.
If I could just piggyback.
I disagree with that. And the reason I'm saying that I disagree with that, because if I think that if people move the way God told them to move, the way God says that this is how you need to move, I think that each and every person can accomplish this. But once you step out of what God told you to do, then that's what causes the obstacles. Yes. Not the obstacles that man put in place. The obstacles are within, because you have gone wrong. And when people are able to hold themselves accountable and understand that I am not moving in the right direction, it's not what Donald Trump has done. It's not what the American government has done. It's not the white man bringing the black man over here and creating this slave mentality. A slave mentality is one that you keep yourself in. Today, they say that a lot of Americans are enslaved, and I agree with it, because they're enslaved here. But when they release that enslavement, when they start to hold themselves accountable, when they don't allow the world to tell them you can't do this because of X, Y, and Z, I say the world cannot tell me anything that I can't do, X, Y, or Z, because the Almighty, who has more power than all of them, all of your doctors, all of your scientists, all of your theologians, when the Almighty tells me that I have the power to overcome and conquer all of that, I don't want to hear about all of this bullshit. Now, when you say yes, D, you're saying you. Well, I explained to you that God has given each and every one of us the same potential. It is up to you, Cat, and everyone else to hone their potential. And if you don't hone that potential, it ain't the white man's fault. It's yours. It's yours. If you don't educate yourself and enlighten yourself and get to the point, let me finish, dog. I hate when you do that. If you don't educate yourself, get to the point where you can enlighten yourself and free your mind, so that you can see things the way I see it, whether you want to or not. That's your choice. I'm not telling you you have to. But when I say people can get to where I am, they very well can. But they have to do the things to unlock their mind. If they want to stay in a tribal way of thinking and say that the white man in these systems will keep me suppressed, and they don't want to think that the Lord has given me the power to overcome all that, then it falls to the power of the mind, because you think that these restrictions are keeping you down. The next person think that these restrictions are keeping them down. The next person think because of the government and the way things work in the world, we got to face reality, and that's keeping me down. But D. Jefferson don't think that. Punch Drunk don't think that. We think that we control our existence, despite of what the man has in place. We control our existence because the Almighty has told us that we control our existence. And I'm not going to let man tell me that I can't accomplish what the Almighty has told me that I can. And each and every individual that would rather believe that man's system can keep them suppressed and they can't move forward through the power of the Almighty, that is a personal responsibility. And it has nothing to do with anyone else. That's my perspective on it.
If I can just give an analogy, right? If I can give an analogy, right? We were talking about slavery, right? So yes, there was slavery. There was also the Underground Railroad. So people did try to get free. People did get free. A lot of people, like there's colonies established in Canada, basically from runaway freed slaves, right? But along that path, people also died. Actually, some people even came here out west and got returned to slavery. The fact that some people were able to overcome and live at least the best lives within that system, within that time, does not at all talk about whether or not there's the hundreds of other millions of people who did not have that same opportunity and could not do it. There's millions of slave uprisings. Some of them were successful, more successful than others, right? People do try to actually to exercise their God-given rights, but sometimes the system works against them and successfully against them.
Sorry, guys.
Agree 100%.
Oh, I just got back. Sorry. Look, let me ask you.
So with these, no, wait. So with these explanation, right? That what Smoke just said, with these explanation is that the slaves that tried to rebel, you know, weren't experiencing or weren't like, dude, sometimes you have obstacles in life where you either get over them, you find another way, or, you know, for whatever reason, you know, that jump was just not for me. I'm gonna go this way. It doesn't mean that you're weak. It doesn't mean that, you know, that you weren't strong enough. It just means that just wasn't for you. Not everyone is in a position to, you know, say, hey, I want X, Y, and Z, and actually, you know, can go get it. People go to a certain extent, right? But you can sit here, you can say, I want to become a billionaire, you know, like before I die, and do everything possible, and it doesn't happen. And your mindset could have been, you know, 100. Right? But it doesn't happen. It doesn't mean, you know, that you didn't believe or that God wasn't with you. It just said, you know what, that just wasn't for you, and it happens. So saying again that because you made it into a situation where you're comfortable and you're okay with yourself, that your success should equal everybody else's, and that they're wasting away because they don't think a certain way. That's wrong.
Hold on, chill. I never said anybody's success should equal mine or any of that. Again, I keep saying.
I'm not saying.
Okay, but you saying, but you, so I'm just taking it that way. So if you're saying me or you're not saying me, because I want to share my perspective.
No, I said because, okay, hold on. Because you said, right, that because of what you went through and you had to reprogram yourself, and because of God, you said that you got to where you are, right? So no one else should have an excuse to live how they're living, right? Right?
I said that it's on them. Right? It is on them. Yes.
It's on them, right? Because if you could do it, they could do it, right? Is that what you're not said?
That's correct.
Then I'm saying, because of what you just said, right? You're saying that your success and what you did, they should resemble it in some kind of way, and if they don't, it's because they're wasting away, right?
No. So let me clear up to you what I'm saying, because obviously you didn't understand or you just misinterpreted it. What I'm saying is, what I've done with my life, God has given everyone the potential in themselves to do the same thing. And if they don't do it, it's their fault. That's what I said. God has given you the power, Cap. He's given Smoke the power and everyone else the power. If we rely on religions, tribal ways of thinking to tell us what route to take versus opening our mind and finding God ourselves, then it's our fault that we didn't find that path. It ain't the white man's fault, my mom's, my dad's, or the pastor in the pulpit. It's your fault and every individual's fault that they did not get to where they wanted to be because they didn't unlock their own mind, self-accountability, self-preservation, and take that journey. Whatever their journey is, however long, 2 years, 11 years it takes them to get there, it's their responsibility to get there. And if they have not unlocked their mind, I'm not putting a finger on anyone. It's their fault. Do they have to do it exactly how I did? No. Do they have to have the same type of success I had? No. Do they have to, it have to be similar in any way? No, it doesn't. But I do know that you and everybody else has the potential to get there despite of the obstacles, despite any obstacles in front of them. God has given you the potential to get there. Whether you hone that potential or not is up to you. And I don't understand something about a lot of people in this world. And I'm going to touch on Christians right now. People that are Christians or Muslims or whatever, they believe in God, right? They believe in the all power. So I don't care what your religious belief is, but if you believe in God and you believe in that all power, this is what kills me with people. Now, I would assume that anybody who is religious that believes in God, whether it be Jehovah's Witness or whatever, they believe that their God is the most powerful, all powerful. No one more powerful. Do you believe in God, Kat?
Mm-hmm.
You do believe in God, and you believe that God is more powerful than any man. You do believe that, right?
Yes.
Okay, this is what kills me with a lot of people. When I tell them that God has given me the power, that I believe God has given me the power, and each and every one of us the power, the most powerful entity that created everything has given me the power to create my existence. And in my experience, I have found that to be true. And all of these Christians that also believe, or whatever religion you are, they also believe that this is the higher power. They put more faith in what man can prevent them from than putting their faith in God and moving through that. The same.
But I also believe.
Hold up. I'm not finished. Don't take it personally because I said Christians, religion.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No particular person. But what I'm saying is, if you believe this God, anybody, this is not going to one person, but if you believe in your religion that this God is the most powerful, then how can you sit here and tell me that elitists or men around the world can stop you? You have the power of God behind you. Your God that you believe in. When the preacher sits on that pulpit, because I sat through a lot of goddamn sermons, he tells you, no man can stop you. You don't need no medicine. Ha. You don't need no science. Ha. All you need is the word of God. Ha. And y'all in there, amen, pastor, amen, pastor. And then y'all get outside the church and the white man hold me down. The businessman ain't letting me do this. What about your God? Because I have total faith in my God. When I tell you people that all I have to do is use this noggin here, that power, that the same God we believe in, the power, he gave me the power. And I tell all of you people, I don't care about no fucking Donald Trump, no elitist, no white man's restriction. I can get done whatever I want to get done. Y'all same people that believe in God come back and tell me, no, you just don't understand because the man put this in place to prevent that. So who's got more power, God or the man?
Listen, you ready? You ready? Listen to me. You ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Do you believe that everyone is selected for greatness? It's a yes or no answer.
Do I believe what?
Depending what greatness is.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that everybody is selected for greatness?
Selected.
It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Yes. Do you believe that everybody is selected for greatness? Yep. You said yes.
Yes. Emphatically, yes.
Okay. You said yes. Yes. Do you also think and believe that certain things that men do disrupt what God has in plan? It's a yes or no question.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Right. So certain things that men do disrupt what God has in plan, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So I personally believe that only a selected, and I know it's going to sound crazy, but only a selected few actually hear and follow God. I don't believe that everybody, no matter how many times you go to church, that is just, there's an experience that you have to go through. Reading a Bible, going to church every Sunday is not reaching God. You're not speaking to God. It's an individual experience. Okay. So when you were speaking about you, right, and you said how God gave you the power, and you were like, they can all do the same thing. No, they can't. And it's not necessarily because the white man, it's just because God's intentions for greatness aren't for everybody.
I don't.
And I know that sounds harsh. I know it sounds harsh, but that's what I believe. Because for the simple fact that not everybody can lead, you have to have your followers. You have to have your flock. True or false? Not everybody's going to be saved. That's just a fact, right? So we can pluck. Listen. We can pluck and choose, who we want to bring with us. But at the end of the day, it's not going to be everybody. So yes, man does disrupt God's intentions. That's a fact. So you can sit there and be like, because God gave me this, he can also do the same thing for you. You have to do X, Y, and Z. But you just said man can disrupt God's intentions.
Right.
Can I say something real quick?
No. Let me answer this. Man disrupt God's intentions in my life. So I agree with you. And despite of man disrupting God's intentions in my life and most other people, that's a part of the brainwashing that we're talking about. Myself and everyone else has the opportunity to reprogram, to throw that shit out that we were brainwashed with and start anew. I don't care if people don't take the opportunity. And when you tell me that everybody wasn't selected for greatness concerning what? Greatness concerning who, and greatness concerning what perspective? Because as I understand it, everybody was sent here to be prosperous, joyous, and abundant. And to me, that is great. Now, if you do what it takes and live the way God told you to, then you will be prosperous, joyous, and abundant. Great. Everybody's selected for greatness. Whether you hone what God has given us or not, whether you take advantage of that, there are no excuses. Because once we were put here, we were able to accomplish this. Now, let's go into the household, Kat. My household, your household, or whoever else's household. And I explained this before. As a society, how many times do we hear, no, it's no need to teach your kids that they're too young to learn that? I said earlier in this same live, where do we start? We start with one. So if we sit here and we keep believing what the world tells us, that everybody's not selected for greatness, and you may share that, not you particularly, Kat, but some people may share this same belief with their children, then their children may grow up believing that everybody's not selected for greatness. But what I've told my 9-year-old, my 21, 20, and 23-year-old is that everybody's selected for greatness from childhood. I've told them that God has given all of us the power, the belief, their personal belief in the way that they're raised is in knowledge that we have the power. Now, it starts with one. My daughter would do it with her children, and so forth and so forth. As I said, it starts with one. Man has disrupted God's plans because man has allowed other men to get in between them and God. Get man from in between you and God. Get connected with God yourself. Don't allow a man in the pulpit to tell you. Don't allow no religion to tell you what it is. Take the steps yourself. Accountability, self-preservation. Each and every person has the opportunity to take themselves and get in tune with God. Don't tell me we don't have the opportunity to get in tune with God. When we allow man to get in between us and God, yes, man will cause that separation. He will put a ripple in God's plans. But God planned for all of us to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant. And it's up to us to gain that. Again, joyous, prosperous, abundant success is all about a mindset, because the person in that third world country, they don't need millions of dollars in what we see as success in America. This place that I live in now is total success, joy, prosperous, and abundance to them. So everybody has the opportunity. I still cannot sit here and say that because of what obstacles man have put in place, that's going to stop us. It only stops you if you allow it to stop you. I grew up in the same church that a lot of you guys grew up in. At some point in time, I decided I need to get closer to God, because this church, just like you said, Kat, going to church don't make you get closer to God. You have to get closer to God. So even though I grew up, I decided this ain't working. I need to find another way to get in tune with the Almighty. And I found that way. Man didn't stop me. Man didn't help me. And man don't have to stop you, and man don't have to help you, or nobody else. God is more powerful than anything man put on this earth. God is more powerful than any obstacle man put in between us. And I believe God fully. I believe that there's a God fully. I have faith in what I believe in. And I don't think that there's anything man can do to stop God. And I won't entertain anything like that. Yes, man can cause ripples, but you can always fix anything through the power of God. Anything.
God works, but the devil works 20 times harder. And
Well,
to go back, hold on. To go back, okay, maybe my wording was wrong when I said that not everyone is destined for greatness. What I meant was, right, so like even in society, right, we all have like roles to play, if you will, right? We're not all going to be exactly equal, whether it's, you know, money, whether it's job, whether it's status, you know, like et cetera, right? So you have certain situations where a person was destined to be placed in your path for a specific reason, right? And their path of life may have ended, you know, for whatever reason, right? So a certain situation was placed before you, right, to make you either understand, see, or try to interpret it like in whatever way, right? So so in my case, my cousin committed suicide, right? She was pretty much like my sister. Before that situation happened, I was in college, I was wilding, I was doing all types of whichever fucking way. And she overdosed. I woke up and she was just not breathing, right? So that situation for me was what snapped me the fuck up. Like, yo, you need to get your shit together. So she was placed in that situation to open up my eyes, where her life was cut short to help me move on with mine. That's what I believe when I said that not everyone is destined for greatness. Maybe I worded it completely wrong, but what I meant was is certain people have to go through certain things because they're put there for other people to help them with, you know, whatever situation they're going through. So maybe I didn't word that correctly. So you do have people that have to struggle, and there's always a selected few that come up from that, right? And, you know, they'll preach and say X, Y, and Z, because at the end of the day, not the whole flock is not going to make it. That's just a fact. It's not going to happen.
Well, here's something that I've noticed in life, Kat. You probably noticed it too. Growing up, coming up in the hood in the church. You know how you have these people in the church? They don't have a lot. They have a moderate place to stay, moderate vehicle, not a lot of money in the bank. But they're some of the happiest people you've seen in life. They're not putting on a show. You know that these people are genuinely happy. And they walk around, they go around and they help feed the poor, and they, you know, do a lot of charitable acts. They're not seeking riches, but they're perfectly happy in life, right? And they have all the food and things they need, and they don't desire all of these riches, and they're happy with life. They have lived a great life. This is why God put them there, and they're happy. They don't have to have all of the things society says that makes them successful or make them feel successful, abundant, prosperous, joyous. We are here to be abundant, prosperous, and joyous. Now, it can't be labeled what that means deemed to a society or any individual person. I can't tell a person, oh, you're not happy, joyous, prosperous, abundant, successful unless you have this. Only they can feel if they're that way. They can only determine what their success rate or success level is. So as a society or from the outside looking in, you could see somebody where based on your desires and what you deem successful or is a non-struggling way of life, you can look at this person and say, damn, they're struggling. But that person's completely happy, and in their mind, they're not struggling at all. They're living a great life. But you look at it as a struggle. So maybe those people that you're saying have to struggle, maybe it's not a struggle. Maybe that person wanted to give their life for this next person. Maybe they felt good about, maybe they were tired of being on this earth, and giving their life for that person was the best thing in life for them. It wasn't a struggle. Your perception of it was a struggle, but it was also God's plan. And they went out of here just as happy as they can ever be because they wanted to do that for you. But your perception was that was a struggle or that was a terrible thing. Your perception of that person that is in the church that don't have a lot is they're struggling, but they're happy every day. And there is no struggle. You get where I'm going? It ain't a struggle. It may not be a struggle. If that's your perception, or society says because that person doesn't have a big house and a big bank account and this, that, and the third, they're living a life of struggle or poverty. What if that person is going through life and it's not poverty to them at all? It's great. What if that person came from a third world country, arrived at a low income neighborhood in this country? Hell, they're living great. They're not struggling at all. But people that grew up in this country look at them and say they're struggling. Struggling is a perception. And if your perception is that you live in life struggling, not what someone else see you doing, if that's your perception, then you're struggling. But if that's not your perception and you're living life just like D. Jeff and you're going about life and God has your mind thinking, hey, I got all the clothes I need, all the food I need, I'm abundant, joyous, and prosperous, then in that life that you're living, you're not facing all of these things that people around you are saying, the man is suppressing me, because they don't feel suppressed. They don't feel depressed, and they don't feel unhappy. They feel like they're here exactly why God put them there, to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant.
So can we say that about certain people in the hood?
Can I ask a question before?
Let her get that off. What you say, Kat?
So can we say that for certain people that live on welfare, that live on Section 8, their mentality and how they feel is that they're doing great. They're out here, you know, with Mercedes-Benz, with Gucci bags. They're living the life. So where we may be like, oh, you know, they've been in the hood since whenever, to them, they're living their best life.
They live in ghetto fabulous, and they're happy in this earth. And while people will say they live in a crummy life, to each his own. Are they unhappy? And some of these same people that say that they're living a crummy life because they're in the hood are living in the suburbs, like I spoke of before, with their nice job and their fancy house, and they're fucking up to their eyeballs in debt and fucking miserable. Now, God put us here to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant. And they look at that person in the hood as their life is wrong. But who's wrong? It's all about perception. So people can keep telling me all of this shit that they want. But just like you said, to me, Kat, my experience is not someone else's experience. Well, someone else's desires is not my desires or your desire. So what's prosperous, joyous, abundant, and happy to them, it doesn't have to mean that to you. You can look at them and say that they're broke, poor, and living a life of shit, and they're way happier than you are. So they're actually here for why God put them there. Joyous, prosperous, and abundance is not a status that we can say you need this. It's whatever people feel within themselves. And if they're feeling that way, if they're going about life that way, then they're exactly here why God put them here, to be joyous, prosperous, and abundant. We can't measure or label what that is to them. But if they're living that life, then they're living their best life. It may not have to be $100 million and yachts and shit. It could just be a Honda Accord, knowing that they have their bills paid and seeing their kids happy. And they could be perfectly happy. That's why God put them here. And everybody has the opportunity to do that. When you start getting brainwashed by society and allowing society to tell you that you need certain things to measure success, then it's you. Once again, accountability. It is that person that is saying, I'm not successful. When that woman goes in that job, it's her desire to be a CEO. Does she have to desire to be a CEO to be happy? Or can she just go be an exec and not have her mindset that she has to be a CEO to be happy? And then she'll live prosperous, joyous, and abundant simply by changing her mindset instead of chasing a job that says she has to be that way. And then there will be no complaint about the man holding me down, because she won't never worry about any of that. She's right where she needs to be. Now, for the woman that is worried about that, and that's her goals and desires, then maybe she needs to figure out a way to become closer to God and reach that goal and not allow that man to be the obstacle. It's still all up to you. That's just my perception. I ain't blaming nobody for nothing. I'm blaming me for the rest of my life. No one else, not the white man, not YouTube, not Catacor, nobody. What happens to me from here on out is all about me, because God gave me the power to create and control me.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Hold on. Yeah, no, write down the questions because I was gonna forget. I was like, yeah, let me just write down these questions for real. Hold on, man. Nah, I was gonna ask Kat. Do you enable stagnant minds within their struggle? Because it seems like you debunk any solutions that D or I have pertaining to what I'm talking about, the women at work, what D is saying about spirituality and God and things of that nature. It seems like you accept the struggle, but not the solution
No.
struggle.
No.
I could
That's
be wrong.
not it. My thing is, wait, why do I sound like that? Or is it just me?
Punch drunk. Go ahead, Kat, I got you.
Right. So it's not that, right? I don't equivocate my success to every other female, right? So just because I was able to be where I am, I don't expect everyone else to do the same, right? And I think that's where we're not connecting, that I'm seeing things how other people see it versus just me, where I think that's where you guys are seeing. You're saying because you all did X, Y, and Z that everyone else should be able to, where I'm seeing it as just because I'm where I am now, I understand why certain people don't.
Well, let me clear this up, because I'm not saying that, Kat. What I'm saying is God has given everyone the power to be able to get to the point where I am. And if they don't take the power that God has given them, it's their fault. That's what I'm saying.
But in that same breath, we also agreed with that man also has the power to disrupt God's plan. Yes, it is your responsibility to understand, to navigate around that, but not everyone is as successful. Again, it doesn't mean that you're weak-minded or you're not strong enough. It just means that maybe that just wasn't the path for you. Can we sit and understand that everyone also has a path, right? So what you may think is good for you, God said, you know what? That's not what I want you to do. Can we agree on that?
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with it.
I don't either. I agree God put us on here to control our own path. That's what I really agree. We control our path, period. That's what I agree totally.
I don't agree with it because I think in this sense, people may be missing the point. God didn't put us in an earth so we could achieve greatness on earth. It's to achieve so we could go into paradise. That's our home. That's our financial home.
That is greatness. I'm sorry if maybe my wording was wrong, but that is actually what I was referring to.
Well, and see, I don't even believe in that, Punch.
See, okay,
I got a lot of different beliefs, but go ahead.
Yeah, I believe in that. I believe in, yes, you do what you do here in life, so you could live forever in spirituality and ever in the kingdom of heaven. That's what I believe in.
I believe that
I'm not here to achieve greatness here. I'm not scared of death.
Yeah, me either. I believe this, guys. I believe that, okay, look, in a nutshell, this is it. And I said this 100 times, that we are all an extension of the Almighty. We all have a piece of God within us. This is what he's blessed us with, right? This is what I believe, that everything in existence is of God. God is the source energy, the source of everything, the leaves, the wood, the paper, the people, everything. We're all energy based. We're all based off of energy. When you break down things to a molecular level, everything's moving. Everything. You take a piece of paper, it's an inanimate object, but when you break it down to a molecular level, everything is moving. We're all energy, the whole universe. And that energy is all a part of one source, is what we know of God. That's what we know called God. This is what I believe. When we come into this experience, into this meat suit, we are sent here to create. We're sent here to be, again, joyous, prosperous, abundant, and create. The creation is adding on to the infinite knowledge, expanding the universe. Understand something. At the same time we're living on this earth, there are different dimensions, different planets, different galaxies and solar systems. God energy is all around the universe. And energies are creating here, creating on earth. We're all adding to the infinite knowledge, all that is being. And once we're finished in our creation, once we finish adding on to this infinite knowledge, we all return to the source and we will get another chance to add on to the infinite knowledge again. That's what our life experience is about. That's why you have guys like Edison and guys that create, because electricity wasn't here on this planet at one point. We couldn't harness it, and he harnessed it. He harnessed this universal power, electricity, a thunder, or light, thunder comes out of the sky. No one knew what that was. They knew it was destructive and it had a lot of energy. And if you could trap that energy, you could utilize it. But no one knows what, I don't think they still know exactly what electricity is. They just know that we can utilize it. Thomas didn't know, but it was a universal force, electricity was. It was of the divine, and that man figured out how to harness it and use it. So he added on to the infinite knowledge. Now, this is knowledge of how to utilize this universal power. That's why we're here. And we all get our chance to do this. And once we create, once we get in tune with the Almighty, it's a reason that people are considered phenomenons, or they're in tune. They're utilizing the gift that God has given us. God has given every one of us a particular gift. Everyone has different gifts. We all have them. We all have a special ability that God has given us. It's up to us to capitalize off of that and move through life and create and build in this infinite knowledge, this existence. And this is why I don't believe in hell. I really don't. I don't believe in this story of hell and Satan being kicked out of heaven and all of that and burning for eternity and damnation. I don't believe in that. I don't believe the source, the almighty power, would relinquish a piece of himself with the potential that it's going to go burn in a purgatory for eternity. No, I don't believe that. I believe it's all returned to the source and we continue to create to everything that is. This is why God is everything that is. How can God be everything that is, but he allows part of himself to go to hell and burn it in purgatory for eternity? Which means eventually, with the way man operates, God would be giving out himself. It would be no more God eventually, as crooked as man is. No. That doesn't make sense. We return to the source. We return to the source. That's what I truly believe in.
My thing is that there has to be more than this, right? I can't believe that once we pass that is all that we do. Like, I think there has to be more than just this.
Yeah, I do too. And that's what I believe. That's why I said I believe we return to the source and we come back to create and expand the universe. God is the universe. God is everything. And this is how it keeps growing, keeps expanding, and that infinite knowledge, because we are learning through experiences. We come throughout the universe as energy, whatever dimension, whatever world, whatever solar system or galaxy, we come as that energy and we get more experience and we add on to the infinite knowledge. And so, yeah, it doesn't end after here. It's not over after this finite meat suit is done. Your soul, your source energy lives forever and it creates forever. We're all going to get chance after chance after chance after chance to have another experience and create again and add to the infinite knowledge and return to the source and be put out there again. That's what I believe in. It's not over after this life. This is only a piece of eternity that we're going to be living, each and every one. We may not return with the same consciousness. I don't believe in that reincarnation foolery. I don't believe in that. So might not go to the source and I come back as D. Jefferson. No, I don't believe in that. Or come back with the knowledge that D. Jefferson have, but I do believe that this soul, this source energy will have another experience to create and add on to the infinite knowledge and return to the source. And God has given us the power of the cosmos, the universe, the infinite knowledge, his knowledge. He's given us that power here. We can unlock this. We can create everything we want in our existence because we have the power of God behind us. That's why no man can stop me. That's why I fully believe that. Nothing that man puts in place on this earth can stop me because I have the power of the infinite knowledge right here. I have the backing of the Almighty right here. This is my connection. And what God leads me through, ain't no man gonna be able to stop that. I don't care about no nuclear weapons or nothing. You think nuclear weapons can beat the Almighty? Nah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I gotta go.
Yeah, me too, man. It's 7 o'clock. Hey, I almost did it.
I got the get it. I still got the record, man.
This is my record. I'm trying to get like you 7 hours, 13 minutes. This is the longest one. Punch drunk, rub it off on me.
You got 2 more hours to go.
Hey, Punch. I've been on a 24 hours. I've been on a 24-hour stream once, bro.
Okay.
You got to get your weight way up before you start talking about records.
Yeah,
he ain't take a shower in between.
Give me some closing thoughts before you leave. I'm gonna let Smoke go. I'm gonna let Cat take us out. Give me some closing thoughts, fam.
Who goes first? Me or Smoke?
You.
Oh, I just believe that everything falls back into accountability. I believe that we all gonna struggle. There's gonna be struggle here today, tomorrow, and so forth and so forth. I think that accountability is the number one thing that's hindering our growth. I think when we get into it, accountability and God's laws, personal relationship with God, I think you're gonna be home free, like a bird.
That's what's up, dog. Like a boy. Hey, I appreciate you, Punch. You still going on tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Tomorrow, I might interview Keyshawn Davis tomorrow.
Oh, sweet.
He's the number one amateur in the country.
Yeah, hit me up just in case. I'll come join the chat and sit there and kick it with y'all guys.
All right.
All right,
everybody.
All right.
God bless. Cat, Smoke. Everybody on the panel. Everybody on the comment box. Love y'all all. God bless.
Yeah, man. Right back at you, baby.
Appreciate it.
Good to see you.
Smoke, my man, Smoke. Give me some closing thoughts, Smoke.
Yeah. It's been another illuminating conversation. Yeah, man. I think each individual definitely has their own path, and they definitely need to find out what it is they want to do with their life and in life. And then that'll inform what moves on from there. But yeah, you definitely have to get your mind right.
Yeah, for sure. Man, that's the truth. Well, Smoke, I always appreciate you coming on. I'll be always baiting you to get up here. So, I love it when you come on, dog. Appreciate you coming through, fam. Hey,
Did I go out for that?
Right. Whatever you just said. All right, go. Sid, give me some closing thoughts.
Oh, yeah. Is it me
Smoke.
still, or did the cat go?
No, okay, go ahead. No, we didn't catch that last part.
Oh, right.
We were working up.
No, I was just saying, yeah, to figure out your purpose, be in line with it, and then set your energy and your focus to doing the good work, and when you look back on your life, you want to be proud of all of it.
Sweet, bro. I appreciate you coming through. No, you're always welcome, Smoke. Sis, give me some closing thoughts.
Look, man, I think, we all have different energies as individuals. We, put off certain energies, again, that may be perceived differently based on whoever perceives it. But at the end of the day, yes, we should be accountable for what we do and hold others accountable for what they do. But I also believe, like I said before, maybe I worded it wrong. Not everyone is destined for greatness, meaning, not everyone is going to follow through, is going to follow suit. Not everyone understands what spirituality is, or understand that their relationship with God is individual, not with the masses. Right. So, at the end of the day, it is on you, but you also do need to understand that other people don't think like you, and what's behind that. It's what's missing a lot of times when we have conversation. We have to understand each other in that aspect, understand why they think like that, in order to pull everyone through and understand where everything is coming from. So
Facts.
that's my take.
Facts. Appreciate you, Kat. Always a pleasure you coming on. Always dropping them gems. Y'all goddamn stay woke when Kat jump on the side. You know what I mean? Appreciate you, Kat. Hey, so guys, another good discussion. I love these power of the minds, man. We really get a lot of open perspectives here. It's just what I'm gonna do every Sunday. I already got one set up. I'm pretty sure you guys are gonna be interested in the next topic that I have set up for next Sunday. It's always about the mindset. Everything falls down to the mindset in life, man. If we can get our minds right, I truly believe that we can succeed at anything. Anything we desire to succeed in life, it starts in the mind, bro. We just got to get our minds in order and we can succeed. All right. And, God's power of the mind. My quote at the end of the power of mind. Remember that we only move forward when we learn to think forward. We must devise a plan to get us where we truly desire to be. We must focus and give energy to the future and how we've planned it. When we focus on how things are and how things were, we remain the same. Peace out, everybody. Y'all enjoy y'all Sunday.